Hello and welcome to the last day of the 5-day PMP program by PMC Lounge. What are we covering today? We are talking about quality, and this is not the only thing that we are talking about. Quality management, by the way, has become a core principle when it comes to PMBOK 8. So, in addition to quality, we will also be looking into some project management principles, project performance domains as well. So, this is what we are covering in day 5. Let's get it rolling with quality.
Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are going to be discussing the quality management knowledge area. That's right, quality is so important that it is a separate knowledge area in your PMP courseware. Just like scope, schedule, cost, quality is also a knowledge area. Now, quality is also part of the project management triangle with the scope, cost, and schedule, and that is why it is important not just from the PMP exam perspective, but also from the real life project management point of view. Let's get started. So before we jump the gun and talk about quality management, let's first understand what does this word quality mean. Quality is the degree to which a product meets its requirements. A few things to understand here is when we say product, we mean the end result of a project. The degree to which this product, the end result of your project, is meeting the requirements of the customer, that is quality. Now, of course, this means that quality is just a measurement because you are measuring the degree here. Now, an important question to consider is whose responsibility is it to make sure that the product that is delivered, which is the end result of the project being delivered, is of high quality? Is it the project manager? Is it the quality engineers? Quality is considered everyone's responsibility, and that makes it much more important. An engineer working on a piece of code might not worry about the cost of the project because that is something the project manager is looking into, but he or she will be worried about the quality of the project, the quality of the end result of the project, which is a product, because everyone is responsible for quality. So then what is quality management? So quality management is all about creating policies and procedures that meet projects defined quality needs. And before I go into this, I like to read out the next point as well. The aim of quality management. What is the aim of quality management? Why you do quality management? It is to ensure that the specified approach to quality is implemented on the project. Now, these 2 points are interconnected and very important in understanding what quality management is. For your project to be a high quality product that the project creates, right? For your project to create a high quality end product, you have to have policies and procedures in place that meet the project's defined quality needs. And what are the quality needs again? What is quality again? That is the degree to which the product meets the requirements of the end consumer, right? The end customer. So you have those defined, and you are going to create policies and procedures that make sure that the end product of the project meets those quality needs. Now, the aim of quality management is to ensure that the specified approach to quality. Now, when you are defining, when you are creating policies and procedures, defining them, you have essentially created an approach to quality, how you're going to achieve the quality needs, right? How you're going to meet the quality needs. So you have an approach in place from point number one. And the aim of quality management is to make sure that the approach that you have defined is implemented on the project so that the end product of the project is high quality. It meets the quality needs. So this is the PGK mapping. This is where project quality management knowledge area lies, and it has 3 processes: one in planning, one in executing, and one in monitoring and controlling process group. Each plan quality management, manage quality, and control quality. We'll take a quick look at all three processes in the next slides. But before that, let me remind you, if you want to attend a preliminary, a basic project management session, 1.5 hour free of cost, head over to pmclounge.com/pm101. This is your gateway to the world of project management, to the PMP exam. So do check that out. Now let's talk about the first process, plan quality management. This is the process of identifying quality requirements or standards for the project or the product of the project. So you are identifying the quality requirements. Do remember our previous slide where we talked about quality management. When you're planning for quality management, you are first identifying the quality requirements or the standards from the project or the product of the project, the end product of the project. And not just that, you also document how the project will demonstrate the compliance to quality. So first is you are identifying the quality requirements, and then you are also documenting how your project plans to demonstrate compliance to the quality of the project or the end product of the project. So this is important. This is what you do in the plan quality management process. So the next process in the list under the execution process group is manage quality. And earlier in PMBOK 5 world, we used to have a process called perform quality assurance. But starting PMBOK 6, this process has been replaced by manage quality. So what is manage quality and how does it differ from perform quality assurance? Actually, there's not much difference between the two. Let's look at the manage quality process. Now, this is important. This is going to make sure that you understand the very basics of manage quality process. Now, this is all about translating the quality management plan. Remember, we created the quality management plan in the previous process, the plan management quality process. So you have a quality management plan, and in the manage quality process, you translate that plan into executable quality activities that also incorporate the organization's quality policies into the project. So this is very important. You may have a certain quality management plan with you as an output of your previous process. How do you turn that into executable quality policies? So you will come up with, let's say, 5 activities which are required. These are executable activities which are required to meet the requirements mentioned in the quality management plan. But not just that, you need to also make sure that this list also respects and follows and is incorporated with the organization's quality policies into the project. So let's say the quality management plan of your project says that the code should be 98% error free. There should not be 98% of the code should not have any error. This is uh, let's say a quality standard defined in your quality management plan. But the organization's quality policy says that the code should be 100% error free, 100% bug free, 100% of the code should not have any bugs. So you have to make sure that these two are in sync, and that is exactly what manage quality process does. It incorporates these two. And ideally, this is, I'm only citing an example. Ideally, if you're working for an organization that aims at 100% error free code, no warnings at all, then there are very less chances that you will have a 98% score written in your quality management plan in the first place. So that is also possible, but you need to make sure that these two are integrated. That's one thing. And the second thing, which is most important, is what are the activities that you need to follow to achieve this result, right? So that is also a part of the manage quality process. Again, a very important process, part of the execution process group, and it definitely demands that you pay attention to this process. Let's move on to the last process. Control quality is the final process. It is in the monitoring and controlling process group. This is the process of monitoring and recording results of executing the quality activities. So you have the activities from your previous manage quality process. Now, when you're executing those activities, remember the 5 activities that we talked about in the previous slide? Those activities, when you are executing those activities, what are the results of those activities? That is something that you record and monitor in the control quality process. This is also done to assess performance and recommend necessary changes. So how is your project doing against, how is your project performing against the defined quality criteria? And if there are any necessary changes, they should be recommended as part of the control quality process. So that is all that we had in this video. We are definitely going to be talking in detail about all these processes. So do follow us, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified, and do hit the like button if you enjoyed the video. Don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource with hundreds of articles related to PMP courseware. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are talking about quality, specifically quality in the world of project management. If you have not heard about quality, if you don't know anything about quality, this should be your first video. So stay tuned, very important video, and do refer to it every time you forget what quality was when it came to project management. Now, all of us have some idea when it comes to quality because we use the term quality in our day-to-day conversations. So, you already know something about quality. You already have your own definition about quality. But when it comes to project management, the word quality has a slightly different meaning. In fact, here's a definition of quality when it comes to project management: the degree to which a product meets its requirements. Now, this is the same definition that we have covered recently in one of our videos when we introduced the quality management knowledge area. I'll link to it in the description below. In fact, the first link in the description is going to take you to a related article on quality. So if you're into reading, check out the first link in the description. And the second link in the description will be the entire playlist on all the videos that we have done on quality management knowledge area. So don't forget to check those two links out. Let's move on. So what do you do? Now you know that there is some difference between the word quality that you know, and the word quality when it comes to project management. So what do you do in project management when it comes to quality? The first thing is, as a project manager, you need to set quality goals. And not just that, you need to measure progress along the way. You need to measure where you stand in terms of these goals. Are you able to meet these goals or not? So, as a project manager, that is your job when it comes to quality. Now, in order to do that, in order to first set goals and secondly to measure the progress that you're meeting those goals, in order to do that, you need to understand the quality levels. This is important: the quality levels your stakeholders believe are acceptable and your project meets them. So very important, there are stakeholders, everyone will have certain uh, expectations of quality. When it comes to quality, everyone will have certain expectations, and you need to know what those expectations are. What are the required quality levels your project should meet? And these are expected and acceptable to your stakeholders, so you need to make sure that your project meets those levels. Now, to think of it, this is similar to schedule and cost goals. You may have schedule goals. You may want to finish the project in 8 months. That's a schedule goal. You may have cost goals. You want to finish the project within 250,000 US dollars. Similarly, there will be quality level goals as well. There will be quality goals where you want to achieve a certain level of quality. Six Sigma is actually a level of quality. Similarly, your project should also have quality goals, and they need to be defined, and you as a project manager need to measure progress along the way as you move forward in your project. Before we move ahead, let me remind you, if you're looking for PMP book recommendations to prepare for your PMP exam, head over to pmclounge.com/resources. We have listed our favorite books there. A very important point to note here, quality is not testing. These two are not synonymous terms. And in many organizations, you can see that the testing department is known as quality department. This cannot be further from truth. The fact is, quality goes way beyond the simple testing. So in order to understand quality of the product, you need to do much more than just test it. Let's take an example. Suppose you have a time machine and you travel to 1980s and you take with yourself a defective iPad. This iPad, the only operation that this iPad can do is open the camera app and take photos. Now, if you show this iPad to someone in the 1980s who's in living in that era of 1980s, right, and they look at an iPad and they see, okay, this looks like a very fancy camera, it's just a camera because only the camera app is working. Now they may think that this product is a really good product. It is a camera and it is very sleek as compared to other cameras in the market. It has a screen which is quite big. So they may think that this is a great product. If they test it, they may feel that this is a great product. But if you tell them what all an iPad can do, what all applications an iPad can have installed, and what all operations an iPad is supposed to do, maybe then they'll understand that this product, the iPad that they have, the defective one, which only has a camera app, then they may feel that this is not high quality because this is not able to perform its functionalities, its operations. It is only doing just one thing, which is opening the camera app and taking pictures. But the iPad is capable of doing much more. So this is the reason why, if you are only testing a product without knowing what all it can do, you may not touch upon the quality of that product. And you know, you define what all the product is supposed to do in the requirements document. What all is an iPad supposed to do will be in the requirement specification document of the iPad. So once you give that document to the person from the 1980s, they'll say this defective iPad is a very low quality product because all it does is take pictures. In fact, the iPad is supposed to do so many other things. This is why how well the product conforms to those requirements is essentially how high quality the product is. This is very important. We talked about the requirements document and how well your product, your iPad, how well does it conform to the requirements in the requirement document is essentially how high quality the product is. So once the requirements document is handed over to that person from the 1980s, they'll tell you that this defective iPad is a very low quality product or it is a defective product because it cannot perform all the operations written in its requirements document. If it was able to perform all those operations, if it was able to do all the functions written in the requirements document, then of course that would have been a high quality product. Now, there are three very important concepts of quality, specifically from the perspective of the PMP exam. So do hang around till the end and understand these concepts as they are going to be helpful in answering some of the quality questions that you are going to come across in your exam. First is customer satisfaction. This is all about ensuring that the end customer, the person who's paying the money, is happy with the product. So how do you do that? Requirements, the product requirements, right? Your system requirements, the SR document, or whatever you want to call it, the business requirements. Whenever a requirement is written for a project, they are written with the customer satisfaction in mind. Nobody wants to create a product without thinking about the customer, without thinking whether it is going to satisfy the customer or not. So that is why requirements, whenever they are written with customer satisfaction in mind. And this entire point is about customer satisfaction, of course. Now, then there are unstated requirements as well. So not everything under the sun can be jotted down. There are requirements which you should think of as common sense. Let's talk about Galaxy Note. There was a mobile phone. I'm not sure which version it was. I think it was Galaxy Note 8. That mobile phone started blowing up. So phone should not blast was definitely an unstated requirement. Like I mentioned in the previous point, not everything under the sun can be jotted down. So nobody wrote phone should not blast in the requirements document for this product, Galaxy Note. But this was definitely an unstated requirement that should have been followed because of common sense. So customer satisfaction is again extremely important. Every stated requirement is written with customer satisfaction in mind, and unstated requirements should be thought upon with customer satisfaction in mind. So this is a very important point when it comes to quality. Second is fitness for use. Now, this term was coined by Joseph Juran. His entire idea was introduced by Joseph Juran, and this is a good pointer to take note of as far as the PMP exam is concerned. You never know, you may have this question that asks, who introduced the concept of fitness for use in quality? The answer is Joseph Juran. Now, fitness for use is all about ensuring that the design of the product fits the customer needs. What do we mean by that? Let's say feature phones, they still have better market share in rural areas as compared to smartphones. Why? Because the battery life of the feature phones are much better than smartphones, and rural areas may face extended periods of time when there's electricity cut, there's no power, and in that scenario feature phones work better for the rural area, people residing in the rural areas as compared to smartphones. So this is fitness for use, and this is a concept of quality that you should definitely look forward to. Customers, and this is the conclusion, customers will always choose the product that fits their needs even if its functionalities are limited. We just talked about how feature phones have better market share as compared to smartphones in rural areas because their this product fits their needs. Even if the functionalities of a feature phone are limited as compared to smartphones, but feature phones still have a better market share. Number three is conformance to requirements. Now, this idea was popularized by Philip Crosby. Again, an important point to note as far as PMP exam is concerned. Now, end of the day, the product needs to do what is returned in the requirement specification. We've already talked about it, but these requirements, when we said that they are written ensuring customer satisfaction in mind, they should also take into account what will satisfy the customer satisfaction, as well as the best design possible for the job, right? Here's an example. OnePlus phones, they are designed by taking inputs from the community of users. There is a OnePlus community of end users. They are the ones who use the OnePlus phone, and they give feedback to the company, and the company develops a phone based on customer satisfaction, the customer requirements, and the best design possible for the customers, right? So this is an example of conformance to requirements. Again, Philip Crosby was the person who popularized this idea. Important point to note. So that is all that we had in this video. Hope it was helpful. Hope you were able to understand what quality is all about. Do give a like if you did so, and subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. As always, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource with hundreds of helpful articles and videos. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are looking into the related concepts of quality, that is grade, accuracy, and precision. As always, the first link in the description is going to take you to a related article. So if you're into reading articles rather than watching videos, first link in the description is going to help you out with that. Now let's move on with this video. So first of all, we have already discussed quality in detail, and second link in the description will be about the video that we did on quality, and third link in the description will be the entire playlist of all the videos that we have done on quality management. So that is going to be very helpful. These three links are very helpful, so do take note of them. Now, quality we've already discussed in detail, but some of these concepts are very helpful, and they are going to be helpful in two ways. Firstly, you will know them, which is good for from PMP exam point of view. So you'll know what grade is, what precision is, what accuracy is, which is you'll definitely get questions in the PMP exam around these topics. And secondly, studying these concepts will help develop the understanding of how they differ from quality. If you see a lot of people, and like I said in one of my previous videos, that a lot of people use the word quality in day-to-day language. And you may, when you go over this video, you may find out that what is known as grade is what you thought quality was. What is known as precision is what you thought quality was. But quality is something different. Like I said, do go over the video on quality before proceeding with this video if you have not already seen that one. Let's move on. So quality versus grade. Quality, the degree to which a product meets its requirements. This is something we have already discussed. And grade is a category or rank. Take note of this word. It is a rank used to distinguish items that have the same functional use. There are items that have the same functional use, but where do they rank? But do not share the same requirements for quality. So their requirements for quality could be different, but it is a rank of products that have the same functional use. Before we discuss an example of quality versus grade, let me remind you, pmclounge.com/pmp study plan is where you can go and grab yourself a PMP study plan, which will help you clear the exam in 50 days. Now here's an example. Take a look at this. Suppose you need to buy a new phone for your granny. That's the key here. You need a new phone for your granny, not for your teenage son or daughter, right? Nokia 1200, do you remember those? Is the feature phone that's too dumb for today. Of course, it is not a smartphone. It has pretty limited functionalities. It doesn't have any camera or apps. It cannot basically do much, but this phone is pretty solid when it comes to making phone calls and has a long lasting battery. So for granny, maybe this product is a good choice. Let's look at the other side of the spectrum. You have an entry level Android phone. Entry level Android phone will come with a customized skin on top of Android. It will have bloatware, which is pre-installed software. It will have all other bells and whistles, apps, cameras, whatnot, temperature, kitchen sink, everything will be there in that phone. But the problem is that the phone may sometime lag. And if you're working on heavy applications which are open in the background and the granny doesn't know how to close them, the phone is definitely going to be laggy and it may even crash at times. So these examples demonstrate that while the entry level Android phone is high grade, the Android phone is high grade. Why do I say so? Because it has a lot of features and functions as compared to the Nokia 1200 here, but it is low quality. That is, it doesn't meet the criteria of fit for use. Fit for use here is that this phone will be used by the granny. So the granny is not really bothered with the customized skin. She doesn't really care about the bloatware, bells and whistles. She's not really looking for all that. All she needs is a phone that can make phone calls and has good battery so that she doesn't have to charge it every now and then. Continuing with the example, Nokia 1200 is a lower grade phone, but it is fit for use and Granny will be at peace with it. In other words, it is why do we call Nokia 1200 lower grade here? Because it has limited features and functions, right? But it is higher quality because it meets the needs of the granny, right? It doesn't break down and is useful. So it meets the needs that whatever granny is looking for. Nokia 1200 is a high quality product for her, although it is lower grade as compared to the Android phone because it doesn't have all the features, all the bells and whistles. Quality basically means something does what you need it to do. As simple as that. You'll not have a simpler definition of quality. When it comes to project management, quality is a product that does what you need it to do. Grade has more to do with the product's value. The product's value could be higher. The Android phone will be more expensive than Nokia 1200, and that is why it is a higher grade product. But quality is the product does what you need it to do, and Nokia 1200 does exactly that. Higher grade items will typically cost more. This is another thing to note. Higher grade items will typically cost more than the lower grade items, of course, but a higher grade item may not always do what you need it to do. That means it may not always be a high quality product from your perspective, right? Now, if Granny prefers handwritten letters, both Nokia 1200 and Android are low quality because she prefers handwritten letters. That means both these items, both these products, Nokia 1200 as well as Android phone, are not doing what Granny needs them to do. So in that case, both of these become low quality. Still, Android will still be a higher grade product. Nokia 1200 will still be a comparatively lower grade product because it is cheaper and it has less functionalities. But both of them will be considered low quality if Granny prefers handwritten letters. Oh, those handwritten letters, do you miss them? All right, now let's talk about accuracy and precision. Accuracy is an assessment of correctness. Assessment of correctness. It is basically how close a value is to its true value. An example would be how close an arrow gets to the bull's eye center. And this is a very typical and common example when anyone's discussing about accuracy and precision. How close an arrow gets to the bull's eye, that is accuracy. Then what is precision? Precision is an assessment of exactness. So accuracy is correctness, precision is exactness. It's basically how repeatable a measurement is. Now, an example would be how close the second arrow. You've already shot the first arrow here. How close is the second arrow to the first one, regardless of whether either is near the mark? Whether any one of them is near the mark is something that precision is not worried about. Precision is only worried about how close your second arrow is to the first arrow. Let's look at a picture which is quite famous when it comes to accuracy and precision. So if you have studied about accuracy and precision, you already know about this picture. First one is an example of high accuracy and low precision because all four shots are near the bull's eye. So that is why this is high accuracy, but they are far off from each other, and that is why this is low precision. While the second example is an example of high precision and low accuracy because all four shots are near to each other. Low accuracy because they are all far off from the bullseye, from the main target. So I hope this video was helpful and you were able to understand the difference between quality, grade, precision, and accuracy. Do hit the like button if you enjoyed it and learned something new. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. And as always, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are talking about the cost of quality. Now, if you're into reading articles rather than watching video, first link in the description will take you to a related article on this topic. And the second link in the description is going to take you to the entire playlist of quality management knowledge area, all the videos that we have done so far. So first and second links, very, very important. With that being said, let's get started. Quality comes at a cost, and there's no denying that fact. But what exactly is this cost of quality? So it includes all the costs incurred over the life of the product. And this is important. Incurred over the life of the product, not just the project. So you may finish that project. The outcome of the project could be a product. The entire lifetime of that product, whatever cost that you incur in terms of quality, is known as the cost of quality. Now, cost of quality is equals to cost of conformance plus cost of non-conformance. So there you have the equation. Cost of conformance plus cost of non-conformance. Let's look and understand what do these two costs mean. So cost of conformance is basically the cost of preventing failure. Remember the word preventing. So when you're preventing failure, it means that you are spending money on cost of conformance during the course of the project. You have not finished the project. During the course of the project itself, you are spending money to make sure that you prevent failure. That is precisely cost of conformance. Now, there are two types of conformance costs. Number one is prevention costs. So you do training, train the employees. You do documentation so that everything is documented. The end users, as well as the engineers, everyone, the project team, everybody knows what is being done. Equipment, if any specific equipment are required for completing your project, they come under prevention costs. Time to do it right. If you need more time to deliver the project right, do it, and that may come under prevention costs. Now, the other costs are appraisal costs. So that's where testing comes into the picture. That's where destructive testing loss come into the picture. That's where inspections come into the picture. Now, like I mentioned in our previous video on quality, a lot of people think quality is equals to testing, and here you can see how that is just one part of testing. Now, secondly, what is destructive testing? I think if you have ever seen a car being tested, crash tested, they crash the car to test the airbags, to test how safe the seat belts are, testing like that is known as destructive testing. So that is also part of appraisal costs. And then inspections, of course, you're already aware of how you inspect the end product of a project. So all these costs are known as conformance costs. So of course there is a cost of non-conformance as well, and there will be types of non-conformance costs. So let's look into that. But before we move there, let me remind you all PMP courseware articles and videos are available on this link, pmclounge.com/PMP training. So do check that out. So the cost of non-conformance is the cost incurred because of failures. Cost of conformance was the cost that you spend to prevent failure. Now, when the failures occur, the cost that you incur, that is the cost of non-conformance. So I hope that's clear. Now, this is the money spent during and after the project. So conformance cost could arrive during the project. While you're doing the project, you may incur some failures, and to resolve them, you are basically incurring cost of non-conformance. And after the project, once your product of the project is out in the market, customers may report some issues. And if there are issues and you need to fix those issues, they are basically part of cost of non-conformance. Now, there are two types of non-conformance costs as well. First is internal failure costs, which results in rework, which results in scrap. What does rework mean? So you are working on the project and you realized that something is not working and you need to do rework. That kind of rework is an internal failure because the product of the project is not out yet. So you're working on rework, you are basically incurring non-conformance costs. Then there's scrap, which means you have created something which cannot be fixed, and that is scrap. Creating scrap also costs money. That money is the cost of non-conformance. Second is external failure costs. So liabilities, if there are any liabilities that your company may have because of the product of your project, then that comes in as part of external failure cost. Warranty work, if your company provides certain warranty, let's say a year warranty for a product, then if there's something that fails during that warranty period, you have to do the work, and that cost is non-conformance cost. Lost business, of course, if the customer moves to your um, competition, that's lost business. That also is a part of non-conformance cost. Now, the one last thing that you should consider and remember always, and this is important from PMP exam perspective as well, and that is the cost of conformance should be less than cost of non-conformance. As a project manager, you should be eyeing, your target should be to make sure that the cost of conformance is less than the cost of non-conformance. So that's all that we had in this video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned what cost of quality, also known as COQ, is. Do hit the like button if you enjoyed the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. As always, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. What are the tools and techniques that are used in the plan quality management process? Let's take a look at them. Before we begin with the video, let me remind you, if you would like to read an article on this topic rather than watch a video, then first link in the description is going to take you there. And second link in the description is the entire playlist of every single video that we have done on quality management knowledge area. With that being clear, that being said, let's get started. Now, first of all, let me remind you, where are we? We are in the plan quality management process. This is where we are. This is part of the planning process group, part of the quality management knowledge area, and this is the process that we are talking about. The inputs for this process are pretty common and they are something that you already know of. So over here at pmclounge.com, we don't recommend you learn all the ITTO, the entire ITTO inputs, tools and techniques and outputs. That's not the intent of the PMP exam, and that's not how you're supposed to study for your PMP exam. So we are talking about the tools and techniques, some of the concepts that you don't already know. So let's get started. Let's look into the tools. The first one is the cost benefit analysis. Now, this tool is about looking at how much your quality activities will cost, how much your quality activities will cost versus how much you will gain from doing those quality activities. So if you have on one corner you have the quality activities, and on this other corner you have what will you gain if you implement those quality activities. Now, what is the cost of the quality activities? The cost here basically means the effort and the resources it would take to perform these quality activities, right? So how much effort and how many resources you need to perform these quality activities, that's the cost right here. Now, the other thing is, what are the benefits? What are you gaining from performing all these quality activities? What are the benefits here? So benefits can be less rework, higher productivity and efficiency, and more satisfaction from both the team as well as the customer, which is, all of these are very true. If you're deploying a product, the product of your project has high quality, you don't, a customer is not able to find any defects and is happily using your product, then of course you don't have to do any rework. Your productivity and efficiency has increased because you have delivered a product which is high quality, and finally you'll have satisfaction. Your team will be happy, they'll be satisfied, as well as your customers, they will also be happy because you have delivered them a product which is high quality. So there you have it. That's the cost and benefit analysis. If there are quality activities which cost less versus the benefits that you're going to gain from performing those quality activities, you will do a cost benefit analysis and you will then perform those quality activities. However, if the quality activities that you're planning cost much more than how much you're going to benefit after performing those activities, then you can relook and understand whether or not, and take a decision whether or not you need to perform these quality activities. Let's move on. The next in the list is benchmarking. So benchmarking, as the name goes, it is basically about taking the industry's best as a reference point. By the way, we have talked about benchmarking earlier as well, and I'll share a link to the video in the description below if you're looking into going into detail of what this concept is about. But what we are doing here is you are comparing the processes and the practices of your organization against the best in the industry. So you will have the quality processes and practices of the leader of your industry. Let's say you are into making mobile phones. So you will look at the processes and practices of the company that is the leader in the mobile phone industry today. And then that those processes and practices will be the benchmark for your organization, and they will be used as a reference point for your organization. So that's benchmarking for you. Before discussing other tools, let me remind you pmclounge.com/resources is where you can head over if you're looking for PMP book recommendations for preparing for your PMP exam. This is the link where I have mentioned my personal favorite books as well. Design of experiments. Now, this is also known as DOE, often referred to as DOE. So if somebody tells you DOE, then don't be scared. He's just talking about design of experiments. And after this slide, you would already know what it is. So this is a tool about applying the scientific method to create a set of tests for the project's deliverables. Now, this could be a bit of a confusing line for some of you, but this line is going to provide some respite. So in the software project, from the software world, if you are a software project manager, this is basically the test planning activity. So when you're planning your test, the testing activity, when you're planning that, you are basically doing DOE, the design of experiments. And how that, here's an example. So a list of tests that you have as part of your test plan, the list of tests can be produced that would run on deliverables. So these tests running on deliverables are basically design of experiments. They are DOE, and the deliverables, the end product, the end software, when you're running those tests on the end product, you are basically running design of experiments. So that is what DOE is all about. Moving on, cost of quality. We have already covered this, and I'll share a link, direct link to cost of quality in the description below as well, to the video that we have done on COQ. So quality comes at a cost. Cost of quality is the cost incurred over the life of the product, not the project, over the life of the product. And I say product here because COQ includes both conformance and non-conformance cost. So the cost of conformance to quality and the cost of non-conformance to quality, both of them are included in this tool, which is cost of quality. Again, a direct link in the description will be available to the video that we did on cost of quality. Very important, do check that out. And then we have statistical sampling, and this is quite simple. For those of you who have operations background, you already know that this is about analyzing a sample for decision making. So you're basically taking a sample from the entire population. So how you do that is, let's say if a factory produces 10,000 items, 10,000 widgets per day, you can take a predetermined sample size. Let's say that's 1,000, or let's say that's 500. So you randomly select 500 items out of these 10,000 items every day, and you test these items for quality activities and preventing defects. So you test them with your predefined quality activities, and then you can make further studies to understand if you find any defects in any of those 500 items, then you can see how you can prevent those defects. So this is a tool known as statistical sampling. Now I know there's another topic known as 7 basic quality tools, and we are soon going to talk about it. So do subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content, and specifically the 7 basic quality tools video. Do hit the like button if you enjoyed the video, and don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your #1 free PMP resource. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this short and simple video, we are going over a topic known as test planning. Now, if you are someone from the testing team or testing background or the quality management team, you might think, how come test planning is being called a short and simple video or a short and simple concept? Because test planning is actually pretty exhaustive. Well, that's true. Test planning is actually very exhaustive and very vast topic. But from the purview of the PMP exam, from the point of view of project management, there's not much that you need to study about this topic. It is simply a tool and technique in the quality management knowledge area. And the first link in the description that takes you to an article talks about other tools and techniques of this process as well, where test planning also falls in. Second link in the description is going to take you to a playlist that contains every single video that we have done in the quality management knowledge area space. So two important links, check them out. Now let's get started and understand what test planning really is. A quick reminder, please press the like button. That seems to be the only way YouTube is going to let you know the next time we upload new content. So like I was saying, test planning is basically a topic in the quality management knowledge area. This is actually a tool and technique of the plan quality management process. So test planning is basically a technique under the plan quality management process. If you're interested in the PGKA mapping, that is the process group knowledge area mapping, here it is. We are talking about the quality management knowledge area. Under the planning process group, there is a process known as plan quality management. And test planning is nothing but a tool and technique under the plan quality management process. So I hope you're clear. I hope you now understand why we need to study test planning and where does it fall in the grand scheme of things. So what is test planning? At the heart of it, test planning is a statistical method. And what do we mean when we say that test planning is a statistical method? Now, to understand the second point, to understand this point, let me tell you that you need to divide this into three parts. The first part is that the quality teams or your testing teams, they basically use statistics to analyze. So basically the testing team, the quality teams, the testing department, they are using some kind of statistics to analyze something. Now, what are they analyzing? They are basically analyzing the test results. So they perform some kind of results, and using statistical methods, they are analyzing the test results after they have performed the tests. Now, the third part is when they analyze the test results, they are able to determine how best the deliverables are meeting the requirements. So deliverables are nothing but the outcome of your project. So your project can have several deliverables. And when the quality teams analyze the test results, right? They test these deliverables and they analyze these the test results based on certain statistical methods. They are now going to determine how best these deliverables are meeting the requirements of the project. Right now, we'll take an example in the coming slide. So if this is still not clear to you, do stick around and you'll be able to grasp it in the coming slides. Okay, before we move ahead, do you know about the project management for non-project managers program? This is a 6-session programs that is free of cost, available on pmclounge.com/pm for non-PM. If you are someone who is not from the project management background, this is the program to attend. So back to test planning. How do you use the test planning technique? We know what it does. We know it is a statistical method, but how do you use test planning technique? So in order to use this technique, the quality teams or your testing department, they come up with a list of tests or test cases, and they run these test cases on the project deliverables. As simple as that. Now, in terms of a software project, there could be certain test cases that are basically use cases, maybe users, what are the users expected to do on your software, and that is written in the form of test cases, and those test cases are performed, right? That is a simple example of how testing could be done on a software. But let's say your project is about the construction of a dam, and there could be several test cases. You might want to test the strength of the dam, you might want to test how much water the dam is going to hold, right? And if there are any leakages and stuff like that, the machinery involved in the dam, right? How good is that? How, let's say, how strong or how durable is the machinery that is being used as part of the dam? So all that can be included in the test cases that you design as part of analyzing the deliverables of your project. Now, when you run those test cases, right? So let's say for your software, you have certain test cases and you run those test cases. That is where you get data that you can analyze later. And this analysis is basically statistical, and that is why test planning is known as a statistical method. So let's take a look at an example. An example could be the website loading time, and not just the entire website or the homepage of the website, but even modules of the website, they can be tested for their loading time. And this is basically a test case, one test case where you are testing the loading time of the website. So let's say you have developed a module for the website. Uh, let's say the payment module, right? You are creating an e-commerce website, and the payment module has been created, and now you're going to test the loading time of the payment module. Now you can test this loading time on different internet speeds, you can test it on different browsers, and you will then have data that you can analyze, right? So this is what test planning is all about. You have created a test case to basically test the loading time of the website, and then you run the test on that module of the website that you are testing, and you get certain data and you can analyze that data. That is what test planning is all about. Gaps in test planning could be catastrophic. Let me give you an example. So let's say you did not come up with this test case. You did not test the loading time of the payment module. And you thought, let's skip this test, or let's say nobody thought about this test case to begin with. So what happened is you have created the entire website, you have tested different parts of the website, you've had your test cases, but the loading time was not one of the test cases. So your website is now live. Customers come to the e-commerce website, they add stuff in their cart, but when they go to checking out, when they go to your payment gateway module, it takes so much time that customers don't make the purchase. So in that case, I hope you understand how catastrophic this really is, because the deliverable of your payment gateway for your e-commerce website, it does not meet the requirements of the customers. Customers want quick checkout, and the loading time for your payment module is so much, it's so high that customers are not even making a purchase. So that is why you need to make sure when you are planning your tests, you need to make sure that all sorts of test cases are covered. You can basically make use of previous similar projects as well. You can brainstorm, but you can need to come up with as exhaustive list of test cases as possible. And that is why test planning is so important. All right, question for this video. What inputs can you as a project manager provide for test planning? Now, test planning is something that will be done by the testing department, quality managers, test managers. But you as a project manager, what kind of inputs can you provide? Let me know in the comments. Definitely looking forward to your answers. So that's all that we had in this video. I hope you were able to understand how important test planning really is when it comes to real life project management. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified. Also, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you and have a nice day. Now, isn't that a beautiful fish? Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are discussing the concept fishbone diagram, and this is an important concept, one of the 7 basic quality tools. Now, if you're into reading articles, first link in the description will take you to the related article on fishbone diagram. So do check that out. And as always, second link in the description will take you to the entire playlist of quality management knowledge area videos that we have done on this channel. So these two links, very, very important. Let's get started with fishbone diagram. Now, the first thing that you should know about fishbone diagram is the list of its alternative names. So you should know what are the alternative names that this concept, the fishbone diagram concept, is known as. And why is that important? Because in the exam, in your PMP exam, if you get a question and the correct answer to that question is fishbone diagram, but you don't see fishbone diagram as an option, what would you do? Well, instead, you will see one of these in the question, and that is either fishbone diagram, Ishikawa diagram, herringbone diagram, or cause and effect diagram. All four are basically the same concept. It's the alternative names for the same concept. Fishbone diagram because the diagram itself looks like a fish, and Ishikawa diagram because the person who developed this concept of fishbone diagram was named Ishikawa. So this concept is also known as Ishikawa diagram. It is also known as herringbone diagram and cause and effect diagram. So all four are basically the alternative names of the same concept, fishbone diagram. So keep a note of that. So what is fishbone diagram? So specifically with regards to quality in project management field, this diagram tries to figure out what caused a defect or a problem or an error. So if there is a problem or an error, what caused it? What is the root cause of any defect, problem, or an error? That is exactly what fishbone diagram aims at achieving. Now, to come up with a fishbone diagram, what you need to do is number one, list out all the categories of defects that you have identified. So if you have, let's say, 20 defects that you have identified, list them out in categories. Are there 5 categories under which those 20 defects can fall in? So list them out. And the second step is to list out all the possible causes of the defects for each category. So each category, let's say you found 20 defects belonging to 5 categories. What are the causes of those categories of defects, right? So it is possible that one category, all 5 defects were caused by just one thing, just one issue caused 5 defects, caused defects under one category. It is also possible that there were multiple issues that caused defects in one of the categories, right? Because each category had several defects. So whatever the case be, you need to list out all the possible causes of the defects for each category. Once you do that, you will be able to see all the possible causes of the defects in one place. So you have all the causes with you, you have all the defects with you, and that is how you come up with a fishbone diagram. We'll take an example as well so that you understand this better. Now, by fixing the causes, it will help you prevent the defects in the future. So you have all the causes in the one place. What your next step is, fix these root causes. Fix these causes so that in the future you don't get these defects again. Before we move further, a quick reminder, if you're looking to clear your PMP exam, we have a 50-day study plan. Head over to this link, pmclounge.com/PMP study plan, and grab your free copy of the plan. Now let's take a look at an example. So a failure in a system testing could be due to, so if you're doing system testing, a failure in system testing, which is basically a failure of system testing, we are looking at the causes, which is resulting in defects. So the cause could be inexperienced developer, which could lead to multiple defects, right? This is one of the cause. Improper coding, test script errors. The test script that you're running also has errors, so that could also lead to multiple defects being found in the code. Incorrect environment, the environment that you're using, maybe you need a different kind of environment, but you are using a different kind of environment. That may also lead to several defects. So what you're doing basically is you are noting all these defects down and you are clubbing them in a category, right? The category is inexperienced developer, improper coding, test script error, and incorrect environment. So these are all the categories of defects that may be caused. Now this is an example diagram, and let me admit you don't have to understand this thoroughly to clear the PMP exam. You won't get questions in the PMP exam that could deal with such detail, but it is good to know. So you have categories like measurements, materials, personnel, environment, methods, machines. These are all categories that can cause certain defects. What are the defects? Let's say you have defects from suppliers. So the category that these kind of defects come under is called materials. So that is how you basically draw a diagram, and that is how you make sure that defect XXX is fixed. Basically, you can select which ones are applicable for this defect and then accordingly act so that these defects are resolved. So that's all that we had in this video. Hope you liked it. Hope you learned the basics of fishbone diagram, because the basics is all that you need to know for your PMP exam. Do hit the like button if you enjoyed the video. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified. And as always, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are studying flowcharts. Now, flowcharts are also one of the 7 basic quality tools. First link in the description will take you to a related article on flowcharts. So if you would want to read about flowcharts rather than watching a video, check out the first link in the description. And second link is also very, very important because it is the entire playlist of the 7 basic quality tools. Third link, also extremely important because that is the playlist of quality management knowledge area. So every video that we have done on quality management knowledge area, third link in the description. Check these 3 links out. Very, very important. That being clear, that being said, let's get started about flow charts. So flowcharts help you visualize how processes work. So this is about visualizing. This is the keyword here. You can use a flowchart to show how the tasks interrelate and their dependencies. So if the tasks are interrelated, the project tasks, if they are interrelated, you can show that. And if there are dependencies among the tasks, you can show that visually as well. So flowcharts important for interrelation and dependencies to be shown visually. Also, flowcharts help in showing decision-making processes. So if you have a decision-making process for your project, let's say a change comes in, what is the decision-making process? Whether or not you're going to accept the change, that can be shown in a flowchart. So enough being said, let's look at an example flowchart, which is going to help us understand the topic much better. So this is a flow chart, and this is a flow chart of a software development project. Number one is requirements. So you get the requirements for your project, and that could come from your engineering team, that could come from the customer, that could come from the project, not the project manager, the product manager. Project manager may also have a say. So you have the requirements first. After that, you go to design. So that is the second phase of the project where you prepare a design, a high level design document, a low level design document, stuff like that. Then these design documents are reviewed. Who reviews this? These are reviewed by the developers. So the designers are going to explain why the design is what it is, and the developers are going to review it. Once a knowledge transfer has taken place, once the developers understand the design thoroughly, they will say a yes instead of a no. If they say no, you go back to the design process again. If they say yes, the next step is develop. So you then develop the software based on the design which is proposed. Once development is done, the code goes on to the testing department. Now, there could be code reviews that are done by testers. There could be reviews of the code related documents by the testing team as well. So once that is done, once the review happens and everything is fine, that's when you enter the test phase of the project, and that is where the code is tested. After that, there is a review again. This review could involve the product manager. In certain cases, this review could also involve the end customer, right? So when the end customers are involved, of course, it is known as a beta. So beta testing may be required. Once all of this is done, everything is a yes, If it is a no, you go back to testing. You try to figure out if you need to go back to development, and you also may have to go back to design, right? So that is also possible. But if everything goes fine, testing is done, you then deploy and you go live. So this is a flow chart of how software development project works. Now, of course, we just talked about this. The other thing is you are basically visually showing the different phases of the project. These are the phases: requirements, design, development, testing, and deployment. These are the several different phases of the project that are being shown visually. Now, there is also a node for review. We have it 1, 2, and 3 times. So there are review nodes thrice that occur in the whole flowchart. Now, these reviews are also responsible for decision, of course, and the flowchart is self-explanatory. We just talked about it as well, and it also shows how the phases relate to each other, how a yes decision will lead you to the next phase. If a no decision comes up, then you go back to the previous phase. Finally, if you notice, it is also representing the entire process. And sometimes you may have to change the process to get quality right. Now, let's say you do a project. It is good with design, it is good with review of after development, but in the final review, a customer comes back and has certain issues, because of which you have to go back to your requirements document. That happened in the first project. In the second project, you realized the same issue and you had to go back to the requirements phase. So this is bad quality. And then you can create a flow chart of all the phases of your project, and you may realize that we need a review process between requirements and design. We need a review here itself, and maybe we need to involve someone who knows the customer best, or maybe we need to involve the customer in this review node itself, so that we don't go through design, development, testing, and then in the last stage is when we are getting to know that we need to work more on our requirements. So this kind of changes will be possible only if you are able to see, if you are able to visualize how the project management process works. And that is the key. That's the most important feature of a flow chart. So before we end the video, a quick reminder: if you're looking for all the PMP courseware articles and videos that we have done, head over to pmclounge.com/PMP training, a very important resource in your PMP preparation for sure. That's all that we had in this video. Do hit the like button if you enjoyed it. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. And as always, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource with hundreds of videos and helpful articles. Thank you and have a nice day. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are talking about control charts. And of course, control charts is one of the 7 basic quality tools. Now, if you're into reading and you would rather read about control charts than watch this video, go over to first link in the description, which is going to take you to a related article on control charts over at our official website pmclounge.com. So first link in the description, related article, check that out. Second link in the description is equally important because that is the entire playlist of the 7 basic quality tools. And third link in the description will be the entire playlist of every single video that we have done on the quality management knowledge area. So 1, 2, 3 very, very important links in the description. Do check that out. With that being said, let's get started with control chart. Now, control charts will help you visualize how the processes are doing over time. So let's say, for example, you are the quality manager in a glass making factory. For a change, I'm not saying you're a project manager. I'm saying you're a quality manager because we are discussing a quality tool here. We're talking about control charts. So let's say you are the quality manager and you work in a factory which is a glass making factory. So a quick brief about glass making, because it is going to help you understand control charts. So believe it or not, glass is made of liquid sand. Now that's correct. Glass is made of liquid sand. So you can make glass by heating ordinary sand, which is mostly made of silicon dioxide. So you can heat the ordinary sand and until it melts and it turns into a liquid. So you can heat it until it melts and it turns into a liquid. You won't find that happening on your local beach because sand melts at the incredibly high temperature of 1700 degrees Celsius. For our American folks, that is 3090 degree Fahrenheit. So that's when sand will melt and will turn into glass. Now, since I said you are the quality manager in a glass making factory, I thought it's good to tell you what your job is about. Now, let's say you are now making temperature readings of the furnace over a 24-hour period, because what is the temperature that you need to manage? You need to manage and achieve and keep the temperature of 1700 degrees Celsius. So over a 24-hour period, you take several readings, temperature readings of the furnace, just to see how efficient your process of making glass is. And when you plot that graph, the next slide is what you get. Let's head over to that. So this is an example of a control chart. This is how your chart will look. To your left here, you have the entries of the temperatures, and below you have the entries for the time. This is the time. So over a period of 24 hours, starting at around 9 a.m., you took your first entry in the graph, and you got this point here, which means it was about 1500 degrees Celsius. The furnace was giving a reading of 1500 degrees Celsius at around 9 a.m. And then each hour you took one reading and you plotted this graph. So this is how it works. Now, certain things that you need to know here. Number one is upper control limit, which is also known as UCL. You already know that at 1700 degrees Celsius, sand is going to turn into uh, glass. So the upper control limit that you are considering here is around 1800 degrees Celsius, because you don't want to unnecessarily burn the furnace and take the temperature above 1800 degrees Celsius, because that is of no use. Similarly, you have a lower control limit. This is also known as LCL, and this is about 1600 degrees Celsius, because the glass is made at 1700 degrees Celsius and you do not want to go below 1600 degrees Celsius, because then it is possible that glass might not be formed out of sand. So these are two important concepts of control charts: upper control limit and lower control limit. Now, I know you're wondering, there are certain data points which are beyond the range of upper and lower control limit, and we'll definitely address that. But first, the mean here, the mean is around 1700 degrees Celsius, which is perfect because that's the average at which glass is made out of sand. So this is where we are. These are some of the concepts: the upper control limit, mean, and lower control limit. Now let's look into the outliers. First and foremost, data point out of control. So you have one temperature reading which is below the lower control limit, and even if it was above the control limit, this is known as a data point that is out of control. Now when this happens, we say that the entire process is out of control. Now you might be wondering, it's pretty normal to have your data fluctuate from sample to sample. But when 7 data points in a row fall on one side of the mean, I'll repeat that. When 7 data points in a row consecutively, when they fall on one side of the mean, that's an uncommon enough occurrence that it means your process might have a problem. So when you have 7 points, that is when you will feel and you should know that your process is out of control. You have a problem. So when you see this, you need to look into it and you need to try to figure out what's going on, what's wrong. And this is known as rule of seven, as you can see here, rule of seven. So rule of seven is an important concept from PMP exam point of view. So do take a note of that. I hope this entire example was clear. Data point out of control, rule of seven, upper and lower control limits, and the mean. Before we end the video, a quick reminder, you can head over to pmclounge.com/PMP study plan and grab a free 50 days PMP study plan. So that's all that we had in this video. Do hit the like button if you enjoyed it. It will be a motivator for us to create more content, and subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon if you haven't done so already. Also, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you and have a nice day. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are talking about Pareto charts. Now, Pareto chart is also one of the 7 basic quality tools, also known as 7QC in certain texts. Now, the person that you see on the screen right here, he is Mr. Wilfredo Pareto, who gave the principle, the known as the Pareto principle, also known as the 80-20 rule. And how is the Pareto principle related to Pareto charts? We are definitely going to talk about that as well in this video. Now, before we get started, a quick reminder, if you are into reading articles rather than watching video, then first link in the description is going to take you to a related article on Pareto chart that is on our official website pmclounge.com. So do check that out. First link in the description if you would rather read than watch a video. Second link in the description, equally important, it is the entire playlist of the 7QC, the 7 basic quality tools. So do check that out. Entire playlist, 7 videos, very, very helpful. And third link in the description will take you to every single video that we have done till date on quality management knowledge area. So check that out as well. Three important links in the description. Don't forget to check them out. Let's get started. Now, before we get deeper into Pareto charts, let me tell you that the other name for Pareto charts is Pareto diagrams. So if you are writing your PMP exam and you do realize that the correct answer to a question is Pareto charts, but you don't find Pareto charts in the options, all you see is Pareto diagrams, then you should select Pareto diagrams because these two are one and the same thing. So very important, sometimes you are, as a PMP aspirant, you should know the different names of the same concept. Now, with the help of Pareto charts, you'll be able to rank problems, this is very important, based on the frequency of their occurrence. So you are ranking problems based on the frequency, based on the number of times the problem occurs. So not based on the difficulty level, not based on the scope of the problem. It is purely based on how many times a certain problem occurs, and that's how you rank all the problems based on their frequency. So this is going to help you determine the order in which to resolve them. So that's the whole idea. The problem which is occurring too often is the problem that you should resolve first. That's the whole idea of Pareto charts. So basically, Pareto charts will help you figure out which problems need your attention right away and which problems can wait. So the problems that are occurring more often than not, they should get your attention right away, and the problems which are far-fetched problem, you don't see them too often, then those kind of problems can actually wait. That's the whole idea of Pareto charts. It will be more clear when we look into an example of Pareto charts. Let's look into that. Before we reach there, a quick reminder, if you are starting your journey on project management, head over to pmclounge.com/pm101, a free 1.5 hour training session on the basics of project management. Very, very helpful if you are starting your preparation on PMP or preparing for a project manager job interview, or let's say you just want to know what project management is all about. Project management one-on-one is your gateway to the world of project management. All right, so quickly let's look into an example Pareto chart. So this is an example Pareto chart. The bars here, all these bars, they basically show the number of issues. How many issues are here? 12 issues. And then at the bottom, these are the categories. So in the requirements category, you have 12 issues. In the design category, you have 9 issues. In the user reported category, you have 6 issues. So I hope you get it, what bars represent and how they are divided into categories. Now you have a line here as well. This line is basically telling you the cumulative percentage. That's all. And you have the percentages that are listed here. And these are, of course, to your left, these are the number of issues. To the bottom, these are the categories of issues, So that is how you draw a Pareto chart. Now the 80-20 rule. So you might have heard of the 80-20 rule. This is also known as the Pareto principle that we talked about earlier. So this basically says 80% of the defects are usually caused by 20% of the causes. So only 20% of the causes are causing 80% of the defects. That's the Pareto principle. So Pareto charts are actually based on the same concept, and we use the Pareto charts. What we did in the previous slide was we plot out the frequency of defects and we sorted them in descending order. That's what we did. And when we did so, we realized that the most number of defects were from the requirements category, right? So gathering requirements should be improved on. That is an improvement area. If we want to make sure that our next project does not have as many issues as the previous project, we will immediately start working on improving the requirements gathering area, the requirements gathering phase, right? So we need to make sure how we can minimize the issues that are caused in the requirements gathering phase so that the overall total number of issues in our project goes down. So that's how 80-20 rule works. We know 80% of the issues, roughly 80% of the issues, not really, were caused by 20% of the causes. The cause was requirements gathering phase, and we need to fix our requirements gathering phase as signified by the Pareto chart. So based on that, we make sure that our requirements gathering phase is improved on. So that is all that we had in this video. Do hit the like button if you enjoyed it and learned about Pareto charts. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new videos. And as always, do check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you and have a nice day. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are talking about check sheets, and check sheets are also one of the 7 basic quality tools, also known as 7QC. Now, if you would want to read an article on check sheets, first link in the description will take you to our website pmclounge.com and the related article on check sheets on that website. So first link in the description, very, very important if you are into reading. Second link in the description, as always, the entire playlist of all the 7 QC tools is available. Check that out. And third link in the description is every single video that we have done on quality management knowledge area. If you have forgotten, if you have lost track, 7QC, 7 quality tools are of course part of the quality management knowledge area, and we are talking about quality management knowledge area these days. So with that being clear, that being said, let's get started and understand what check sheets are. The topic of check sheets is actually not very uncommon. There are some other names of check sheets, and I'm pretty sure once we talk about them, you will have an idea of what check sheet is. So other names of check sheets are tally sheets and checklists. And I'm sure this word must sound familiar to you. Checklist is nothing but yet another name for check sheets, the concept that we are talking about today. We have our normal simple day-to-day to-do list that a lot of people actually maintain. And what do we do there is basically we have a list of items that we want to work on, and as soon as we finish working on them, we start checking them off. So check sheets are used to ensure that a series of steps are followed consistently. So check sheets basically, it also has a series of steps or series of items that you need to follow or you need to work on. So this helps in keeping things on track. This helps in keeping things consistent. Now, how does a check sheet look like? Do I really need to tell you? But since we have been looking at examples of every single of the 7 basic quality tools, let me give you an example of check sheet as well, just to continue the tradition. So there you have it. I'm not saying anything else. I hope you understand what check sheet is now. Now, before we discuss check sheets further, let me remind you all the PMP courseware articles and videos are available on our official website pmclounge.com, and this is the direct link pmclounge.com/PMP training with a dash in between. Do check this out. Now, you can always use a check sheet to organize the test activities that you will be performing. So if you're working on a software development project or any other project for that matter that requires certain testing activities, you can always use a check sheet or a checklist to organize and list all the test activities that you will be performing. One of the advantages of this is the fact that you have all the test activities organized, and then you can start noting down the result of performing these test activities. So once you have the results, this check sheet is eventually going to help you track the results of the test activities and also track whether a product passes or fails the quality criteria. One last thing, note that check sheets are often used as a means of gathering the data that's displayed in the Pareto charts or even other trending and charting tools. So Pareto charts is something which we recently talked about. Second link in the description that takes you to all the 7 quality videos, the 7 quality tools videos. Do check that out. Pareto charts will be listed there. So that's all that we had in this quick video. Hope you are able to understand what check sheets are. Important concept as far as PMP exam is concerned. In fact, all 7 quality tools you must know because these are important from PMP exam point of view. Do hit a like button if you enjoyed the video, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified, and don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your #1 free PMP resource. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are talking about histogram, and histograms of course are one of the 7 basic quality tools. Now before we get started, let me remind you, first link in the description will take you to a related article on histogram over at our official website pmclounge.com. So if you are into reading articles rather than watching videos, first link in the description is for you. Second link in the description will take you to an entire playlist on all the 7 basic quality tools. So very important, check out the second link as well, the entire playlist. And third link is equally important because it is a playlist of every single video that we have done on quality management knowledge area. So 3 links, very important, check them out. And for now, let's get started with histogram. Not a bar chart. Now that's the first thing that you should know about histograms, especially if you are a PMP aspirant, because PMP aspirants, in the world of PMP, a bar chart is also known as a Gantt chart. These two terms can be synonymously used, and Gantt charts, as you're already aware, we have discussed Gantt charts earlier in a previous video. Gantt charts are basically used to represent project schedules. So a Gantt chart and a bar chart are actually the same thing as far as the world of PMP is concerned. So a histogram is definitely not a bar chart. Although you may find certain texts related to PMP where histogram is referred to as vertical bar chart. So they've just added the word vertical in front of a bar chart to differentiate it from Gantt charts. But for the rest of the world, of course, histogram is basically a bar chart, and you'll get it cleared when we look into an example of histogram as well. So histogram basically represents data by breaking it down into different categories and helping you make informed decisions. So that is the USP of a histogram. It breaks down the data into several different categories. So before we look into an example of a histogram, let me remind you pmclounge.com/resources. Head over to this link if you're looking for PMP exam preparation, book recommendations and resources recommendations. This is the link where we have listed our favorite resources. So don't forget to check that out. Now, this is an example of a histogram. As you can see, this bar chart or a histogram basically represents defects, and you have 5 categories of defects: catastrophic, critical, high, medium, and low. So instead of saying that you have 19 defects, you have categorized them in terms of their impact, whether the impact is catastrophic, critical, high, medium, or low. Now, let's talk about this example a bit more. So the histogram represents the number of open defects after the final round of testing. So the final round of testing is also done, and we had 19 defects as we have seen in the previous slide. Now, as you can most probably guess, we have got more work to do before this code can go live. You cannot have a code go live when there are 19 defects that are open. So, but since histogram has helped segregating the defects by impact, you know which defects are catastrophic and critical, and there were 4 of them, 1 catastrophic and 3 critical. So those 4 definitely require your immediate attention. And before we close the video, yes, histogram does look like a Pareto chart. We have talked about Pareto chart in a separate video. Second link in the description that will lead you to the entire playlist of 7 quality tools, the 7QC. You will find Pareto chart there as well. So Pareto chart has a trend line. Histogram does not have a trend line. So that's all that we had in this quick video on histogram. Hope you enjoyed it. Do hit the like button if you learned about histogram. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. And don't forget to head over to our official website, pmclounge.com, your #1 free PMP resource. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are talking about scatter diagrams, and scatter diagrams of course are one of the 7 basic quality tools. So if you're into reading articles rather than watching videos, first link in the description is going to take you to a related article on scatter diagrams on our official website, pmclounge.com. So do check that out. Also, the second link is very important because that is the entire playlist of every single tool in the 7QC, the 7 basic quality tools, all of them in a single playlist. Second link, very important. Also, third link in the description will take you to a playlist that has every single video that we have done on quality management knowledge area. So 3 links, very important as always. Let's get into scatter diagrams now. So here's the thing. Imagine that you need to figure out the relationship between 2 different kinds of data. That's very important. If you have a single kind of data, all you do is you can draw a bar chart, or you can draw a vertical bar chart, also known as histogram, or you can do a Pareto chart and stuff like that. But when you have 2 different kinds of data, how do you represent them? And that is when scatter diagrams come into the picture. So they are also known as scatter charts. So don't get confused if you see scatter charts written somewhere instead of scatter diagrams. They are both the same thing. Now, let's say you've worked with the testing team to create new test cases. Remember our discussion in the histogram video where we saw that we had several defects after the final round of testing. So you have come up with new test cases. You have worked with the testing team and other stakeholders, and you have come up with new test cases. Now, in order to see how effective these new test cases are, and if they had any impact on the number of defects you found, you need a scatter diagram, because at one end you have new test cases and on the second hand you have the impact on the defects found, how many defects are found. So you have two different numbers here. So there's an example on the next slide about scatter diagram, which is going to show you the relationship, if there is any, between these two cases. But before we go there, let me remind you, if you want to clear your PMP in 50 days, head over to pmclounge.com/PMP study plan and grab our free study plan for your PMP preparation. So there you have it. This is an example of a scatter diagram. On the vertical axis, you see number of defects found. So you have these entries 5, 10, 15. All these are the number of defects that are found. On the horizontal axis, you have number of passed test cases, or the number of passed tests. So 5, 10. These are the entries for the number of passed test cases. Now, if you see around 10, you have 31, around 31 defects. So when 10 test cases were passed, you still had 31, around 31 defects. So that's how you read the scatter diagram. But as you can see in the later part towards the right hand side, you see these three plots the points plotted. You see, as the number of test cases increased, number of passed test cases increased. You can see here, this is between 30 and 35. As the number of test cases, passed test cases, moved to between 30 and 35, the number of defects that are found, they have significantly reduced. So there definitely is a relationship which says that as the number of past test cases increase, the number of defects found are going down. So that's the relationship that you found making use of the scatter diagram. So just to quickly summarize, essentially scatter diagrams are just an XY matrix that plots the relationship between two variables. In our case, the two variables were number of defects found and the number of test cases passed. So this definitely helps to determine if a relationship exists. And in our case, we were able to determine that a relationship does exist. As the number of passed test cases went up, the number of defects found went down. So as we seen in the example, this was definitely the relationship. And in our previous video on histogram, where we cited an example that there were certain defects left even after the final round of testing. If you make use of scatter diagrams, right? If you establish a relationship using scatter diagrams and you can present it to the team and you can have them agree to the fact that if they have more test cases passed, the number of defects found is going to drastically reduce, then definitely in the next time when you draw a histogram, you will find less number of defects after the final round of testing. So that's all that we had in this video. Hope you found it helpful. Do hit the like button if you enjoyed it. Keeps us motivated. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. And head over to our official website, pmclounge.com, your #1 free PMP resource. Thank you and have a nice day.
Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are discussing the outputs of the plan quality management process. And 4 of them are very important. There are 2 which are sub-plans of the project management plan. That is quality management plan and the process improvement plan. And then there are quality checklists and quality metrics. So without further ado, let's get into it. So if you have forgotten where we are, where is this plan quality management in the whole scheme of things in the PGKA mapping? Here's the PGKA mapping for you. So we are talking about the project quality management knowledge area. We are talking about the planning process group, and there's only one process in this mapping, in this matrix, and that is the plan quality management. So this is what we are talking about. The outputs of this process is what we are discussing. So now, just like many other processes in the planning process group, the major output of this process is also a plan, and this plan is known as the quality management plan. One of the four outputs that we talked about in the previous slide, the most important of course is the quality management plan. So let's talk about it. Quality management plan. Now the quality management plan, it basically provides guidelines for managing quality on your project. The guidelines being the keyword here. So just like other sub plans of the project management plan, and if you're not aware of this, let me remind you, project management plan is basically a combination of several sub plans. Quality management plan is one of those sub plans, and all these sub plans basically contain strategy. They basically contain guidelines. So here, since we are talking about the quality management plan, the strategies mentioned in this sub plan are for monitoring the project quality, right? Now, even the reasoning for all the quality related steps being taken are included in the plan. So why are you taking a certain step, or why are you following a certain strategy? Why is there a specific quality guideline for this project? The reasoning for it is also mentioned in the quality management plan. This way, the stakeholders understand the rationale behind the metrics being used to measure the project's failure or success. So what are these metrics and why are they used? For the question, why are they used? You have the rationale already mentioned in the quality management plan. What are these metrics? Let's look at it in the next slide. So some of the examples of the metric are schedule variance, cost variance, defects density, performance guidelines, etc., etc. So you as a project manager can work with your project team to define metrics. Some of these, the ones that you see on the screen, these are the normal ones, the common ones, right? These are the usual suspects. Now, schedule and cost variance. Now you may think that these should rather be part of their respective knowledge area, that is the schedule management knowledge area and the cost management knowledge area, but these are often measured in the quality management plan, and these are part of the quality management knowledge area because the measurement is typically done in the quality management knowledge area. So usually a goal is defined for these metrics. So for example, a 5% variance in the schedule or in the cost is acceptable. If that is defined in the quality management plan, you will measure the variance of schedule and cost, and then you will make sure that it is less than 5%, less than the value agreed upon. And there could be performance related metrics as well, like 0.25% performance degrade is acceptable. Let's say you have a software out there in the market and you are now releasing a newer version of the software that can run on older hardware as well. So a 0.25% performance degrade on the older hardware is acceptable, but not on the newer hardware, right? And not more than 0.25% as well. So these are some of the metrics that you can define with your project management team. A quick reminder before we move further, Project Management 101, this is your gateway to the world of project management, a free 1.5 hour training. You can head over to pmclounge.com/pm101. Very helpful resource. Do check that out. So we have already talked about the quality management plan. Now let's look into the other outputs of the plan quality management process. Second of them being quality checklist. Checklist is of course just a list of items, right? So how about giving a heads up to the team about common errors that projects typically face? So if you are delivering a project which is similar to the other projects that your organization typically delivers, you may have a list, right, which contains the common errors. You may have a checklist that contains the common errors that these kind of projects typically face. So if you can provide that to the team can avoid the common errors. The project will automatically be spared of some of the common defects that these kind of projects face. Using such type of quality checklist is a good defect prevention technique as well. So you're essentially preventing defects, right? Now, similarly, checklists can also be used for inspecting products for their characteristics. So if you are creating a product, your project's product, right, it should have certain characteristics. And this checklist can be created in association with the end customer, in association with the project sponsor, right? They should be able to tell you the characteristics of the end product of the project. And in the end, you can check the characteristics of the product that you have built versus the characteristics that were defined, and this is also a usage of a checklist. Process improvement plan. This is also one of the outputs of the plan quality management process. Now this is part of the project management plan, as I mentioned in the start of this video as well. So it describes how the process being used during the course of the project can be changed for the better. So that is what you're doing in this output, right? With this output, you are looking for changes that can improve the process. So this involves finding inefficiencies and bottlenecks. Where are you finding these inefficiencies and bottlenecks? Of course, in the process that you are following. Now, the best part about the process improvement plan is the fact that the project team is doing more than just building the product. Of course, they are building the product as well, but they are doing more than that. And what are they doing here? They are also thinking about how the company delivers all of its projects and how it can be improved, because they are talking about the process here, right? They're not talking about the product of the project. They're talking about the process that is followed to deliver the project. So they are thinking about these processes and they are trying to understand what are the inefficiencies, what are the bottlenecks, what can be improved, what can be changed for better. So moving on, number 4 in the list of outputs of the plan quality management process is quality metrics. What is a metric now? So these are the kinds of measurements you'll take throughout your project to figure out its quality. So these are basically measurements. You are making measurements on your project to figure out the quality of the project. Now, here's where you document how you'll be figuring out the product's quality. The end product's quality, right? How do you justify whether it is a good quality product or not? You do it by metrics, by making use of metrics, by making these kind of measurements that are already defined. So you may need to write down the formulas you'll use when you will do the measurements, why you're taking them, and how it can be interpreted as well. So all these metrics related stuff, every information related to the metrics that is going to define the quality of your product is taken care of as part of quality metrics. Now let me give you an example which will help you understand this topic in a better way. So softwares, right, if you are working on delivering softwares, they will typically have a defect backlog, and these defect backlogs are basically tracked by the project teams using programs like Jira or Bugzilla or any other internal softwares as well. So when you're tracking these defects, right, some defects are obviously very critical and they have to be fixed as soon as they show up. But some defects are cosmetic defects and teams carry them over. They maintain a backlog, and whenever they find time in the next release of the software, they plan to fix them. So it is a good idea to keep track of the defect backlog reduction with every software release. So every time you release a software as part of the end product of your project, you need to keep track of how much was your backlog reduced. Did it increase? If it increased, that's bad news, right? If it reduced, how much did it reduce? What are the formulas that you're going to use to calculate that? All of that is part of quality metrics. I hope the example was clear. I hope you now understand how important quality metrics really is. Finally, the last output of the plan quality management process is project document updates. Now, you may wonder what is this? So this is actually often an output of the planning processes, because as you find new information in the course of planning, you need to update the existing project documents. So typically on your planning processes, in the PGKA mapping, all the planning processes that you see, you will see their typical output, one of their typical outputs being project document updates. And this is the reason for it, because as you plan, you may find new information that needs to be included in your project documents. Let's take an example. So the stakeholder register, you're already aware that stakeholder register basically lists all the stakeholders of your project. Now, this might need to be updated if you find new stakeholders in the course of planning your quality activities. As simple as that. If you find a new stakeholder, you will have to update the stakeholder register, and that is basically what the project document updates output signifies. So that's all that we had in this video. Do hit the like button if you learned something new, if you were able to grasp the concepts of the outputs of the plan quality management process. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon. Also, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your #1 free PMP resource. Thank you and have a nice day.
Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are discussing the manage quality process, a new process introduced in PMBOK 6. As always, if you are into reading articles, first link in the description will take you to an entire exhaustive article on this process, manage quality process. Also, second link in the description is the playlist of all the videos that we have done on the quality management knowledge area. So that being clear, that being said, let's get started and let's get deep into the manage quality process. So first of all, where are we? So manage quality process, it was introduced in PMBOK's edition 6, as I mentioned, and this process replaced the perform quality assurance process. So there used to be a perform quality assurance process in the world with PMBOK edition 5, but that has been replaced with manage quality process under the executing process group. Now manage quality, the process of manage quality is also sometimes referred to as quality assurance. PMBOK guide also does that, but manage quality covers a broader area. And what all does it cover? That's exactly what we are going to deal with in this video. Let's take a look at the PGK mapping just so you can understand where we are in terms of the PMP courseware. So this is where we are, manage quality process in the executing process group under the quality management knowledge area. We have already covered plan quality management, like I mentioned. Second link in the description is the entire playlist of every single video that we have done on the quality management knowledge area. So do check that out. Let's move ahead. So let's introduce the manage quality process. And this is going to be a very important slide. If you miss something, if you don't understand this, stay on this slide, read through again, watch this slide again, because if you don't get this slide, then you'll not understand the rest of the video as well. All right, so since this is a new process, a quick disclaimer here, we will cover it entirely in a single video. So normally I cover one concept related to a process or a tool and technique or inputs, outputs, whatever. I cover usually one concept in one video. But since this is a new process, every single thing related to this process will be covered in this video itself. So you don't have to look around for stuff related to this process. You can do that for other processes. You're already aware of the concepts we have discussed. Head over to pmclounge.com for more. But everything related to manage quality process is available in this single video. So hope that is going to be helpful for you. If you're getting value out of this video, do hit the like button. It keeps us motivated. Let's move on. Now, first of all, this process is all about, and I'd like you to read this again and again, all about translating the quality management plan. There is a quality management plan, which is a sub plan of the project management plan. The quality management plan, it is created in the plan quality management process, which we have already covered. Second link, don't forget that. Now, it translates that plan into executable quality activities. So you have a plan for quality for your project. How do you translate into executing certain activities to, reach those quality levels? That is exactly what you do in the managed quality process. Now, in addition to that, it also incorporates the organization's quality policies into the project. So your quality management plan will have, the expectations, the quality expectations from the project, but your organization will also have certain quality expectations from your project. The managed quality process is not just translating your quality management plan into executable quality activities, but it is also making sure that the organization's quality policies are also incorporated into the project. Two very, very important things, and that's why I say you have to understand this before we can move further. Let's move on, and I hope you have understood it. If not, rewind and watch this part again. Now, this process helps in increasing the probability of meeting the quality objectives. Of course, that's true when you are going over the quality activities, you are performing quality activities, translating them from your quality management plan. You're also ensuring the organization's quality policies are part of your project. When you're doing all that, obviously you're increasing the probability of meeting the quality objectives, as well as identifying ineffective processes and the causes of poor quality. So throughout the life cycle of your project, when you're performing the managed quality process, you make sure you are increasing the probability of meeting the quality objectives, and you are also identifying two other things: ineffective processes and the causes of poor quality at the project or even at the product level. So very, very important. I hope it's clear what managed quality process does, and we have some more on this process in the next slide. So let's move there. Now, it should be noted that managed quality process actually uses the data and results from the control quality process, which will come next, right? So control quality is a process in the monitoring and controlling process group. Head over back to our PGKA mapping discussion, right? Control quality is actually the next process to represent the overall quality status of the project to the stakeholders, right? So your managed quality process is basically using data and results from the control quality process, and that way it helps in representing the overall quality status of the project to the stakeholders. So where does your project stand in terms of quality? That is what managed quality process helps in showing to your stakeholders, and it uses data and results from the control quality process while doing so. Now, control quality process, like I mentioned, it falls under monitoring and controlling process group, and the process that are listed in the PGKA mapping do not necessarily follow a sequence. So you cannot say, hey, how come we are using data and results from a process which we have not reached yet? Well, that's because the processes listed in PGKA mapping, they do not necessarily follow a sequence. In fact, managed quality is something that is performed throughout the project, right? So you will not wait in the when you're performing certain processes in the initiating process group, you'll not wait to reach the managed quality process to perform quality tasks, right? Managed quality, this is something which is performed throughout the project and falls under the conformance work in the cost of quality framework. So we have already discussed the cost of quality, cost of conformance, cost of non-conformance, right? Cost of conformance is where managed quality activities fall. All right, moving on. What is the difference between managed quality and quality assurance? Like I mentioned earlier, managed quality is the process which replaced the quality assurance process from PMBOK edition 6. Now, we did earlier touched on the fact that managed quality is also called quality assurance, but the focus of quality assurance is on the processes used in the project. So the focus of quality assurance has always been on the processes on the project, right? Processes used in the project. But managed quality, in addition to quality assurance activities, is also concerned with the product design aspects. It is also concerned with the process improvements, right? So while manage in quality assurance, you are only dealing with the processes that your project is using. In managed quality, you are also looking into product design aspects. And when we discuss the tools and techniques used in managed quality process, you'll have a better idea of what I'm talking about. Managed quality is also concerned with process improvements, and this is the major difference between managed quality and quality assurance. Before we move further, a quick reminder, all PMP courseware articles and videos, everything is available at this link, pmclounge.com/pmp training. Head over there, useful stuff. All right, now let's talk about the inputs, the tools and techniques, and the outputs of the managed quality process. Now, usually we don't really cover inputs, tools and techniques, and outputs, but we basically cover some of the important concepts out of these three in separate videos. We are covering it here, like I mentioned earlier, so that you don't have to look around for anything related to managed quality process, but you will also see how discussing separate concepts in separate videos helps us cover a lot of ground, because the inputs of the managed quality process are something that you might already be aware of, because we have already covered them in separate videos. Project management plan, we've already covered. Then you've got project documents, lessons learned, quality metrics, stuff like that. We have already covered this as well. Then you've got organizational process assets. This is also something that we have already covered. So these are the inputs to the managed quality process, and these are something that we have already covered. And that's the reason why I don't cover inputs, tools and techniques, and outputs for every process, because that would be a mere repetition of these concepts which we have already covered in the past. All right, now let's look into the tools and techniques used in managed quality process. And this is going to be important, so do hang around. The first one is data gathering. Now, data gathering, it includes but is not limited to the use of check sheets. Check sheets or checklists are something that we have already covered. These are one of the 7 basic quality tools. In fact, third link in the description, I'll drop the entire playlist to the 7 basic quality tools. Now, many organizations have standardized checklists, right? So that they can ensure the consistency in the frequently performed tasks. So when you're gathering data, which is one of the tools and techniques of the managed quality process, your organization may have a standardized checklist. They may give you 6 avenues to check for your data to be gathered. And usually all the projects, all the data that is required in all the projects for managed quality process is available at those 6 avenues. So many organizations, they do have standardized checklists. Now note that quality check sheets or checklists, like I said, these two are the same thing, should also include the acceptance criteria included in the baseline scope. When you have a scope baseline document, it also contains an acceptance criteria. And when you're gathering data, right, to manage quality, you should make sure that your checklist should also should incorporate and include the acceptance criteria. You cannot have your own processes, you cannot have your own procedures and tactics to manage quality and not take care of the acceptance criteria of your project. So you need to make sure that you do cover that. And this is very, very important, specifically for organizations that have standardized checklists, because acceptance criteria might be different for every single project. And you need to make sure, if your organization uses a standardized checklist to manage quality, you need to make sure that the acceptance criteria for your project is included there. So the next tool that we are discussing is data analysis, and it is actually as simple as it sounds. It basically is a combination of several techniques like alternative analysis, process analysis, RCA, or root cause analysis. Now these are some of the items, some of the concepts that we have touched in the past here and there, and these are fairly easy also. But let's talk about root cause analysis, because that's something which we have not covered in the past. So RCA is used to determine the underlying reason that causes a problem. If there is a problem, right? If you are feeling cranky, the underlying reason could be that you are hungry, right? So that's the root cause analysis. And if you could remove all the root causes of a problem, the problem wouldn't occur. So if you take some food, if you have some food before you start feeling cranky, then obviously the problem of feeling cranky will not occur at all. All right, the next tool is decision making. And again, just like data gathering, this is also what it sounds like. There could be several different kinds of decision making techniques, though. So you may include several different kinds of decision making techniques. Some could be multi criteria decision analysis. That means you base your decision on several criteria. Some could be project or product decisions, and also the group decision making techniques could be employed here. How many of you remember the group decision making techniques that we have discussed in the past? Plurality, majority, all that good stuff. So there are decision making techniques which could be employed to make decisions as to how the quality is being managed for your project. The other tool could be data representation. Now, data representation, it involves all the 7 basic quality tools which we have covered in the past. This is the entire list: cause and effect diagram, flowcharts, control charts, Pareto charts, check sheets, histogram, and scatter diagrams. Third link in the description. This is where we have discussed all 7 of them. A quick reminder before we move ahead: if you're looking for PMP book recommendations, head over to pmclounge.com/resources. That's where we have listed our favorite books and resources to prepare for the PMP exam and crack it at the first go. So the next tool is audits. Now, during the course of your project, of course, you'll encounter different type of audits. There could be procurement audit, there could be quality audit, and that is exactly what we are talking about, the quality audit. Now, this is a process used to determine if the project activities comply with organizational processes, policies, and procedures. Now, remember how in the beginning we talked about the functions of the managed quality process. It is important to convert your quality management plan, the expectations in your quality management plan, into executable quality activities. That was one of the functions of the managed quality process. The other was to make sure that your organizational quality policies and processes and procedures are also followed in your project. And that is exactly where quality audit comes into the picture. It is basically making sure, it is a process that is determining whether your project activities comply with the organizational quality policies, processes, and procedures. Now, typically, such audits are conducted by a team external to the project. So there could be a quality team external to your project which is going to do this audit. Some of the examples are actually organizations internal audit department. PMO might also be involved to do it, or even an auditor external to the organization might be employed to audit your project to make sure that your project followed the organization's policies, processes, and procedures when it comes to quality. So let's talk a bit more about audits. Once the audit is complete by an external auditor or your organization's internal auditor department, auditing department or audit department or whatever, or the PMO, whoever is responsible for auditing your project, once they are done with the audit of your project, they will give you an audit report. Now, this report will cite any non-conformances that your project has. Now, what are these non-conformances? So your organization has certain quality policies, procedures, and processes. Your project has been audited to make sure that those policies, procedures, and processes have been followed. If they are not followed, then you will receive non-conformances in the audit report. As and when you receive that report, your project team must work to address those non-conformances. You have to address them, you have to turn them into conformances. So that's the next course of action once the audit is complete. Now, the subsequent corrective effort, right, when you are converting those non-conformances to conformances, what is going to happen is it will result in reduced cost of quality for sure, and it will also increase the chances of customer acceptance. Your customer will have certain expectations of quality from your organization, and by following the organization's quality processes, policies, and procedures, you will definitely increase the chances of being accepted by the customer. Quality audits can be scheduled or they can be totally random. Second one is a nightmare for any project manager. Raise your hand if you have ever been through a random quality audit. All right, let's move on. The next tool and technique is DFX. This is design for X. Design for X. What is this now? This is a set of technical guidelines basically that may be applied during the design of a product. So when the product is being designed, there could be certain technical guidelines which might be applied to the product. Now, what are we talking about here? Now, this will help optimize a certain aspect of the design, the X. What is the X here? The X in DFX can represent reliability, deployment, manufacturing, cost, quality, anything, right? So if you're designing for, let's say, cost, the result could be that when you use DFX, when you design for quality, the result could be cost reduction, right? If you're designing for quality, the result could be quality improvement. The result could be better performance in general, right? So DFX basically means you are designing for a certain factor. That factor could be any of these, and the result could be any of these. So that's DFX, which is again a tool used in managed quality process. Let's talk about problem solving, and it is as simple as it sounds. It is all about finding solutions for project issues or challenges. How do you do that? So these are some of the steps. First of all, you define the problem. Secondly, you conduct an RCA, the root cause analysis. Then you come up with possible solution and any alternative solutions as well. Once you have done that, you then choose the best solution out of the lot. Then you implement the solution, and finally you verify its effectiveness. You verify the effectiveness of the solution. So that's problem solving for you. These steps are important. Certain times people do receive question in the PMP exam, and the question might be as simple as you have chosen the best solution of the problem. What is your next step? So the next step is definitely implementing the solution, right? So that's how PMP questions are made out of these concepts. Finally, the last tool is quality improvement methods. And PDCA cycle, Six Sigma, these are some of the common quality improvement tools. We have already discussed PDCA, Plan, Do, Check, Act, and Six Sigma in our previous videos as well. So these are typically used to analyze and evaluate opportunities for improvement. So these are the quality improvement methods that are employed, one of the tools and techniques of the managed quality process. Now, quality audits can also result in quality improvements, right? When you are being audited, you might come up with certain improvements suggested by the auditors, right? So these can also be quality audits, can also be one of the quality improvement methods. What are the outputs of this process? Again, we will not go in detail. We have already covered them in the past, but the first one is something which we will talk in detail, which are the quality reports. And this is the major output of the managed quality process. Now, this can be graphical, this can be numerical, this can be qualitative as well. The information in the quality reports can be used for process improvement, or by other departments to take corrective actions to achieve project quality expectations. So once the quality report is generated, other departments can also make use of it to take corrective actions, and it can also be used by the project team for process improvements. The information in this report, what is actually the content of this report? It includes process, it includes project and product improvements. Improvements for all three: process, project, and product. Corrective action recommendations and summary of the findings of the control quality process. The entire process what is the summary of the findings of that process is included in the quality report. So this is a very important report. This is a very important document generated in your project, and I have seen project sponsors asking for quality reports. So very important, something that you should definitely uh, go over, and something that you should definitely follow and make sure is up to the mark. Test and evaluation documents. What are some of the testing and evaluation which have to be performed in the project? That is an output of the managed quality process. Change requests, and of course document updates for project management plan, project document. They also receive certain updates after a lot of processes in the PGKA mapping. So that's all that we had in this video. Do hit the like button. It keeps us motivated. If you have enjoyed and learned manage quality process, do subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. And as always, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you. Welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are discussing the control quality process. So this is an overview video of sorts. Let's get into it. So where are we? This process falls in the monitoring and controlling process group under the quality management knowledge area, of course. So this is the PGKA mapping. This is where the process is. This is control quality. This is what we are talking about. By the way, before we move further, if you're into reading articles, first link in the description will take you to a related article over at our official website pmclounge.com that will talk about control quality in detail. So if you're into reading, head over. First link in the description is for you. And second link in the description is very, very important because it contains all the videos that we have ever done on quality management knowledge area. So these two processes have already been discussed. Second link in the description, entire playlist, very, very important. Let's move on and discuss control of quality further. Now, as part of quality management, what would your raw wisdom be, right? Quality management, a good assumption would be that the final product of the project is inspected for quality, right? That is something that you may understand from this term control quality. While that is true, it is not enough. So this is something which is not enough. Why? Because there is more to control quality than just inspecting the final product of the project, the final outcome of the project. All deliverables, every deliverable that is produced as part of your project, it must be inspected for quality. And that is where you are talking about control quality. So the earlier you find a defect, the easier and cheaper it is to fix it. Right? We have talked about this earlier as well. Let's say you're constructing a house and you have already laid the flooring part of the house, right? You have already done the flooring, and that's when somebody comes in from quality team and says that the materials used in flooring are not up to the mark. So the earlier you could have found that defect, the easier and cheaper it was to fix it. If you have done flooring for 10 floors, then it is very, very expensive to redo it. If you would have found that on the ground floor itself, it was easier and it was cheaper to fix that defect. So this is why, and mind you, flooring is just one of the deliverable, right? It is just one of the deliverable of the final product of the project, which could be an entire building, right? So that's why when you're inspecting the deliverables, when you're inspecting deliverables and parts that make up the final product of the project, you are in the control quality process. So I hope this example explains you how important this process really is. A quick reminder before we move ahead, if you're looking to clear your PMP exam, we have a free study plan that will help you clear the exam in 50 days. Head over to pmclounge.com/PMP study plan and grab the free plan today. All right, so let's wrap this video up with some more pointers about control quality. So basically in this process, you are measuring the quality of the deliverables to determine if they meet the requirement. So you are basically measuring the quality of the deliverables. In our previous example, you were measuring the quality of the deliverable, which was flooring. So you were basically measuring how good the flooring was, and you were able to determine if that flooring met the requirement. Now, this way, when you're doing this measurement, you can assess the performance and recommend necessary change. So in our example, you assessed the performance and you thought that the flooring was not up to the mark, and you suggested a change, and that was to change the flooring for all 10 floors. So if there are issues, which there were in our previous example, and a deliverable doesn't meet the quality requirements, you can recommend it. You can recommend a change, which is what exactly we did in our previous example. Now that way, the change can go through change control, the entire change management. I'll share a link, third link in the description, entire playlist of change management. So when you suggest a change, that change can go through change control, and appropriate action can be taken to address quality issues, right? So if you can think through this, you will be able to understand that this is a good indication that change requests are an output of this process. I hope you were able to make that out. You were able to establish that relationship, especially from the last 2 points that we discussed in this slide. And this is one of the reasons why we don't take up individual inputs, tools and techniques and outputs of every process, because PMP exam is not about learning and knowing the ITTOs, right? PMP exam is learning and knowing what do processes do, what do project management processes stand for, and how they interrelate, right? ITTO is important, but it is not something which you would know and you would be able to clear the PMP exam. That is not the intent of the PMP exam. So I hope that's clear. I hope with this study you were able to establish a relationship, and you will be able to think through these processes to understand what could their inputs be, what could their tools and techniques be, and what could their outputs be. That's all that we had on this topic. If you got any value out of this video, do hit the like button. It keeps us motivated. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. And as always, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you and have a nice day. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this video, we are going over the tools and techniques of the control quality process. Now, as we go further and discuss this topic, you will realize that some of the tools and techniques have been covered in our previous videos already. So whatever that's left over, that's what is being covered as part of this video. As always, if you're into reading articles, then first link in the description is going to take you to an article on this topic over at our official website, pmclounge.com. So check that out. Second link is going to be a playlist that contains every single video of quality management knowledge area. So if you want to understand the different processes under quality management knowledge area, if you want to go over the different tools and techniques, inputs, outputs, everything that you need to know about quality management knowledge area, second link is where you need to go to. There are going to be other important links in the description as well, which we will talk about as we move further. So that being clear, that being said, let's get started and go over the tools and techniques of controlled quality process. A quick reminder, please hit the like button. That seems to be the only way YouTube is going to remind you every time we upload new content. So where are we? How come out of the blue we are talking about the tools and techniques of one of the quality management process? So we are talking about control quality. This, like I just said, is a process in the quality management knowledge area, and this is actually a monitoring and controlling process. So here is the PGKA mapping, the process group knowledge area mapping. So we are talking about quality management knowledge area. We are talking about monitoring and controlling process group. This is the process known as control quality. And in this process, what are the tools and techniques that are used? That's what we are discussing today. Now let's try to understand the importance of this process specifically from real world perspective. How important do you think is control quality? How important do you think this process really is? Now, like we just discussed, this is a process in the monitoring and controlling process group. And processes in this process group have something to do with measurements. So when you are controlling quality, when you are performing this process of control quality, you are basically measuring the quality of the product of the project or one of the deliverables of the project. So that is why this is extremely important process. And let's say the product of your project is a mobile phone, and in control quality you are going to test the quality of that mobile phone. So you can now imagine how important this process really is, and that is the reason why this process needs to be as comprehensive as possible. Like I said in the beginning of this video, you're already aware of some of the tools used in this process, like the 7 basic quality tools. Third link in the description is going to be a playlist of all the 7 basic quality tools. There are going to be 7 videos. Check them out. Very important. Those again are basically tools and techniques that are used in the control quality process as well. So let's go over the tools and techniques of control quality process, which are not part of the 7 basic quality tools, starting things off with performance reviews. Now, performance reviews is how the project team evaluates the current measurements of the product quality against expectations. So let me try to explain this, and let me borrow the example that we took in the previous slide. And that was the fact that the product of your project was actually a mobile phone. So in that project, what you're doing now is that the project team is evaluating the current measurements of the product quality against what is expected. So let's say the criteria here is the start time of the mobile phone. You want to measure how much time the phone is currently taking to start or to boot itself. So let's say the expectations here is that the boot time is going to be 5 seconds. The phone should start in 5 seconds. That's the expectation. And when you're doing performance review, you'll basically switch on the phone and you are going to measure how much time the phone takes to boot up. If it's 5 seconds, you are basically meeting the performance review, right? The performance review criteria, you're basically meeting it. But if the start time is more than 5 seconds, then that start time is basically more than what was expected. Let's say it's 8 seconds, and that is 3 seconds more than what was expected out of the mobile phone. Let's take another example. In a software development project, the quality expectation is that the code should not contain more than 10 non-critical bugs per 10,000 lines of code. So every 10,000 lines of code written by the development team should not contain more than 10 non-critical bugs. So when you do performance review, you are going to perform an analysis. You're doing performance review analysis here, and when you did that, you found that there were actually more than 10 non-critical bugs, and that is why this quality criteria is not met. So the product of your project basically failed the performance review. Performance review is not the same as audit. We have done a video on this as well. Fourth link in the description will take you to that video. If you're new to project management, this free 1.5 hour training course is your gateway to the world of project management. Check it out at pmclounge.com/pm101. All right, let's talk about the second tool that we need to discuss as part of this video, which is root cause analysis, also known as RCA. Now, root cause analysis, again, it is pretty much what it sounds like. This is where the project team tries to find out the reason or the root cause of the occurrence of defects. So if you see that while testing the final product of the project, you've come across 60 defects, are they related by any means? And let's take a look at an example. So in the software development project, if you take a defect or a bug and you try to find out the root cause rather than simply fixing the bug individually, you may discover that the same root cause is responsible for some of the other bugs as well. So fixing this root cause would be more efficient than individually fixing bugs. So here's an example. Here's an example that even a layman can understand. Painkillers will only take away the pain temporarily. They are not going to fix your wrist. So let's say after the sports session today, you have your wrist that is all banged up. You don't know what's wrong. What you can do is you can take painkillers, and that is going to provide you temporary relief. But that is not the root cause analysis of your wrist. When you visit a doctor and the doctor does what doctors do, that is only when you will have a root cause analysis of your wrist, and that's how you can fix the root cause and not just simply take painkillers, which are going to provide you temporary relief without fixing the root cause. One of the techniques that is used in finding out the root cause is asking why multiple times. This is also known as 5 whys technique. So the idea is if you see something's wrong, you ask the question, why is it wrong? Based on the answer you get, you can then ask another why question, which is basically derived from the first answer that you got. So when you do this for 5 times, it is likely that you are going to reach to the root cause of the situation. All right, now let's talk about another tool, which is inspection. Now, inspection is actually very different from performance review. Some might think that in performance review, you performed certain tests. In inspection, you might perform certain tests again. So what is the difference between the two? While performance review focused on the performance of the product of the project, inspection is centered around the standards that your project needs to follow, the product of your project or the interim deliverables of your project need to follow. So these standards could be internal, they could be defined at your organization level, or these standards could be external, they could be defined by the government. While performance review is basically the product performance that you're trying to achieve. You're trying to achieve a load time, the boot time of 5 seconds. So that is the performance you're trying to achieve. But if the government mandates that all mobile phones need to be waterproof, then that's a standard that you need to follow. And performance review is something that is internal to your project. That is something that your project team can do. But there could be quality inspectors that might check your mobile phone to ensure that you are following the standard set by the government, which is that your mobile phone should be waterproof. So that's the difference between inspection and performance review. Inspection, it could be applicable to interim deliverables as well. Your battery needs to be waterproof as well. So interim deliverables of the product of your project might also have to comply to standards. And like I said earlier, performance review could be something very internal to your project, could be something that you are trying to achieve as part of your project. But standards are, it could be at your organization level, it could be at the government level, it could be external, where external quality inspectors come in and ensure that you are following the standards. Inspection is actually an important concept when it comes to agile. The sooner you find a defect, the easier and cheaper it is going to be to fix that defect. Now, many agile practices focus on the creator of the deliverable inspecting their own work. So you don't need a separate testing department. What you need is a team that creates the deliverable and inspects it as well, tests their own work as well. Now, they can also make use of peer reviews. So if I am writing the code, I would want my peer to review the code for me. So you can do that, and that is basically a part of the definition of done as well. So you can mark this deliverable as done only once the code is reviewed by a peer. So that could be basically a practice that you follow in the agile world. Finally, the last tool that we need to discuss today is testing or product evaluations. I hope you remember our recent video on test planning. If not, I will link it in the description below, the fifth link in the description if I have not lost count yet. So go over the test planning video if you want to know more about test planning. But this is something that you would do in the plan quality management process. That is where you do test planning. Now here we are in the control quality process, and we are making use of the test planning that we did. Basically, we came up with certain test cases, and in the control quality process, we are going to execute those test cases on the project deliverables. Now, once you execute those test cases, the result of executing such test cases is going to give you whether or not the deliverables of your project conform to the quality that you want to achieve as part of your project. Now, let's say there are certain deliverables that don't conform to the quality that you want to achieve, then that is where you are going to file a defect or a bug. Because if there is a deliverable which does not conform to the quality that you basically wanted to achieve, that you had designed your test cases around, you now have bugs to fix, you now have defects that you need to fix. The project team, they are going to review all such defects, and then they are going to take a decision whether or not they are going to fix these bugs. Remember, when you are making fixes, it also impacts the ongoing project work. It can have impacts on the project constraints. Do you have the time to fix these bugs, right? You may have planned work which could be impacted if you fix every single bug that you find, right? So the project team needs to make that decision how many defects they are going to fix. But again, when you run test cases, you are basically doing testing or evaluating your overall product. So that is how test planning that you did in plan quality management process gets used in quality control quality process when you execute all those test cases. Question for this video: do you take care of quality management yourself as the project manager, or do you have a quality manager or a test manager assigned to your project as well? Let me know in the comments. Definitely looking forward to your answers. And that is all that we had in this video. I hope you got value out of it and you were able to understand the different tools that are used in control quality process. 7 basic quality tools, again, a very important concept. I would urge you to watch that playlist right away. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. Also, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your #1 free PMP resource. Thank you and have a nice day. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are talking about quality control measurements. And if you're into reading articles rather than watching videos, as always, first link in the description will take you to our corresponding article on pmclounge.com website about quality control measurements. So do check that out if you're into reading articles. That being clear, that being said, let's get started. Now, first of all, where are we? So quality control measurements, this is actually one of the key outputs of the control quality process. And if you're wondering where this process falls in, then here it is. Control quality, this is the process under monitoring and controlling process group in the quality management knowledge area. So we are talking about one of the outputs of this process. Now we have covered these all of these processes actually, and second link in the description will take you to an entire playlist of quality management knowledge area. Very, very important. Do check that out. So let's talk about quality control measurements. Now, in the control quality process, in this process, what do? You are essentially looking out for issues or defects, bugs. You're looking for that, right? And when you're doing so, you could only get two kinds of outputs. One is either you'll get a result after you're done with your inspection, looking out for issues, defects, bugs. And second is you'll get some repair work. If you find a defect, you're going to repair it, right? So these are the only two kinds of outputs you can expect out of control quality process. So all the outputs of control quality process fall into these two categories, which is what I just talked about. And this is one of the reasons why we don't discuss every single input, every single tool and technique, every single output, because we want you to think in this way. We want you to understand how inputs, tools and techniques, outputs are correlated, how processes are correlated, how this entire PGKA mapping works. All right, let's move on. So before moving further, let me remind you, if you're looking for Project Management 101 training, it is a free 1.5 hour training where we have covered the basics of project management. Head over to pmclounge.com/pm101. This is free for everyone. Do check that out. All right, so let's talk more about quality control measurements. Now, we've talked about the two categories of outputs you can expect in the control quality process. And by looking at the name of this output, quality control measurements, it should be clear that it falls in the first category, which is the result of an inspection. So, what do you get when you're looking at results of an inspection? Of course, you're going to get uh, defects found, you're going to get number of test cases executed, passed or failed. These all are the result of an inspection, right? So when you perform inspections in the control quality process, quality control measurements is an output that you get, which gives you numbers. How many defects, bugs, issues were found? It gives you numbers. How many test cases you have executed? How many of them passed? How many of them failed? And stuff like that. So this is basically the content of quality control measurements output. Some food for thought here, since we are talking about quality management. How about you compare this data? You compare this output, quality control measurement, with previous projects. Can you draw conclusions? Can you draw patterns based on comparing this data? Can you do that? Yes or no? Now, if you were to do that, which of the 7 basic quality tools would you use? And I'll share a link. Third link in the description will take you to the entire playlist of 7 basic quality tools. So these questions are basically some food for thought for you. And in fact, let me share an example on real life projects. A lot of time this process is actually done. You basically compare data that you receive as part of the quality control measurements, and you compare it with previous project, just so you can see how you're doing in this project versus how you have done in the previous project versus how is the company's or the organization's average, right? So you do that. But which of the 7 basic quality tools can you use? Let me know in the comments. So that's all that we had in this video. Do hit the like button if you got value out of it, if you understood the concept of quality control measurements. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. And don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your #1 free PMP resource. Thank you. Hello and welcome to PMCLounge.com. Today we are discussing two important outputs of the control quality process: verified deliverables and validated changes. Now, why are we taking them together? Well, when you go over the video, you will be able to understand why. Also, if you're into reading articles, as always, first link in the description will be a related article on our official website pmclounge.com. So if you're into reading, check out the first link. Second link will be the entire playlist of quality management knowledge area. So every single video that we have done on quality management available as a playlist in the second link. Very, very important. Two links, very, very important. Let's get started. So where are we? Like I've mentioned earlier, these two are important outputs of the control quality process. But where is the control quality process? So here is where it is. Monitoring and controlling process group, quality management knowledge area, outputs of control quality process is what we are discussing. Like I mentioned, second link in the description will be the entire playlist of every video that we have done on quality management, and that covers these processes as well. So without wasting any time, let's talk about verified deliverables. Now, as soon as a deliverable of the project is ready, and by deliverable, I mean it could be a piece of code, it could be an important document, contract, anything that you churn out, your project team churns out as part of the project is known as a deliverable. So as soon as that deliverable is ready, any deliverable of the project is ready, the project team inspects it to find any defect. Now, this is an important quality. This is very important from quality perspective, right? Anything that is generated as part of the project should be and must be inspected for any possible defects. Now, when you're doing this inspection, right, you are basically measuring the deliverable on the basis of your project's defined quality standards. This will also include your organization's quality standards. This is something that we have discussed in our previous videos as well. So you have quality standards which are defined as part of the quality management knowledge area, right? Your previous processes. Now, when you measure a deliverable which is completed, when you measure, inspect it, and measure where it stands, you are basically scoring it, measuring it against the quality standards that you have already defined. This is very, very important. That is why I'm stressing on point number 2. Now, if you find any defects when you have done your measurement against the quality standards, if you find something which is not up to the mark of the defined quality standards, that could be a defect. So when a defect is found, of course, the defect needs to be fixed. Now, this entire process generates verified deliverables. Remember, we are not saying that these deliverables are 100% defect free. We are just saying that these are verified deliverables. These have been verified. If they found defects, fine. If they did not find defects, still fine, right? But the deliverable as such has been verified. So that is what we mean when we say verified deliverable, and this is one of the outputs of the control quality process. A quick reminder about our free 1.5 hour session on project management. It is called Project Management 101. Head over to pmclounge.com/pm101. This class is your gateway to the world of project management. Let's move on. Okay, so the next output is validating changes. Now, in the previous slide, we talked about how if you find any defects, you have to fix those defects. So once the defects are fixed, once the defects are repaired, there's a bug fix, a defect fix that has gone in, you will have to perform the inspection again. You'll have to again inspect the deliverable. This makes sure that the defects are not present anymore. So this is important. You have to perform the inspection again, right? And this process of validating the fixes, right? Validating the bug fixes or defect fixes, this is known as validating changes, because you have made some changes in the deliverable because there was a defect that you found, and then you've made some change and now you're validating that change. So this is the output, second output, validating change from the control quality process. Question of the day. What is the difference between validated and accepted deliverables? Remember, we are saying deliverable, not changes. Validated deliverable and accepted deliverable. What is the difference between the two? If you know the answer, drop it in the comments. If you don't know the answer, third link in the description. I've actually done a video on this topic itself. So third link, very, very important. In fact, I'll also drop a related video in the fourth link. Those two links should help you address any confusion you may have related to this word validated and this word also accepted in your PMP courseware. So third and fourth link also very important. Check them out. That's all that we had in this video. Do hit the like button if you enjoyed it and found it valuable. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. As always, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource with helpful articles and related videos. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are talking about Kaizen and what should you know about this word as far as project management is concerned, as far as the PMP exam is concerned. Let's get started. So this is definitely a fancy term and it basically means improvement. This is a Japanese word which means improvement. Now, in the world of business, Kaizen refers to activities that continuously improve. Now, this is important. It refers to activities, okay, that continuously improve all functions. So this is first part, all functions, and involve employees. So these are the two parts. What is Kaizen improving here is the activities related to all functions and related to all the employees across the board, and be it the CEO or the assembly line worker, everyone need to improve when it comes to Kaizen. Now, it also applies to processes. So this is the third thing it applies to. We talked about functions, we talked about employees, and it also now applies to processes. So such as purchasing and logistics, these kind of processes that cross organizational boundaries into the supply chain. So when you are dealing with other organizations, when you're crossing the organizational boundaries into the supply chain management, that is when in those processes is where Kaizen can be applied. Now, the main aim of Kaizen is to eliminate waste. So what are you improving on, right? Kaizen means improving. What are you improving on? You are improving to eliminate waste. You are basically moving towards lean manufacturing, as lean as possible. Eliminate waste so that your process gets leaner. Now we're talking about lean manufacturing here. How does all this apply to project management? We'll definitely come to it. So stay with us. Now, one important concept related to Kaizen is the Toyota way. Now, Kaizen was first practiced in Japanese businesses. Of course, it's a Japanese word, so it was practiced in Japanese businesses around World War One. Now, most notably as part of the Toyota way. So, the Toyota way is what introduced this Kaizen, the whole concept of Kaizen, right? And since then, it has spread throughout the world. Now, I know you might be wondering, what is this Toyota way? So, I'll talk about Toyota way, but know that you don't have to understand and remember this for your PMP exam. Of course, you can learn that Toyota was the one that introduced the world to Kaizen. So, Toyota Way is a set of principles and behaviors that underlie the Toyota Motor Corporation's managerial approach and production system. Toyota first summed up its philosophy, values, and manufacturing ideals in 2001. So, this is something that you can remember, calling it the Toyota Way 2001. So, like I said, you don't have to learn this, but the year is something you can remember, and you should understand that Toyota, the name of Toyota, is definitely associated with Kaizen. This is important from PMP exam perspective, PMP exam questions perspective. So what should you know about Kaizen when it comes to the PMP exam? Apart from the fact that it is a Japanese word and it is associated with Toyota. Well, the first thing is that in most of the project management texts, you will find Kaizen referred to as continuous improvement, not just improvement, but continuous improvement. And the other thing is the concept it shows up in the quality management knowledge area, right? So this is a concept that you will find in the quality management knowledge area of project management, but it is basically a philosophy that guides the management. It is not a method of managing quality. Remember the managing quality process. By the way, first link in the description will take you to a related article on Kaizen over at our website pmclounge.com, and second link in the description will take you to the entire playlist of quality management knowledge area, and managing quality is one of the processes that we have already covered. So note that Kaizen is just a philosophy. It is not a method for managing quality in your quality management knowledge area. So this is something important that you should know as far as project management is concerned, as far as PMP exam is concerned. Question for the day. Can you share a real life project management example of Kaizen? How about lessons learned? Can that be related to Kaizen? Let me know in the comments. I'll definitely wait for your answer. That's all that we had in this video. Do hit the like button if you enjoyed it and got some value out of it. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. And as always, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you and have a nice day. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are talking about Plan, Do, Check, Act, or the PDCA cycle. Now this concept is something that we have already discussed in the past when we were briefly touching upon the ITIL certification. But in this video, we will talk about this concept of PDCA cycle specifically from the perspective of the PMP exam. So if you are someone who's looking to clear the PMP exam, do watch this video till the end. Very, very important. Also, if you're into reading articles, if you'd rather read about PDCA than watch a video, then first link in the description will take you to a related article on PDCA over at our website pmclounge.com. So first link in the description, related article, do check that out. And second link in the description will take you to the entire playlist of all the videos that we have done on the quality management knowledge area. PDCA is a concept that occurs in the quality management knowledge area of PMP courseware. So very important second link, and third link will be a previous video where we touched on the basics of PDCA cycle during our brief discussion on ITIL. So three links, very, very important. That being clear, that being said, let's get started. So this is how the PDCA cycle looks like. The first step is plan, then do, check, and finally act. Act again can lead to another plan. So this is a cyclical process. It is a continuous process, and this is how PDCA cycle looks like. Now, the thing is, from PMP exam perspective, the first thing that you should know is the different names that this concept is known as and why do we have such different names. So let's look into that first. All right, so the first name is Shewhart cycle, and Plan, Do, Check, Act was created by Walter Shewhart. Very important. You can get a question in the PMP exam that simply asks who created or who came up with the PDCA cycle, Plan, Do, Check, Act. Walter Shewhart is the name, and thus it is known as Shewhart cycle as well. Again, Walter also created control chart, and this is one of the 7 basic quality tools that we have already discussed. Fourth link in the description will take you to the entire playlist on 7QC, which contains control chart as well. So Walter, he created control chart as well as the Plan, Do, Check, Act cycle, the PDCA cycle, while he was working at Bell Labs in 1920s. Three important sentences. You never know, you can get a question in the PMP exam just from these three sentences. So do check these out, important sentences. Now, a few questions, a couple of questions around Bell Labs. This is general knowledge question, has nothing to do with PMP. Let me know in the comments if you know the answers to them. First question, who is the founder of the company Bell Labs? And second question, which is the parent organization, current parent organization of the company Bell Labs? So general knowledge question, nothing to do with PMP. If you know the answer, let me know in the comments. All right, the second name of this concept is Deming cycle. Now, although W. Edwards Deming, He didn't create the PDCA cycle because we already know Walter Shewhart did, but what Edwards Deming did was he is accredited for popularizing the concept. So he's the one who popularized this concept. So if you get a question in the exam, who created the PDCA cycle, the answer to that is Walter Shewhart. But if the question says who popularized the concept of PDCA cycle, then the answer is Edwards Deming. And believe me or not, you can get questions that are this straightforward in the PMP exam. This simple, trust me. Now, Deming is a well-known quality theorist, and his work in the field has led to this concept being known as Deming cycle. So that is why PDCA cycle is also known as Deming cycle. It is also known as Shewhart cycle. A quick reminder before we move to understand the concept of PDCA cycle is our PMP training courseware. Every single article and video is available on this link, pmclounge.com/PMP training. Do check that out. So now the important part of the video, what is the concept of PDCA cycle? Let's look into that. So PDCA is used by many Kaizen practitioners as it is one of the ways for making process improvements. Now Kaizen is something that we have recently discussed. For link in the description will take you to the video on Kaizen. Now PDCA is used by practitioners of the Kaizen concept because it is one of the ways for making process improvements. Now let's look at the steps that are followed to basically execute the PDCA cycle. Step one is plan and execute a small improvement in the process. So you will plan an improvement, you will find out an improvement that can be executed in the process, and you are going to execute it. So this step basically covers the plan and the do part of the PDCA cycle. And remember, we are talking about small changes here. So the change need not be earth shattering, groundbreaking change in the process, right? We are talking about small improvements here. So that's the first step of executing PDCA cycle. The second step is measure the benefits of the change. So this is where the check part comes into the picture. So you have executed a change, you have implemented a small change. Now you're measuring what is the benefit of this change. What are the benefits of executing this small change? Number three is if the benefits are deserving enough, right? You are on the act part of the PDCA cycle right now. So if the benefits that you received from this small improvement that you have made in the process, if the benefits are deserving enough, you can introduce the process change. You can introduce the process change. You have basically acted. You have done the act part of the PDCA cycle, and that act part was you have introduced a process change. So this is how the PDCA cycle works. Very, very important to understand how this entire concept works in real life project management scenarios. If you were not able to follow through, go back and watch this part of the video again. It is definitely going to be helpful. So from the steps above, you can clearly understand why this is a preferred way to go about improving the process for Kaizen practitioners, because Kaizen is all about continuous improvements, and this is exactly what you're doing in these three steps, right? If you found that the benefits of the small change that you introduced was deserving enough, you introduced a process change, and then you went over again to the P part of the PDCA cycle, and that is to plan another change. So that is how PDCA cycle is useful. That is how PDCA cycle is used in real life scenarios. That's all that we had in this video. Do hit the like button if you enjoyed the video, if you learned the concept of PDCA and found this video valuable. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. And as always, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. Today we are looking into yet another concept in the quality management knowledge area, and this is known as just in time, JIT. We have talked about other concepts as well, like Kaizen, PDCA cycle, the plan, do, check, act. And if you're into reading articles, if you'd rather read about just in time, then watch this video. Then first link in the description will take you to a related article on just in time over at our official website, pmclounge.com. Also, second link in the description will take you to an entire playlist of every single video that we have done on quality management knowledge area. We have covered all the processes, inputs, outputs, everything is there in that playlist. So do check that out. First and second links, very, very important. Let's get started. So the first thing that we need to do in order to understand just in time is to go back to Toyota. And I say back to Toyota because we have talked about Toyota in our video on Kaizen earlier as well. So just in time, just like Kaizen, is another concept which originated and was developed in Japan, particularly at Toyota. Now, Toyota used this methodology in manufacturing. So note that this is something which is coming out of the manufacturing world. And it came to be known as, there are three names for JIT, just in time manufacturing, just in time production or JIT production, and TPS, the Toyota production system. So these are the three different names of JIT, important from PMP exam perspective. So I thought about mentioning them. So what exactly is just in time? Now it basically means maintaining only the inventory that you need. So you're maintaining only the inventory that you would need. Now you may say, well, if I am maintaining an inventory of, let's say, 1 month worth of work, worth of manufacturing, that is the inventory that I need, then what is it that makes just in time so special, so different? So here's an example. Instead of maintaining a large inventory, so instead of maintaining an inventory which is worth a month of manufacturing, the parts that you are going to store or maintain in your inventory will only be worth a day of manufacturing. That's all. So I'd read this again. Instead of maintaining a large inventory of parts to be used in manufacturing, you only keep the number of parts that you would need in a day. So that is how just in time basically means that you are maintaining the inventory that you need for a day only. You're not maintaining the inventory that you would need for 1 week or 1 month or 6 months. Not like that. You're maintaining it only for one day. What does this mean? This means that every day you are going to receive parts that are used for your manufacturing. This means that if one day you don't receive the parts, your manufacturing unit cannot function, as simple as that. So these are some of the limitations as well of just in time. And we'll look at the advantages and disadvantages of just in time later in this video. Let's go there. But before we reach there, I'd like to remind you, if you're preparing for your PMP exam and you're looking for PMP book recommendations, then I'd suggest you go to pmclounge.com/resources. This is where we have listed our favorite books. All right, let's talk about some of the advantages of JIT. It can help reduce costs drastically because instead of buying parts for 1 week or 1 month or 3 months, you are buying parts only for a day. So it is definitely reducing costs. And the other thing is it can go even further to help get rid of the warehouses altogether. So it is also saving you real estate costs here because you don't need a warehouse. All you need is a place where you can store inventory which is worth one day of manufacturing. In fact, some companies have perfected the art of JIT to the extent that they take in parts into their production line right off the delivery trucks. Can you imagine that? This is a real world example. There are companies that do that right from the delivery trucks to the production line. No warehouses required, no any place to store any inventory. Any person to take care of the inventory and manage the inventory is required, right from the trucks to the production line. So let's talk about some of the disadvantages of JIT as well. One of it is that the production rate should not fluctuate, or rather, I'd say it cannot fluctuate, because you cannot aim at increasing the production rate without prior planning. The inventory that you have is only worth 1 day of manufacturing. So let's say if you manufacture 100 units in a day, you cannot manufacture 105 units a day if required. If there's a need, a business need to manufacture 105 units without prior planning, that cannot be done because you don't have inventory. You're not managing inventory at all. So you can only deliver 100 units per day. The production rate, it cannot fluctuate. Another disadvantage is that there is no extra inventory. That means mistakes are not affordable. You cannot make a mistake. You cannot make a mistake in your production line such that even if a single part gets damaged, one unit cannot be manufactured because you have no inventory whatsoever. You have no extra parts whatsoever. All right, time for the question of the day. Do you know of any other world famous company that uses just in time? World famous company except Toyota. Of course, we have discussed Toyota already. And there are many other companies which are world famous and have used just in time concept, the methodology of just in time. If you know the answer, let me know in the comments. If you don't know the answer, then look at a hint. It can be referred to as something else. So it may not really be called just in time. It could be called something else as well. That's also fine. But the main aim remains, the main concept remains just in time. The main aim remains reducing cost. The main aim remains to not maintain any inventory. If you know the answer, let me know in the comments. If you still don't know the answer, I'll give you another hint. The Big Blue. Which company is known as the Big Blue? And it is one of the world famous companies that have used just in time concept. Let me know in the comments. So that is all that we had in this video. Hope you enjoyed the video. Hope you got value out of it and understood just in time. Do hit the like button if you did so. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new content. Also, don't forget to check out the official website pmclounge.com, your #1 free PMP resource. Thank you. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. We are talking about Six Sigma today, which is yet another concept that comes from the quality management knowledge area, the quality management domain. Now, this video, we are not just covering what all that you should know about Six Sigma from PMP exam perspective, but we are also giving you a comprehensive introduction to the very topic of Six Sigma. There are several other certifications available out there that deal with Six Sigma. So if you find this topic interesting enough, you can also go ahead and pursue those certifications. So as always, if you're into reading articles rather than watching videos, then first link in the description will take you to a related article on Six Sigma over at our official website pmclounge.com. So do check that out. Very, very important. And as always, second link in the description will take you to a playlist that contains all the videos that we have discussed on the quality management knowledge area. That being clear, that being said, let's get started. So Six Sigma is represented as Six Sigma, the sign of Sigma, as you can see. It is yet another important concept that emanate from the quality management knowledge area, like I mentioned earlier. Just like Kaizen, PDCA, or Deming cycle, and just in time. We have discussed all these three. Second, third, and actually third, fourth, and fifth links in the description will take you to individual videos on these topics. We have already covered them. So just like these topics, Six Sigma is yet another important concept that comes from quality management. Now, Six Sigma is a set of tools and techniques for process improvement. So it comes down to process improvement. That is exactly what we are trying to achieve with Six Sigma. Now, important names and companies. This could be a straightforward question in your PMP exam as well. This was introduced by Bill Smith at Motorola in 1980. So Kaizen and just in time were Toyota based concepts in a sense that they came from the company Toyota. Six Sigma is a concept that came from the company Motorola, but it was made central to General Electric business strategy by Jack Welch in 1995. So Jack Welch is pretty famous. General Electric is also very famous. One of the reasons why they are famous is basically adopting the Six Sigma concept. So what exactly is the goal of Six Sigma? We talked about how the basic concept is to have process improvement, but how? So Six Sigma strategies, they seek to improve the quality of the output of any process. So any process, no matter what kind of process it is in your organization, the quality of the output of that process is what Six Sigma strategies seek to improve. Now, how do you do that? Number one is by identifying and removing causes of defects. So basically making sure the root causes of defects are removed so that there are no more defects. And number two is minimizing variability in manufacturing and business processes. So having more constants, instead of variables. So minimizing variability is important, and that is how these are the two basically ways by which Six Sigma tries to improve the quality of the output of any process in the organization. So let's look at Six Sigma in action. Enough of theory, right? Now, several quality management methods, statistical methods are used in this process. So there are several methods that are used as part of Six Sigma. It's not just a single method which is used to achieve Six Sigma quality. Now, a special set of people are developed within the organization that are experts in these methods. And this is where those certifications come in handy that I spoke of in the beginning. There are several certifications related to Six Sigma. Now, here's an action item for you. Find out if your organization is doing Six Sigma in any of their departments. If they are, and if you are interested in Six Sigma, how about getting yourself a Six Sigma certification and knowing more about Six Sigma and trying to join those departments and work in Six Sigma in real life. So that's something that you can look into if you are interested in Six Sigma, of course. Now, each Six Sigma project carried out within an organization follows a defined sequence of steps. Okay. This is how we are reducing variability, a point that we saw in the previous slide. So in addition to following a defined sequence of steps, of course, it also has specific value targets. So what are we trying to achieve? Those are also clearly specified. For example, reduce process cycle time, reduce pollution, reduce costs, increase customer satisfaction, increase profits. These are some of the value targets, specific value targets that Six Sigma project tries to achieve. All right, before we move further, I'd like to quickly remind you if you're looking to clear your PMP exam in 50 days, we have a study plan on how you can achieve the feat in 50 days. Head over to pmclounge.com/PMP study plan and grab your free copy. All right, let's talk about the value of Six Sigma, because even if you're not aware of Six Sigma, you might have read or heard about Six Sigma, meaning certain defects per million. Let's talk about that here. So the term Six Sigma originates from terminology associated with statistical modeling of manufacturing processes. Okay, so the maturity of a manufacturing process can be described by a sigma rating. How mature is this process? It is defined by a sigma rating, indicating its yield or the percentage of defect-free products it creates. So that's how the percentage of defect-free products that your process can create is how mature your process really is. So note that yield here means defect-free products. All right, so let's look at the values now. 1 sigma is 691,462 DPMO, which means defects per million opportunities. So this means 31% yield. And like I said, yield here means defect free product created by your process. So if your process is 1 sigma, it means you are only creating 31% products which are defect free and 69% products which have defects. So pretty bad, right? 1 sigma. Now 2 sigma means 308,538 defects per million opportunities, which means although your yield or the defect free products that you're creating is much better, 69%, but still you have 31% defect. Similarly, 3 sigma 93.3% defect free products, 4 sigma 99.38% yield, which means only 6,210 defects per million opportunities. So only 6,000 odd products that are or the products that have been created are actually containing some defect. Others are all defect free. This is per million, mind you. 5 sigma is only 233 defects per million, and 6 sigma is 3.4 defects per million. This is fantastic. And just look at the yield percentage or the defect free product percentage. 99.99966% yield, and the probability of defect is 0.00034% defect. So only 3.54 products out of a million products that you are creating can contain a defect. And this is what Motorola set its goal at. Motorola set a goal of 6 sigma for all of its manufacturing. That means the goal that Motorola tried to achieve was 6 sigma. Only 3.4%, 3.4 defects are acceptable out of 1 million products created. All right, the first thing that I tell you on this slide is do not run away. Do not close this video and run away by looking at this seemingly ugly looking graph. This is known as the bell curve. You have standard deviations written here. How did we reach here? What exactly happened that we came to this conclusion? So to understand the relationship between Six Sigma and standard deviation, we can begin with plotting a large volume of data that takes the form of a bell curve. So let's say you have 1 million products that have been created by a process. Now you measure the quality of those 1 million products and you plot them on a graph. So this is the graph that you're going to get. This is known as a bell curve, right? Because you can see it clearly looks like a bell. So this is the graph that you're most likely to get when you plot the quality of those 1 million products that have been created by your process. This is known as normal distribution or the bell curve, as you can see. Now this is your mean score. This is where most of the product in terms of quality lie. So this is your mean score. This is of course the highest, and that is why you have a bell curve. Now standard deviation is used to measure how far the data is from the mean. This is the mean. How far is your data from the mean? This is how you basically use standard deviation for. This is -1, this is +1, right? So you can see here +1 standard deviation, -1 standard deviation. All the products that lie between plus and -1 standard deviation basically have same quality as others. This is how you can kind of understand standard deviation and Six Sigma, the relationship between the two. As you can see, 1 sigma above and below the mean, it covers 68% data, 34% each is already covered, with just a difference of 1 sigma above and below the mean. So that means 68% of the data is already covered in 1 sigma. At 6 sigma, which means this is plus minus 2 sigma and plus minus 3 sigma, that means a total of 6 sigma. The distribution, this distribution that you see, it basically covers 99.9966% of the data, which means it basically covers almost 100% of the data, which makes sense, right? If you add 2.5, 13.5, 34, and again 34, 13.5, and 2.5, you'll get almost 100%, right? It's 100%. So the data that is covered in the bell curve is almost 100% of the data can be drawn. And this is how you can draw parallels and understand the relationship between Six Sigma and standard deviation, right? So when you move from -1 to -2, what you can see is the defects could be probably more than others. And if you move from +1 to +2, the defects could be probably less than others. And when you move from +2 to, let's say, +3, the defects could be definitely less than others. This means this is probably the highest quality output that you have received. And this is the lowest quality output that you have received. Still, the defects per million is very less. Still, that you have already covered 100% of the data between your highest quality and lowest quality, and that's the beauty of Six Sigma. I hope this was clear. If you're not able to understand, go back and look at this slide again. I'm pretty sure you'll be able to understand this. All right, finally, let's look at one other concept of Six Sigma, which is DMAIC or DMAC. Now, this is an acronym for define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. This refers to a data-driven improvement cycle used for improving, optimizing, and stabilizing business processes and designs. So why is this important? Because the DMAC cycle is the core tool used to drive Six Sigma projects. So when you're working on Six Sigma projects, you are basically making use of this tool, the DMAC improvement cycle. Now, note that DMAC is not exclusive to Six Sigma and can be used as the framework for other improvement applications as well. So it is a good idea to learn about DMAC, right? Not necessarily related to Six Sigma, but is one of the core tools that are used to drive Six Sigma projects. So let's look into all these five. DMAC, what do they mean? Define means you can define the business problem. That's the first step, right? And you can define who the customer is, and you can define what their requirements are. When it comes to measure, you need to establish performance baselines. You need to establish your the quality, the kind of quality that you need, right? How is the process defined? How are defects measured? What kind of quality are you looking at? Analyze is when you will identify, validate, and select the root cause for elimination. So you're already started working on it. You are already looking for issues. You're already looking for defects and their root causes. Improve is when you will identify, test, and implement a solution to the problem. So analyze is where you found the problem. Improve is when you're removing the problem by implementing a solution. Now this could be in part or in whole. And when I say in part or in whole, we are talking about the solution. The solution could be implemented in part or in whole to remove the root cause of the problem that we found in analyze. And C stands for control, which means embed the changes and ensure sustainability. How do you keep applying the same finding out of DMAC to your process so that you can have the entire thing be sustainable and move ahead with greater quality. So that's all that we had in this video on Six Sigma. Hope you found it helpful and got value out of it. Do hit the like button, it keeps us motivated. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay notified whenever we upload new videos. Also, don't forget to check out the website pmclounge.com, your number one free PMP resource. Thank you.
Hey guys, you have covered so much ground so far that you should be proud of yourselves. But if you're wondering, if you want to test yourself, then that is going to be a homework for today. We have a video where we have gone over 60 real PMP questions. That video will be linked in the description below. I walk you through every single question. So try to answer those questions. If you get them wrong, the explanation will also be available in that video itself. But don't go away just yet. We have project management principles and domains to cover as well. So stick around, check the other two chapters that are left for today, and then we will call it a day. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this video, we are talking about the project management principles. So if you're aware of the PMBOK Guide Edition 7, if you're aware of PMI, PMP, you might know that the PMBOK Guide essentially contains 12 project management principles and 8 performance domains, right? Now, important to note, I've mentioned this earlier, I'll repeat it here, that the PMBOK Guide Edition 7 is essentially a combination of two sub-books. First is the guide, of course, the PMBOK Guide, 7th edition, and second is the standard for project management. So this document right here is made up of two books. We have made a lot of videos covering everything that there is to know about the standard for project management. Check out the second link in the description for the entire playlist, because the first link is going to take you to an article over at our official website pmclounge.com, which essentially talks about the 12 project management principles. And we are not covering all the principles in this video because then it would become a 5-hour long video. We are just taking an overview. What's important to note though is, and also the reason why I reminded you about the two subbooks, it's the fact that 12 project management principles are part of the standard for project management. All right, let's move on. Let's understand the project management principles. Basically, let's take an overview of this topic. Now, to begin with, what is a principle? What do you mean when somebody says principle? So principle is essentially, as per Wikipedia, a principle is a proposition or value that is a guide for behavior or evaluation. So you're essentially giving some sort of guidance when we talk about principle. But what's more important is, as you dig deep and read more about principle on Wikipedia, you will see that it is a substantive and collective term referring to rule of governance. Now, the absence of which is considered a character defect. And I would really want you to take a look at these bold words. The absence of a principle could be considered a character defect. So this is important. This becomes important because now what we are essentially saying, we are essentially underlining the importance that a principle has. And we have 12 such principles in project management. Now, we already talked about Wikipedia, but let's do the actual study. What project management principles are. And principles for a profession, and we are talking about a profession here because we are talking about project management principles, right? So we have seen general principles, but for the project management profession, principles serve as a foundational guidelines for any kind of strategy that you are going to make in your projects, any kind of decision making, any kind of problem solving. So anytime you're doing one of these three, you will look at your principles, and these principles are basically going to give you some sort of guideline as to how you can proceed. Now, principles are the basis of professional standards and methodologies. Now, some time ago, I just showed you the PMBOK guide, right? And it has the standard for project management. If we go back to the slide, and what we are talking about here is that principles are the basis of professional standards. Now, PMBOK guide itself is actually a standard. And principles are also the basis for methodologies. Something like a Prince 2 is actually a methodology, and Prince 2 also has certain principles. Anyways, we are not discussing Prince 2 principles here, but I thought it would be important for you to understand how principles are the basis for professional standards like the PMBOK guide and even methodologies like your Prince 2 methodology. These are non-prescriptive and these are also broadly based, right? So, okay, let's move on. Before we go further, I'd like to remind you about our program Project Management for Non-Project Managers. If you're not a project manager, you can check out this program. Head over to pmclounge.com/pm for non-PM. Okay, let's talk about the project management principles. There are 12 such principles. First is be a diligent, respectful, and caring steward. Second is create a collaborative project team environment. Now, I just wanted to take a pause here and let you know that the reason you are seeing these principles defined in such a broad term is deliberate, right? These are defined in a way that is broad so that individuals and organizations can follow. The absence of not being a respectful and a caring steward for you as a project manager can be looked upon as a character defect. I'd like to take you back to that slide where we talked about how the absence of principles can be taken up as a character defect, right? Effectively engage with stakeholders, focus on value, recognize, evaluate, and respond to system interactions, demonstrate leadership behaviors. You, as a project manager, are essentially required to do all of these, anyways, right? But still, these are principles that we must abide by, we must know, right? Tailor based on context, build quality into processes and deliverables, navigate complexity, optimize risk responses, embrace adaptability and resilience, enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. So these are essentially the 12 project management principles. But how did PMI come up with these 12 principles? How were these 12 decided upon, right? That is an interesting story which I want to tell you now. So how did these project management principles came about? So there's this global community of project management practitioners. If you're a project manager, you too are part of that community. So this community was engaged and this community came up with these principles. Now, these practitioners that we are talking about, they represented different industries, different cultural backgrounds, different organizations. There could be a difference in their roles as well, right? And the kind of experience that they had, the kind of projects that they were working on. So there were multiple rounds of feedback involving this global project management community, and based on these feedback, 12 principles were finalized, and these 12 principles essentially provide the guidance for project management. An important point to note here, though, is that since these 12 are just guidance, the degree to which these are applicable to your specific project is basically based on the context of your project, the kind of stakeholders you're dealing with, the kind of project you're dealing with, right? So these are just broad based 12 project management principles. These are guidelines that you should follow. The absence of these are going to result in a character defect. So these should be present. But to what degree these are applicable to your project is something which is open for interpretation. Now, one last thing, these principles, the 12 principles that we talked about, these may overlap, but they are consistent. So, none of these 12 principles that we just talked about, none of these are going to contradict each other. That is an important point to know. All right. So, You might now be thinking about the PMI code of ethics if you have ever read about or studied about your PMP exam or just went over the PMI code of ethics. You might think that how are these principles different from the PMI code of ethics? And that is what I want to cover in this slide here. So, code of ethics, they could be related to morals as well. But these principles, they may or may not reflect morals. So, this is a single line difference between code of ethics and the principles. Now, code of ethics, they can be adopted to establish a moral conduct for individuals or for a profession, for organizations, right? You can use the PMI code of ethics and you will be able to establish a moral conduct, but the same may or may not be applicable to project management principles. The PMI code of ethics and professional conduct is basically based on these four values: responsibility, respect, fairness, and honesty. These are the four values that essentially the entire code of ethics is based on. Finally, let's also talk about the project management principles and general management principles. Because if you go back and take a look at the 12 project management principles that we just talked about, you might think that, some of these are applicable to general management as well. I need not be a project manager. I could be, let's say, an operations manager, and some of these principles are applicable to me too, which is absolutely correct. Both projects and business focus on delivering value. So it is natural that there will be an overlap between project management principles and general management principles. Focus on value is actually one of the 12 principles. Now, obviously, the methods that are used by a project manager to manage projects is definitely going to be very different from someone who's running day-to-day operations and essentially managing operations. But the underlying principles could be same. So that's all that we had in this video. I hope you were able to understand how the project management principles came about and what are their significance. Like, share, subscribe. If you like our work, consider contributing by using the thanks button on YouTube or heading over to pmclounge.com/contribute. Don't forget to check out our website pmclounge.com, your number one free project management and PMP resource. Thank you and have a nice day. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this video, we are talking about the first of the 12 project management principles. We have taken an overview of these principles in the past. I'll share a direct link to that video in the description below. But first link is always going to be a relevant article on this topic over at our official website pmclounge.com. So if you're into reading articles, check that first link out. But if you want to know more about what this first principle is, then stick around. This is all about being a diligent, respectful, and caring steward. All these 12 principles come from the PMBOK Guide Edition 7, which is essentially a combination of two books. The first is the PMBOK Guide itself, and the second is the Standard for Project Management. We have done several videos on the Standard for Project Management, covering the topics of the Standard for Project Management. Check out the playlist in the description below. It will be the third link in the description below. Check that playlist out. These are also very, very important for your PMP exam. So without further ado, let's talk about the first of the 12 project management principles, and that is being a diligent, respectful, and caring steward. So what does it say? It basically says be a diligent, respectful, and caring steward. Now, one thing to note is that none of these 12 principles, we're just talking about the first one, but none of these 12 principles are, out of this world, or none of these are rocket science, right? These are not new concepts that you must learn just for the PMP exam. Even if you're not preparing for the PMP exam, and if you're a project manager, you should know these rules. And that is also one of the reasons why I think everyone should read the PMBOK Guide Edition 7, because it contains stuff which you should anyways know regardless of whether or not you're preparing for the PMP exam. And in fact, if you go over these principles, you will realize that these are principles that everyone should follow, whether one is a project manager or not. But anyways, let's focus on principle 1, Be a diligent and respectful and caring steward. All right, let's move on and talk about what stewardship really is. Now, this word stewardship, it basically means to take care of something or manage something, right? This something in our context is going to be a project. Now, stewards act responsibility to carry out activities with integrity, care, and trustworthiness. These three are important words. You're going to hear more about them as we move on. And stewards do all this while maintaining compliance with internal and external guidelines. Now, when you are working on a project, projects do not take place in isolation. There are internal guidelines, there are external guidelines. Internal as in guidelines within your organization. External could be government guidelines, right? So all of these are applicable, and this is something that stewards take care of. Finally, they also demonstrate a broad commitment to financial, social, and environmental impacts of the projects that they work on. So a lot to do, right? As a steward, there's a lot that you need to take care of, and we are going to talk more about it. Moving on, a quick reminder, if you want to get yourselves the PMP certification, 50 days is all it takes. Head over to the link in the description and grab yourselves the 7-week PMP study plan. It's all free. All right, let's talk about stewardship responsibilities within the organization. You are going to see responsibilities outside the organization as well, but let's talk about responsibilities within the organization to begin with. All right, so operating in alignment with the organization's objectives, strategy, mission, vision, and sustainment of long-term value. So whatever that you do, you manage projects, you need to operate in alignment with all of these. Now, this is something that is a stewardship responsibility, not necessarily the responsibility just of the project manager, because you could be the quality manager, you could be the development manager, the engineering manager, but you are still required to do something which is mentioned here, right? Operate in alignment. Now, respectful engagement of project team members, it may include their compensation, opportunities, and fair treatment as well. Pretty self-explanatory. Diligent oversight of organizational finances, materials, and other resources, followed by understanding the appropriate usage of authority, accountability, and responsibility. So these are all the responsibilities that belong to the steward. A good steward should take care of all of these within the organization, because none of these are external responsibilities, right? These are all stuff that are applicable to you within the organization. All right, pretty simple to understand. Let's talk about stewardship responsibilities outside the organization. Now, environmental sustainability is something that PMBOK 7 speaks often about, and this is something that has been part of the international discourse as well. So what is your project about? Is environmental sustainability something that is being taken care of in your project? All right, moving on. Organizations' use of materials and natural resources, something that you as a project manager, as a good steward, need to take care of. Organizations' relationship with external stakeholders like partners, vendors, it could be the government and others, right? So environmental sustainability and your use of natural resources and all is one part of it, but externally, when we are talking about responsibilities outside the organization, externally it is possible that there could be some sort of guidelines, some sort of governance applicable to your projects, because of which your external stakeholders will come into the picture. The government might have certain guidelines and your project need to adhere to it. Projects and organizations impact on markets, social community, and operating regions. Where do you operate? Are there any impact because of your projects? So these are all responsibilities of a steward, of a project manager outside the organization. So we looked into your responsibilities as a good steward within the organization as well as outside the organization. Now, in addition to these responsibilities, there are some duties which are both implicit as well as explicit, that include, and these duties are of the stewards, of course. These are for your project managers. So, integrity. Stewards behave honestly and ethically. Pretty straightforward, pretty self explanatory, something that you would do even if you were not a project manager, right? So, stewards behave honestly and ethically. Now, you as a steward, you as a project manager, you need to serve as a role model. You need to build trust by living and demonstrating personal as well as organizational values. So, if your organization has certain values, it could be honesty, it could be being ethical at all times, you need to display and demonstrate those values in your personal affairs as well. As a project manager, you also need to show empathy. You should be open to feedback, and your behavior should encourage that others also follow suit. Others also behave honestly and ethically, right? So that's what integrity is all about. Next is care. Stewards are fiduciaries of organizational matters in their charge. Now, fiduciary is basically a trustee. So, as a project manager, as a good steward, you are a trustee. Now, as a trustee, you oversee the project matters with same level of care as you would for your personal matters. That's what this duty is all about. Care for the environment is included. Care for sustainable use of natural resources, that is included. Now, this might require you, because if you're a project manager, this might require you as a project manager to consider the potential downsides of project outcomes as well, right? So, this is something, when you take care of your duty of caring, you also take care of what your project outcome is going to be. What are the deliverables of your project, and are there any potential downsides? Care is also about creating transparent work environment. This is very, very important. You cannot be a one man show, right? You need to create environment, a work environment that is transparent. You need to create open communication channels. Your project team members and even other stakeholders, they should be able to raise concerns without any fear of retribution. That is what care is all about. That is what this duty of care is all about. All right, moving on. Next is trustworthiness. Now, stewards represent themselves as well as their roles, their authority, and their project team accurately, both inside and outside the organization. And if you read this again, that is how you build trust, right? You represent everyone accurately, and that's how people will start to trust you. Now, this can include proactively identifying conflicts between personal and organizations or clients' interest as well, because conflict of interest can result in a breach of trust. So, when we focus on trustworthiness, these are the kind of things that we need to look for. And there are several companies out there, they have regular trainings around trustworthiness, around breach of trust, around conflict of interest, right? So that's the third duty that you as a steward, as a good steward, as a good project manager need to adhere to. And finally, the last one is compliance. It's all about compliance, right? Stewards comply with laws, rules, regulations, and requirements within or outside the organization. So these laws, rules, regulations, these could be from within your organization or from outside your organization. It could be a government regulation, right? But you as a project manager need to make sure that you are compliant. Now, good stewards, good project managers, they seek ways to integrate compliance into your project culture itself. So you don't have to treat compliance as a, as an alien object that, okay, now it's time to be compliant, so let's do this, right? You introduce compliance within your project culture itself. And if required, you can take directions. If required, you can take counselings as necessary if there are any conflicting guidelines between your project and what you see maybe external to your project. So that's the scope of compliance. I hope all these four are clear: integrity, care, trustworthiness, and compliance. Moving on, let's talk about how more and more organizations are taking a holistic approach. Now, you should think of your projects as a good project manager, as a good steward. You should think of your projects not in sequential terms of financial aspects, as if the financial aspect is most important for your project and then next comes social aspect. Will not give as much importance to social aspects as we would to financial aspects. Or let's say you treat technical aspects to be more important than environmental aspects, right? So you are essentially treating your project in sequential terms here. This is not the right approach. The right approach is to take a holistic approach where all your financial aspects, your technical aspects, your environmental aspects, your social aspects, all of these have the same importance. And this is what a good steward is supposed to do. End of the day, the world is interconnected and there are finite resources, right? So you could be constructing, let's say, a metro train project. You could be working on a metro train project and it is going to help urban mobility and it is going to reduce traffic. But also consider the number of trees that you are going to replace with concrete pillars. So how can you achieve a balance? That is what holistic approach is all about. So projects affect the lives of everyone, those involved in delivery of the project, as well as those who make use of the deliverables of your project. And thus the duties that we talked about, that is integrity, care, trustworthiness, and compliance, these are a must for a good steward. So that's all in this video. I hope you got value out of it and were able to understand the first principle. Like, share, subscribe. If you like our work, consider contributing at pmclounge.com/contribute or make use of the thanks button on YouTube. Thank you and have a nice day. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this video, we are talking about the second principle of project management. And this one is all about creating a collaborative team environment. If we go to the verbiage, then the second principle says create a collaborative project team environment. As simple as that. Now, we talked about the first project management principle. I'll share a link in the description below if you want to go over the playlist of all 12 principles. Check that playlist out. And if you're into reading articles, then check out the first link. That will be a related article on this topic. So what I was saying is, when we discussed principle number 1, I mentioned that none of these project management principles are rocket science. These are all generic. These all are principles that project managers should anyways be aware of. And these are generic to the point that even managers who are not necessarily project managers should also take note and make sure that they follow these principles. All right, let's talk more about this principle. Now, the key word for this principle is definitely team, because the focus is on the team. You see, end of the day, projects are delivered by project teams. They are not delivered by individuals, right? So that is why the focus on team is very, very important. Project teams are made up of individuals with diverse skills, knowledge, and experience. And this is required, right? Because a business analyst cannot code, the designer cannot test, the coder cannot design, and the tester cannot code, right? So they all need to work together. And that is why we need people with diverse skills, knowledge, and experience. Project teams work in collaboration to accomplish a shared objective, which is pretty obvious. And project teams do this more effectively and efficiently than individuals. So if the entire project was supposed to be created by maybe just one individual and not a project team, then the project delivery wouldn't be effective and it wouldn't be efficient. I'd like to quickly talk about what effective means and what efficient means. Effective means producing error free code. No mistakes are made, right? Doing it right. Basically, producing the right results. That is what effective is all about. When we say efficient, what we mean is basically producing results without wasting resources, without wasting materials, time, or energy. So, obviously, you need both. You need to produce correct results and you need to produce those correct results without wasting resources. So, project teams are able to deliver projects both effectively and efficiently. A quick reminder here, if you like our work, consider contributing by using the thanks button on YouTube or heading over to pmclounge.com/contribute. All right, let's talk about the importance of environment. So, we mentioned, right, this principle is all about creating a collaborative project team environment. So we talked about team. Team is very, very important, but even environment is important. So let's understand what is the importance of environment. So within the organizational and professional cultures and guidelines, project teams often establish their own local culture. So this is very, very possible. You might be working in a project team that may have a slightly different overall culture against the overarching organizational culture, right? It won't move way too far from the organizational culture, but there could always be a local twist. Now, in my personal opinion, the environment is actually very, very important. You can hire a team, individuals with diverse set of skills and all that, but if you do not have the right environment, the team might not be able to deliver. And that is why creating this environment, creating a collaborative environment is the key. Now, as a project manager, it is your responsibility that the local culture helps foster the professional relationship within the team. You see, your project team members, they should feel open to discuss their mistakes. They should not feel inferior if they don't know something. And these are just a couple of examples of creating an environment which is transparent, creating an environment which is collaborative, right? So everyone in the team ideally should be open to support and be more collaborative. That is all about how a collaborative team environment looks like. All right, so factors of creating a collaborative project team environment. Number one is team agreements, set of behavioral parameters and working norms. These evolve over time as team works together and gets to know each other. That is what team agreement is all about. Now, these are essentially established by project team and these are upheld throughout the project with the commitment of individual team members. Now, team agreements need to be created at the beginning of the project, which is very, very important. And it could be as simple as, we will not have any project related meeting on Fridays, or we do not want text messages on personal mobile phones. No one in the project team should be doing that. So, these could be the kind of agreements that project teams can come up with during the beginning of the project, and these are carried out throughout the project. Although, as the last sentence says here, these can evolve over time as team members get to know each other and they work together. Second is organizational structures. So project teams, they tailor and they implement structures that help coordinate the individual efforts associated with the project. Now, there are obviously a lot of individual efforts that are associated with the project, right? Now, an authority figure, like let's say the director of PMO, they can come in and they can impose an organizational structure if needed. But when we say organizational structure, it could mean the definition of roles and responsibilities, formal committees formed to achieve certain tasks. For example, change control board, right? So change control board takes care of change management. So an authority figure can come in and mention that, hey, we will have a change control board for this project and their responsibility will be to take care of change management. So when these structures are put in place, the idea is that ultimately the environment will become more collaborative because you know who to reach out to if there is a change, right? Finally, we have processes. So processes are defined to enable completion of tasks and work assignments. As simple as it sounds. Now, an example here is, let's say, the decomposition process used to create the work breakdown structure. So the team may decide upon the kind of decomposition process that they are going to use to create WBS throughout the project. Now, if you want to know more about WBS, you can check out one of the links in the description will be about work breakdown structures. But that is an example of a process. So I hope you're clear with the three factors that are required to create a collaborative project team environment. We have team agreements, we have org structures, and we have processes. Now, let's talk about improving team cultures. So, the culture is in place. How do you improve it? Clarity on roles and responsibilities can significantly help to improve team cultures. Some points to consider here are: number one is authority. Authority should be conferred from one entity to another. It can be explicitly or it can be implicitly as well. Authority can include taking decisions on applying project resources or give approvals. I hope you remember the project charter here. What does the project charter do? One of the key aspects of the project charter is that it gives the authority to the project manager to spend resources on the project, right? So that is where authority comes into the picture. The second thing to consider here is accountability. Being answerable for an outcome is what accountability is all about. And accountability cannot be shared. And finally, we have responsibility. So, being obligated to do or fulfill something, that is responsibility. Responsibility can be shared. Now, just so we are clear on the difference between responsibility and accountability, responsibility refers to someone's duty to carry out a task to completion, right? While accountability generally refers to what happens after something has already happened. So, accountability is therefore concerned with the consequences of someone's actions rather than their initial duty to carry these actions out. So, it could be the responsibility of a person to carry out certain action, or responsibility of a group of persons, right? It could be 3 or 4 people that are responsible to do something. Now, there could be only one person, the project manager perhaps, who is accountable for the consequences of the actions that these responsible people took. So that's the difference between responsibility and accountability. And these improve the team cultures: the authority, accountability, and responsibility. All right. So, in conclusion, diversity can help enrich the environment by bringing different perspectives. When you have diverse people, it is going to bring in different perspectives, which is always enriching. Your team may have employees, you may have vendors, you may have contractors, right? You may have third party folks, you may have folks that are working on a specific deliverable and will not be part of the entire project, but they are there just to basically deliver a deliverable of the project, right? So they are there for the short term. Integrating all of them and leveraging the differences that they have, if you can leverage that productively, that can do the trick in creating a collaborative team environment. Teams can also incorporate practice standards, processes that already exist in the company, or if there are any company ethical guidelines, the project teams can obviously incorporate all of these, right? Because they have a baseline to start with. End of the day, a collaborative project team environment encourages free exchange of ideas and information and knowledge that the different team members come with. It helps and encourages everyone to give their best. And that is why a collaborative environment is the key to deliver successful projects. You, as a project manager, need to ensure that the project team environment is as collaborative, as transparent as possible. So that's all that we had in this video. I hope you were able to understand this principle. All the helpful links are in description. Like, share, subscribe. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Don't forget to check out our website, pmclounge.com. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to PMCLounge.com. In this video, let's talk about the third project management principle. By the way, if you're into reading articles, I'd urge you to check the first link in the description out because that is where you're going to find an article on this topic over at our official website, PMCLounge.com. So if you're into reading articles, PMCLounge.com is where you need to head to and get access to all these free articles. Secondly, if you want to go over the other project management principles, then check out the second link in the description because that is where you're going to find a playlist of all the principles that we have explained in the videos, right? So let's talk about the third principle, which is all about effective stakeholder engagement. What does the principle actually say? It is pretty simple. It says effectively engage with stakeholders. Now, none of these principles, these project management principles, none of these are rocket science, right? Principles basically represent stuff that you should anyways be aware of as a project manager. So none of these are out of the world concept as such. See how simple it is. Effectively engage with stakeholders. Let's talk more about what exactly stakeholders are and how you can actually effectively engage them. So first of all, let's define a stakeholder. A stakeholder is someone who may affect your project, be affected by your project, or perceive themselves to be affected by the project. So this may mean, groups, this may mean individuals, this may mean organizations, this may mean government, different countries. Anyone can actually be a stakeholder of your project. And when we say project, we don't just mean the entire project. This also includes some of the decisions that you need to take as part of this project, some of the activities that you need to perform as part of this project, right? So now I hope you can understand the scale of the situation here, how big your stakeholders can actually be in terms of the numbers. Now, secondly, stakeholders can directly or indirectly influence the project in a positive or negative way. So stakeholders can influence your project positively or negatively. Now, influencing the project, this might mean, so when we say the word project here, this might mean the project's performance as well. Some stakeholder who is a negative stakeholder can significantly slow your project down, right? That is a possibility. A stakeholder who is a positive stakeholder, right? And they can have a positive impact or a positive influence on your project. They can significantly speed up your project or they can help you save cost. So project here does not mean the entire project. It can mean the project performance. It can also mean the overall outcome of the project. Now, a quick reminder here, if you like our work, consider contributing by going over to pmclounge.com/contribute. You can also join us on YouTube or use our thanks button. Let's move on. Let's talk about the keyword here in principle 3. The keyword here is not stakeholders. You already know what stakeholder is, right? And you already know how many stakeholders you can actually have on your project. But the keyword of this principle is actually engagement. This is where the real deal is. Everyone can, identify who their stakeholders are, but not everyone can effectively engage them. So let's talk about stakeholder engagement here. Project teams serve stakeholders by engaging with them and thus proactively ensuring value delivery. All projects deliver some sort of value. Now, you are proactively ensuring that your value gets delivered by engaging with the stakeholders. This is very, very important. Now, by definition, everyone is a stakeholder, anyways. So, the way you are engaging with everyone becomes very, very important. The timing also becomes important. Finally, not engaging with stakeholders may result in missed opportunities and creating threats. This is why engagement is the keyword. This is why I mentioned that everyone can identify stakeholders of the project, but not everyone can effectively engage your stakeholders, right? Not everyone can effectively engage their stakeholders in a way that it benefits the project. That is precisely what we are going to learn as part of this principle. So let's take an example here. Let's say you bought a new apartment in some society and you need to get the interiors of that apartment done. Now, your neighbor is a stakeholder here because they might be affected by the drilling noise or whatever noise that the workers there are going to make. So, you need to ensure you engage with them and ask them about any preferences they may have, any apartment rules that you should follow, right? So, that is something that you are doing proactively engaging with your neighbors so that you do not impact them much, because they are definitely going to be affected by the interiors of your home, right? So they will definitely be affected here. They are definitely a stakeholder here. Now, if you engage with your neighbor, there is a chance that you get an opportunity to gain their insights and gain their tips that they might share based on their experience, because they've been living in that apartment for however long, right? So you can actually gain from their experience and insights. But at the same time, if you don't engage with them, you don't get the tips. Plus, you get an angry neighbor. And who would want an angry neighbor? So definitely engage with your project stakeholders. I just gave you an example. Let's move on. Let's get into the thick of the things. First of all, you need to understand how stakeholders can affect the multiple aspects of a project. First is scope. More precisely, the requirements by requesting addition or removal. This is how your project can be affected by a stakeholder based on the scope, based on the requirements essentially. Schedule. They can slow down, they can accelerate, or even stop the project activities. Cost. Adding requirements or slowing down the activities of the project will most likely result in cost increases or require additional resources. So, I hope you are understanding how important it is to engage with your stakeholders, to be proactive in this area so that none of these are impacted. Your scope, schedule, cost. In fact, if you engage with your stakeholders correctly, it is likely that you are going to benefit in these areas. And there's more actually. Project team, restricting or enabling access to team resources or people with skills, knowledge, and experience. If another project manager wants to get their project done before you, and if they have a lot of influence in your organization, they may restrict access to some of the team resources with skills, knowledge, and experience, right? And you might not be able to have those people work on your project. So that is a possibility. Plans, adding more information to existing plans or requesting changes to agreed activities. Pretty straightforward. Outcomes, enabling or blocking the required work. Culture, establishing or influencing the level and character of engagement that you do. Benefits realization, generating and identifying long term goals. Now, benefits realization can actually be a long term job, and it may involve multiple projects. So, that is why we are talking about long term goals here, right? Benefits realization is not just, one project delivery and you're done, you've realized the benefits. It is possible that multiple projects are involved, and that is why you have to think long term, and that is where stakeholders can step in. They may identify what the long term goals are, and if they are negative stakeholders, they may identify some incorrect long term goals for you, which can change the course of your project, right, or the series of projects. Risk, defining risk thresholds of the project as well as participating in the subsequent risk management activities. If you identify people, if you identify stakeholders that have good influence, that are positive towards your project, right? They can help you identify risk, and not just that, they can help you mitigate those risks as well. Quality, identifying and requiring quality requirements. Success, defining success factors and participating in the evaluation of project success. So I hope you realize how big of an impact stakeholders have on any project. If you are able to identify stakeholders, if you are able to engage with them, they can actually affect so many different areas of your project. And it is not necessary that all of this is going to be negative, right? all of this can be positive as well. It totally depends on how you engage with stakeholders, what their influence and motives are. Let's move on and let's talk about the dynamic nature of stakeholders. This is very important to understand because stakeholders may change during the project life cycle. So it is possible that someone who was a stakeholder 3 months ago, 2 months ago, is not a stakeholder anymore. It is likely that they were stakeholder of just one phase of the project, of just one part of the project, right? So that is something which is very, very important to identify. Secondly, stakeholders' interest, influence, or impact can also evolve over time. If we are talking about, let's say, a quality manager might not be so much interested in the requirements, might not be so much interested in the development work that is going on, but his or her influence is going to skyrocket when the project enters the quality phase. So this is again very, very important to understand that stakeholders may change during the course of your project, and their interest, influence, or impact can also evolve over time. Finally, effective and proactive engagement by the project team by identifying and analyzing stakeholders becomes the key. Also, project team, right? We mentioned the word project team here because this is not something that the project manager can alone do. Project team is also a stakeholder themselves. This is important, but they should consider the interest and opinions of other stakeholders. So I hope you understand how this is not necessarily just a project manager job, right? This is the job of the entire project team. Project team, it can be seen as a group of stakeholders themselves. They are encouraged to identify, analyze, and engage with others throughout the life of the project. Now, here's the bottom line that I would like to give you. In terms of your real life projects, what are you supposed to do? Find out who are the high influence stakeholders, right? Who are the high ticket stakeholders that you have on your project? And do they have positive or negative outlook towards your project? What are their views? Are they positive or negative? If there are people or stakeholders who have very high influence and they have negative views on your project, then that is something that you need to be aware of. You need to understand their interests, you need to understand their concerns, and you need to ensure that what they stand to gain if the project becomes successful, right? So you need to ensure that you communicate this to those people. So on real life projects, I'd say understand who are the high ticket stakeholders and understand if they have a positive or a negative view on your project. Let's talk about some of the key factors of stakeholder engagement. So how do you engage with your stakeholders, right? So effective engagement, it involves understanding stakeholders preference for communication, and it actually goes beyond mere information exchange. It also involves, let's say, awareness. It also involves understanding perspectives of different stakeholders, and it also involves collaborative problem solving. So building and maintaining relationships become very, very important. You are going to achieve this through two-way communication, through collaboration, and this is where the second point also pops up: knowledge sharing. You need to have knowledge sharing activities with your stakeholders. Remember what I just said about high ticket stakeholders with negative views. You need to let them know, you need to share the knowledge and let them know that if this project becomes successful, they also stand to gain something out of it. And finally, interpersonal skills. This can include initiative, your own integrity, the team's integrity, collaboration, respect, empathy, confidence. These are all considered crucial for successful engagement of stakeholders. One last slide before I let you go, and that is all about continuous process. Engaging with stakeholders, right? The stakeholder engagement, it is portrayed as a continuous process. So this is not something that you do a kickoff meeting with all of them and then you forget them, right? So you have to be continuously engaged with the stakeholders throughout the life of your project. This can include information collection, this can include evaluation, this can include adaptation to changing circumstances. Everything will happen only if you carry this process out as a continuous process rather than a one and done kind of thing, right? Active engagement, it minimizes negative impacts and maximizes positive outcomes, enables opportunities for stronger project performance and increased stakeholder satisfaction. So continuous engagement is not only a means to minimize negative impacts. Of course, it is a big part, because that's what we talked about in point number 2, but it is also going to maximize the positive outcomes and enhance the overall project performance and satisfaction, right? So you as a project manager, you are dealing with two circles: the inner circle, which is your project team, and then the larger circle, which contains all these different stakeholders. Now, if in this large circle you have a lot of negative stakeholders, right? Stakeholders that have negative views on your project, it is possible that the people in your inner circle, your project team, they also get affected by it. And that is why, in order to ensure that their performance and their satisfaction is not impacted, you need to reach out to these negative stakeholders and explain to them the positive aspects of your project. Be proactive in engaging with them, making sure that they convert from a negative stakeholder to a positive stakeholder for sure. So that is something which is very, very important, because we are talking about the performance of your project team here as well. So I hope you realize how important engaging with stakeholder really is. And that's pretty much all that we had in this video. Like, share, subscribe. If you like our work, consider contributing by using the thanks button, by joining us on YouTube, or by heading over to pmclounge.com/contribute. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye bye. In this video, you will learn the fourth principle of project management, which is all about value. The principle says focus on value. By the way, if you're into reading articles, check out the first link in the description, which will take you to our official website, pmclounge.com, and directly to an article on this value, or I should say this principle, which is value. And secondly, the second link in the description is going to take you to an entire playlist of all the 12 project management principles. So definitely check those two links out. Let's get started and understand what this principle is all about. I've said this earlier, I'll say it again. None of the project management principles are technical or out of this world, right? These are basically general knowledge project management stuff that you should be aware of. So, Principle 4 states that you should continually evaluate and adjust project alignment to business objectives and intended benefits as well as value. So, the focus is on value, of course, but the focus is also on how you should evaluate and adjust the alignment of your project to whatever the business objectives are, the benefits, and the value, of course. Now, I would like to take an example to explain this principle to you before we go into further details and learn more about this principle, right? So, let's say that you are planning a team outing, right? So, you have a project team and you are planning to take your team on a team outing. So the deliverable of this project, right? If let's say the team outing itself is a project, what is the deliverable of this project? The deliverable is the outing itself. It will have team building activities, it will have games, it will have food and stuff like that, right? But that's just the deliverable side of things. What is the value of this team outing project? The value is not just having all those things in place, right? The real value of this team outing project, it lies in whether the team members, whether they have fun, whether they laugh, and whether they feel the team bonding, right? During this whole outing project that you have planned. So that's the difference between deliverables and value. Deliverable, whatever that you have planned for, right? food, team bonding activities, games. That's deliverable of this team outing project. But what is the value? Team bonding, ensuring that team members have fun, right? Ensuring that they have so much fun that they look forward to projects like these, team outings like these in the future, right? So that's the value. So I hope you understand why value is important and what value means. Now, let's just break this down further so that you understand more of it, right? We just talked about the difference between deliverables and outcome or the value. So you might arrange the best venue and you might, plan the most amazing team building activities. These are the deliverables. But let's say if the team members they find this whole thing boring, they don't enjoy the food, the team outing, the value that it was supposed to achieve, that is not something that you will achieve, right? So deliverables is fine. The outcome, that is happy and engaged team members, improve team bonding, that the outcome that is more important. Now, secondly, you might have to adjust as well to ensure that you get maximum value out of your team, the team outing project. So how do you adjust for maximum value? So let's say you had planned for three different team bonding activities, and on the second team bonding activity you find that people are not necessarily interested in it. So you might have to abort it and you might have to come up with a new team bonding activity, right? Of course, you can plan for this in advance. You might think through, we will do three team bonding activities, and this is my fourth backup team bonding activity, just in case any one of the three is not good enough for the team members. If the team members are bored with any one of the three, I will pull this fourth team bonding activity up and we might take that, right? So that is the kind of adjustment that you should plan for, and that is the kind of adjustment that you might have to do to ensure that value is being achieved, right? This project of team outing, it delivers value. And then the final thing is different stakeholders of your project, they may derive different value from your project. So as an example, the project team members, for them, the value of this team outing project could be as simple as, having fun, having good food, enjoying a day out with the colleagues, with the project team members. That could be value for them. But for higher management, the value of this team outing activity could be, higher team bonding, satisfied employees, right? So different stakeholders may derive different values out of your same project. So that's something to be aware of when it comes to value. Now let's get down into more details of this principle. So value is the ultimate measure of project success. It reflects how well project delivers on its goals. It is not just about completing tasks, but it's about creating a meaningful impact. Now, value can be realized during the project itself, or it can be realized at the end of the project, or even long after the project is complete, right? Something happened during that team outing because of which the team enjoyed so much they cracked jokes around it for the next 6 months, right? So this flexibility, it makes it critical for teams to stay focused on delivering value in each phase of the project as well. So value can take many forms. It may be defined using numbers and financial metrics, like let's say ROI, or it can be, you can use more abstract terms like improved customer satisfaction or social impact or improved team bonding, right? Those are also terms that may be quantitative or qualitative, which can define what value really is. So we should, instead of solely focusing on deliverables, as we saw in the previous example as well, project teams should prioritize outcomes and those final benefits that make the whole deliverable worthwhile, that make the whole deliverable valuable, right? And this outcome centric approach, it is going to obviously maximize value creation through your project. So I hope that's clear. By the way, if you're looking to pass your PMP exam, 50 days is all it takes. Grab our free 7-week PMP study plan from the link below and get started. Now, value is also an indicator of success. Value is both the driver and the ultimate indicator of project success. It's what justifies, all the resources, all the decisions, all the efforts that go into the project. It is the value that justifies all of them. The nature of value can be diverse, right? It can be diverse. It can be financial. It can be, financial, like increase in profits, or it can be intangible, like let's say customer satisfaction or addressing a societal need. So each of these reflects different dimension of success. So that's something that you should be aware of. Now, in larger program environments, right? So a program is a set of projects. So in larger program environments, you will see that value often extends beyond individual projects. The combined contribution of various projects, they roll up to create an overarching outcome, making it essential to understand that each project's role in what is each project's role in achieving the program goals. And this is one of the most important reasons that project managers should be able to look beyond their individual projects as well. They should be able to look at the bigger picture, and they should be able to understand how value is being delivered, even at a program level or even at a portfolio level as well. So let's talk more about the role of business case in value creation. So there are three elements of a business case. And by the way, why are we talking about business case all of a sudden? Because I mentioned how project managers should be able to have the larger picture, right? And business case is something that is going to give you the larger picture. And there are three elements of business case. First is the business need. It serves as a foundation for the project. It provides the rationale behind the project. It also outlines what the project is addressing and why it's important to the organization or to the society as a whole, right? So that's business need for you. Second is project justification. So this ensures that the investment is worthwhile, right? The investment in the project is worthwhile. You need to evaluate costs and benefits, and you have to consider timing. You have to also, the teams can then determine whether the project truly adds value or not. And finally, the business strategy. Now, this is going to connect the project to the organization's long term goals. Every project, it should align with broader strategies to ensure it contributes to the overall vision of the organization. So you've got business need, you've got project justification, and you've got business strategy. Things like these is something that the project manager should be aware of. Now, the business case is not just about stating intentions, it is actually a detailed document. It integrates desired outcomes, any anticipated risks, return on investment, and strategic prioritize to guide the project team. All right, let's talk about how it is important to iteratively assess value. Now, value is not going to be static, right? It evolves over time. And the continuous evaluation of value, continuous assessment, it allows teams to assess progress, and it also allows them to realign with the intended outcomes. This ensures that the project stays relevant. Now, as projects evolve, it is possible that there are circumstances that change, right? So teams must adapt by updating the business case to reflect new opportunities or challenges. And this ensures that the project remains viable throughout. Now, when a project is no longer necessary, it no longer aligns with its intended value objectives, then obviously tough decisions need to be made. And by tough decisions, I mean even if it requires terminating the project. And that could be the best way to conserve resources and to refocus on efforts. So that is why when you're working on a project, and this holds true mostly for long term projects. So when you're working on long term projects, a year long, 8 months, 10 months long projects, you should do an iterative assessment of value to ensure that project is in alignment with the value that it intends to provide. Now, one thing to understand here is that value is subjective, right? It is inherently subjective. What one stakeholder values, let's say short term profits, it may not align with another's priority, which could be, let's say, long term sustainability, right? So you have to recognize these differences. It is crucial to project success. And that is why I mentioned in the beginning when we took the example of team outing. For team members, the value could be just to have fun. But for higher management, the value could be satisfied employees, better team bonding, right? So different stakeholders are going to have different value, and that is why value is subjective. Now, let's also talk about the customer perspective, right? It often holds the highest priority. You have to understand what customer needs are, and you have to deliver outcomes that resonate with customers, because that ensures long term value creation. Now, projects often face competing demands from various stakeholders, and you have to balance these expectations while staying aligned with the overall goals. And that is actually a very critical challenge, a key challenge for project teams. Let's talk about value engineering. And by the way, I've done a video, separate video on value engineering. I'll share a link to that video in the description below. But for the benefit of this video, let's talk a bit about value engineering here as well. Now, this focuses on maximizing benefits while using minimal resources. And you have to eliminate waste, you have to optimize processes, and this is how teams can deliver value more efficiently. And delivering high quality outcomes, this is critical, right? So it must be balanced with acceptable levels of risk as well. This balance ensures that both customers and stakeholders are satisfied. And finally, adaptive projects benefit greatly from real time adjustments. Teams can prioritize valuable features, and they can eliminate less impactful ones, ensuring that the project delivers meaningful outcomes. All right, let's talk about deliverables to outcomes, how value flows, right? So, deliverables, they are essential, as we saw in the example as well, which we talked about team outing. Food was a deliverable, team bonding activity was a deliverable, but the value was something different. Value was having fun with your colleagues, value was improved team bonding. So teams need to ensure that deliverables, they translate into outcomes that align with the vision of the project. And shifting the focus from outputs to outcomes, it enables teams to deliver the real value. So the purpose of the deliverable is to drive change, or is to drive some improvement. It does not exist as a standalone output. So the food, good food, is something that is not just a standalone output, right? It should derive, or it should lead towards a successful team outing. So here's another example. Delivering software, it doesn't automatically result in higher productivity. So you have delivered a software to some customer, it does not really mean that automatically customer is going to get higher productivity, right? You have to add elements like training to bridge the gap, to ensure that they use the software the way it is intended to. And this turns the deliverable for software into a tool for achieving the outcome, which is better productivity. So I hope that is something that's clear. Now, we should evaluate value over time. It is slightly different from how we talked about iteratively assessing value. Now, value, it does not exist in isolation, right? So it often combines with, let's say, operational contributions as well. So this complexity makes it important to assess value holistically across the organization. So in program context, program level evaluation helps direct project contribution. What this means is, in a program environment, the evaluation of value is going to take place at the program level, and this ensures that even the individual projects, they are contributing effectively to the larger program goals. And this top down approach, it helps optimize project efforts, the individual project efforts. Finally, efficient processes, they are going to enable early benefit realization. They are going to help you with showcasing your progress and building confidence among stakeholders even before the project is fully complete. So, aim for some early benefit realization as well. If your process is effective and efficient, that is something that you should be able to achieve. So that's all that we had in this video. If you like our work, consider contributing by heading over to pmclounge.com/contribute. Keep learning, check out our other videos, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye bye. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this video, you will learn the fifth principle of project management. And by the way, these 12 principles come from the standard of project management. If you want to go over all the 12 principles, check out the second link in the description below, which will take you to an entire playlist. And if you want to learn more about the standard of project management, which is a very important document if you are preparing for your PMP exam, then check out the third link in the description below, which will be an entire playlist of all the videos that we have done so far covering the standard of project management. And by the way, first link is where you go if you are interested in reading articles rather than watching videos like this. So, what is the fifth principle of project management? Recognize, evaluate, and respond to system interactions. So, what does it say? It says you should recognize, evaluate, and respond to the dynamic circumstances within the project as well as the surrounding of the project in a holistic way. So keep track of the larger picture, and this is going to positively affect the performance of the project. So recognize, evaluate, and respond to the dynamic circumstances, the changing circumstances, which could be within your project and it could be surrounding the project as well. And you have to take a holistic approach while you do so. So that's what systems thinking is all about. Now, just like our last videos, I will take an example to explain this entire topic to you, and then we will go into the details of this principle. So, as an example, consider that you are the project manager of a very large multi year project, which is, let's say, the development of a residential housing society, right? So you have different teams now, right? You have a very large, and my drawing skills are pretty bad, so excuse me there, but this is the parcel of land, and you are supposed to be constructing some buildings here which will be used for residential purposes. And then obviously there are other things that are required for the residential society, right? Housing society, you would need, let's say, some amenities, like let's say you need a swimming pool here. You may need parking lots, right? So you may need multi-level car parking, right? So these may have different floors where cars can be parked. So stuff like these, and you will see that there are different teams responsible for their each section. So this is where interconnected systems come into the play. This large project will have subsystems and systems. So you would need roads also, right? So you need, let's say this is the entrance of the society, then you need a road that allows people to go over across the society. So the roads need to be properly aligned with the buildings, and the roads should go to the parking spots as well, right? You have your multi-level car parking buildings, so the roads should go there as well. Now, let's say you need other amenities. We talked about how there is a swimming pool here. Let's say you need some parks and playground, right? Let's say you need a park here, so this is the park, which would require obviously some plantation, and also there will be a parks team as well taking care of, the amenities, the parks and all. And you need to ensure that there's enough space between buildings, parks and roads, right? And then I hope you understand how there could be a construction team that takes care of constructing of the residential buildings, the multi-level car parking. There could be a specialized team working just on amenities like parks and swimming pools. There could be a roads team that is just taking care of the roads, and all of this within this large housing society project, right? So there are systems and subsystems that you can see within this project. And then there could be changing conditions as well. So let's say halfway through the project, the architect realizes that if we build a bridge to connect these two buildings, which was your car parking buildings, right? The multi level car park, if we can connect and we can build a bridge, it will be very, very useful. And this was, let's say, something which was not in the initial scope of work, but there is a tremendous benefit of changing the scope of work and maybe introducing something like this. So this is the changing requirement, this is the dynamic situation, the dynamic circumstances that this principle talks about. So you will have to, as a project manager, as a project team, need to respond to such dynamic requirements, changing requirements, right? Let's say there is another requirement wherein for one of the floors within the multi-level car parking, the sponsor of the project tells you that, hey, this floor will be allocated to a vendor who is interested in setting up a car wash shop within the multi-level car parking. So what that means is you need to ensure that there's supply of water on this floor so that the car wash shop can actually work. So that also is something which changes the requirements. Right now you have additional requirements. So this is precisely how real world projects operate, and this is why it is important for you as a project manager, as someone working on the project team, to adapt to real world challenges and changes in the scope. So this is precisely how systems thinking is in action. We have to have different teams, right? So the construction team, the amenities team, the roads team, they need to not just focus on their own scope of work, they need to look at the project holistically, right? So this is where the holistic way to look at the project within the project. So this could be a sub project. Construction was just a sub project of the whole housing society, roads was just a sub project of the whole housing society, right? But it does have an impact, and that is why the roads team, the construction team, the amenities team, they need to look at the project in a holistic way. If you are a project manager who is, let's say, managing just the constructions of this housing society, you have to step back and you have to look at the project as a whole. And teams, if they can plan together, the project will obviously be a success. So that's the long and short of what this principle talks about. Now let's get down into more details about systems thinking. So at its core, a project is going to operate as a system which is made up of various interconnected and interdependent parts. These domains of activity work, they together achieve a unified goal. As in our example, we were talking about a housing society, and you saw how many different teams were involved. Now, systems thinking, this is going to shift your perspective to see the bigger picture. How these project parts or sub projects, how do they interact, and not only within themselves but also with the external systems, such as, let's say, the strategy of the organization or the market condition. Now, One key challenge is that systems are constantly evolving. So, internal changes, there could be external forces, and even small disruptions, they can create a ripple effects across the entire project, across the entire system of project, if I may say so. However, the systems thinking, right, with systems thinking, project teams can remain responsive to these interactions. And this responsiveness enables teams to, make adjustments and seize opportunities that can positively impact the outcome of the project. So, taking this holistic approach is going to help project teams better manage the dynamic circumstances, ensuring that projects perform optimally while staying aligned with the goals of the organization. And with that, a quick reminder, if you're preparing for the PMP exam, download your free 7-week PMP study plan from the link in the description below. 50 days is all it takes. Thousands of our community members have used this study plan to pass their PMP exam. Now, let's talk about projects as systems and subsystems. We took an example of it when we talked about the housing society. Let's explore more about this, right? So, projects, they do not exist in isolation, right? Let's just focus on the first point. They are part of the broader systems, larger systems, and this could be programs or portfolios as well. And this interconnected structure, often referred to as a system of systems, and it highlights the importance of aligning a project's goals with the higher level objectives. So your project is not just, you might be the project manager responsible for construction of roads, but you have to look at the holistic picture. You have to look at the system of systems, which is you are just working on the road system, but there's construction going on, there's amenities required, there's this whole multi-level car parking required and all that, right? So within a project, within your project, there are often subsystems that need to work together seamlessly. As an example, let's take another example. If different teams, they develop individual components of a deliverable or of a software, right? The real challenge lies in integrating those components effectively to achieve the desired outcome. You look at any manufacturing plant, or let's say manufacturing of cars, you will see that all these different parts come from different vendors. End of the day, all of them need to work together to make the final car, right, to make that final piece. So that is what it talks about when it says subsystems within the project and how they must integrate effectively. So to navigate this complexity, project teams must balance two perspectives. First is inside out, which is focusing on how their work influence the larger system. And secondly, it is outside in, which is the understanding of how external factors shape their project's priorities and actions. I'd like to repeat it here, right? Two perspectives that all project teams and you as a project manager need to be aware of. Number one is inside out. So, this is where you focus on how the work that your team is doing, how it influences the larger system, right, at the program level or at the portfolio level. And the second thing is outside in, which means how external forces, things that are not within your control, which are outside the project, how they are going to shape your priorities and actions within your project. So, inside out and outside in. Now, by identifying and leveraging synergies between systems, project teams can also improve efficiency and they can deliver greater value for stakeholders. Now, let's talk about timing and incremental outcomes. So, timing plays a critical role when it comes to systems thinking. Projects, they often deliver incrementally, where each phase builds upon the last phase, and this creates a cumulative impact over time. As an example, let's talk about software delivery, right? So a project delivering software incrementally, it allows each release or each version of the software to enhance the capabilities of the previous versions, and this maximizes value for stakeholders. Now, it is important to note that systems thinking urges project teams to think beyond just the completion of the project, right? You talk about how the deliverables are going to perform in the operational context as well. You need to ensure that these deliverables meet the intended outcomes in real world use, and that is actually just as important as delivering those deliverables, right? Now, by recognizing the dynamic nature of systems and planning with a long term perspective, project teams can better align outcomes with organizational goals and the expectations of the customer. So that's how timing and incremental outcomes are important. Now, how do you adapt to changes in the system? Obviously, we talked about this. No project exists in a vacuum. There are internal dynamics, there are external influences that constantly shift or try to shift the direction that your project is going, right? So even a minor change can actually trigger a domino effect, or it can cascade impacts throughout the project system. As an example, let's say a large construction project that we were talking about, right? A change in requirements, it might affect contracts with vendors. We just talked about how the architect thought it was really, really helpful if those two MLCP, multi-level car parking building, had, let's say, two bridges. But this changing requirements, right? This is going to affect the contract that the project team had with the vendors, or the sponsor of the project had with the vendor for construction of the multi-level car park, right? And this is also going to obviously impact the project timeline. This may even, there could be regulatory issues, right? Are you allowed by the authorities to have this bridge between two different buildings, or are there any regulatory approvals required? So these effects must be carefully managed to avoid derailing the entire project. By staying vigilant and employing proactive change management strategies, project teams can navigate these dynamics effectively, and this ensures the alignment with stakeholder goals as well as expectations. And these adjustments also allow teams to exploit opportunities that might otherwise go unnoticed. We talked about how there was a vendor who can actually set up a car wash shop. This is going to be helpful. This is an opportunity. It is going to be a source of revenue for whoever is the owner of the multi-level car park, right? And this is also going to be beneficial for people who live in this housing society and who want to make use of the car wash, right? So that is why such adjustments can also allow teams to exploit opportunities which might otherwise go unnoticed, and this also reduce risks that are posed by external or internal factors at times. Let's talk about project team as a system. A project team is a diverse system which is working toward a common objective. So project team itself, it functions as a system. Now this brings together, because the project team, it brings together individuals with diverse skills, with diverse experiences, with diverse perspectives to achieve the shared goals. And this diversity is actually a strength. But obviously, it also requires thoughtful management to ensure the team collaborates effectively. And teams must leverage their differences to drive innovation while maintaining cohesion within the team. Now, in cases where team members come from different organizational structures or cultures, such as, let's say, a government agency and a private company, right? So someone coming in from a government agency will have a totally different mindset towards work versus someone who comes from a private company, right? So you have to synthesize these cultures, and this is something that you as a project manager need to take care of. You have to synthesize these cultures into a unified vision, and it is going to help the team operate as one cohesive unit. And by fostering collaboration and alignment, the team is going to ensure that its work supports not only the project's immediate objectives but also the broader organizational objectives, right? So you have the project goals, you have organizational objectives. If there's a cohesive team, it is going to align with them. Okay, let's talk about some of the skills that are required for system thinking. First is empathy. Now, empathy enables teams to understand the needs and expectations of business areas as well as stakeholders, and this helps align project goals with broader organizational objectives as well. You have critical thinking. This can be combined with the big picture focus or the holistic view that we talked about in the beginning. This allows teams to see how individual elements fit within the larger system, and this is going to help make them make informed decisions. We talked about how the roads team should also think about the construction team, the amenities team, and stuff like that. They should not just focus on their work, right? Now, assumptions, you have to challenge them. Assumptions and even mental models, they can limit perspectives for sure. So you have to challenge them, and project teams should be open to innovative solutions, right? So that is why challenging assumptions and mental models is important, which is also a skill within systems thinking. And then there's integrated methods and modeling. It provides clarity and it provides predictability. It enables teams to visualize system interactions, and it is going to help them proactively manage, right? It will help them plan proactively as well. And mastering these skills, it is going to ensure that decisions benefit not only the project but the organization as a whole, and this creates long term positive impact for sure. So that was all about systems thinking. I hope you were able to understand this principle. If you like our work, consider contributing by heading over to pmclounge.com/contribute, and you can keep learning by checking out other videos on this channel. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this video, we are talking about the sixth principle of project management, which is all about leadership. If you want to go over an article on this topic rather than a video, then check out the first link in the description below, which will take you to an article on this topic over at our official website, pmclounge.com. And by the way, the second link is going to be an entire playlist of all the 12 principles. So, without further ado, let me share the sixth principle of project management, which is all about leadership. How you, as a project manager, should be demonstrating leadership behaviors. So, here's what it says: demonstrate and adopt leadership behaviors to support individual and team needs. So, the reason you are demonstrating such behaviors is to be able to support the needs of individual team members as well as your team, right? Team as a whole, they may have certain needs as well. Now, leadership, I've been giving examples about each of the project management principles if you check out our other videos as well. For leadership, there's no example as such, but you can sort of think of a team outing activity that a group of project managers need to be doing, right? So let's say there's a group of project managers, there are several project managers, right? You assume that these are project managers, right? So you assume that this is a team of project managers and they are planning a team outing. They all belong to the same team, right? So naturally, one of them is going to step up in the leadership role, right? And this is not because this person was officially chosen to be a leader, but let's say they just start the conversation around outing by asking everyone what would make the outing more fun, and they are going to listen to ideas. They'll listen ideas from all these remaining project managers about games, activities, snacks, and everything, right? And then it is possible that they even assign other project managers to certain tasks. Let's say if a couple of project managers, other project managers, they have larger cars, they might be asked to pick up and drop other team members on the way to the venue. If someone knows a lot about the city and the venues, they might be asked to select a venue. Someone might be asked to look for food. Someone might be asked to look for, let's say, all the activities and fun things that needs to be done on that day. And let's say on that day of the outing itself, if it starts to rain and outdoor games become impossible, this person who was the leader, right, they might suggest everyone to move indoors, and they might even brainstorm new games that fit this new setting. So this is all about leadership, right? This is an example of leadership which comes naturally. And if you are a leader, you are supposed to be demonstrating the leadership behaviors, and you're supposed to be adapting, as we saw in the example of how rain came in. So what happened after that, right? So that's what needs to be done. Let's talk more about leadership here. Effective leadership, it promotes project success and contributes to positive outcomes. It is the cornerstone of project success, if you ask me. And when leaders guide their teams with clarity and purpose, projects are more likely to achieve their objectives and generate positive outcomes. Any project team member, they can exhibit leadership behavior, which is what we saw in the example that I took, right? And I purposefully took an example mentioning that everyone is a project manager. It is a team of project managers, right? And let's say it is not any project they are working on. It's basically an outing which can also be treated as a project. So anyone, every project manager had that chance to step up in the leadership role. And that is why leadership, it is not reserved for those who have formal titles or who have the authority, right? Every team member can have the potential to lead by example, and they have the potential to influence others through their actions and being proactive in general, right? Now let's also talk about the next point, which is how leadership goes beyond formal authority, right? So it is about influencing, it is about inspiring as well. So authority can come from a formal position, right? So if we had in our previous example, all that we had was a group of project managers. But if there was someone with the formal authority, with the formal title of a program manager or a lead of the project managers, right, or the manager of the project managers, if there was one person like that, this person would by default assume the leadership opportunity, right? And that is why I took an example of how you can actually go beyond formal authority, right? If you don't have a formal authority in a group, leadership can still thrive. Leadership is all about influencing, inspiring. It is demonstrated by the ability to inspire, trust and motivate the team. And you can create a sense of shared purpose as well to be able to lead a team. Let's also talk about effective leaders and how they adapt their style based on the situation. We just saw how it rained and then what happened after that as well, right? So great leaders are going to understand that different situations and team members may require different approaches. So they have to be flexible, they have to sort of ask the team to come inside because it is raining outside, and they have to do the brainstorming to make sure the show goes on, right? So that's one of the requirements and one of the qualities of a leader. Leaders exemplify honesty, integrity, and ethical conduct. And this is the very foundation of leadership, if you ask me, right? The effective leadership, it lies in personal character. And leaders who consistently demonstrate honesty and integrity, they set a positive example, right? And they are the ones that earn trust and respect of their team. Before we go further, I'd like to remind you about our 50-day free PMP study plan. Check out the link in the description and grab your copy now. Thousands of our team members, not team members, but community members who are also an extension of our team, right? They have passed their PMP exam by using our 50-day PMP study plan. All right, let's talk about the need for leadership in projects. Projects involve multiple organizations. They can involve multiple departments as well. They can involve multiple functions, they can involve multiple vendors, and all of these are going to interact routinely. So, ongoing operations, right? Unlike ongoing operations, projects bring diverse groups that may not regularly work together. In operations, you are going to see that there are a certain groups, right, that work together all the time, but that is not the case with projects. And this makes it essential for leadership to bridge these gaps between different organizations and departments and functions, right? And they need to coordinate efforts. You, as a project manager, are a leader yourself, and you need to ensure that you are the one who is doing the coordination here. Higher stakes and expectations in projects can lead to confusion, and it can lead to conflict as well. Given the elevated expectations and the complex dynamics in project environment, we just saw how complex it is because you have these different teams and different people trying to work together, right? This is why leadership becomes crucial in managing conflicts, in maintaining clarity, and in ensuring that everyone, all of these folks, they remain focused on whatever the common objective of the project really is. A broader array of participants attempt to influence project directions. This is obviously something which is very common in projects. You will see that influence often comes from various stakeholders. You've got managers, you've got executives, you've got even team members, senior team members, right? All of them may have different priorities, different opinions. They may make strong leadership vital, right? So it this is the reason why all of these are the reasons why strong leadership is vital for basically ensuring that all of these perspectives are unified. Prioritizing vision, creativity, motivation, empathy, and encouragement, all of this leads to better outcomes. And when we talk about project environment, you have to embrace these leadership qualities, all these qualities that we just mentioned. And team members should feel empowered to contribute innovative ideas, and they should feel empowered to support another. This is going to result in more effective collaboration and success, right? Better outcomes that we just talked about. Let's talk about the nature of leadership in projects. We just talked about in the previous slide, we talked about the need for leadership. Now, let's talk about the nature of leadership. Leadership is obviously a combination of different things. It is a combination of your attitude, your talent, your character, behaviors. All of these are used to influence individuals towards the desired outcome. So, obviously, leadership is a multifaceted thing, right? It encompasses not only inherent skills and talents, but it also encompasses the personal character and behaviors that drive others towards achieving the objectives. This could be the objectives of the organization. This could be the objectives of the project itself. Now, having said that, if you see that leadership is a combination of so many things, what do you think? Leaders are born or leaders are made? Let me know in the comments below. This is going to be interesting. I'd love to look forward to what you have to say about this. Do you think all this attitude, talent, character, behavior, all of this is something that people can be born with, or is this something that you can improve on or develop as you go through your career? Now, it is not exclusive to any one role, leadership, of course. Various project participants, they can display leadership in different times, right? So, effective leadership, it emerges from all levels of the project. It could be from the project manager, it could be from the project sponsor, any individual team members. All of them can contribute to the overall success of the project through their unique, insights and actions that they might have. Shared leadership, it allows multiple influencers to contribute the complementary skills that they have, right? So obviously in high performing projects, you will find that leadership is shared among various individuals. So it's not like just someone who is the project manager needs to be a leader. Of course they need to be the leader, but you will see that leadership qualities can come from different people within the project team, different people working on that project. And this is where each person's strengths and expertise complement one another. And this creates a balanced approach to solving any problems that the project may have. Effective leadership unifies the project team and it directs the efforts towards a common goal that all the project team members have. So, when leadership is consistently demonstrated across the team, you will find that it aligns everyone's efforts with the vision of the project and it ensures that all contributions work towards achieving the collective success of the project. Let's talk about leadership versus authority. This is an important topic, and as you can see, authority weighs lighter than leadership. So, leadership is what you should be after. Authority is the formal power, right? So, it is granted by an organization, it is defined through titles, it can be defined through documented responsibilities. So, authority basically comes from an official role, right? Or it can come from an official title within an organization. And this can be established through, formal documentation or whatever. It could be a charter, it could be a position description. That is where authority comes from. So, it is a formal power source. But when it comes to leadership, it is behavior driven and it is based on things like influence, motivation, and trust, right? This is where leadership comes from. So, this is a direct contrast to formal power source, right? And leadership is obviously less about formal power, it is more about the ability to influence others, motivate the team, and build trust through your actions and decisions. Authority enables control. So, authority may enable control, but leadership is going to inspire teamwork and commitment, right? So, authority is going to allow a person to, let's say, direct actions, tell people what to do. But leadership is going to inspire a sense of purpose and unity for sure. So, that's another difference, that leadership inspires teamwork while authority is going to solely rely on authority, right? It is insufficient. Authority is insufficient in creating a motivated and engaged project team. So, without the added influence of which will come from effective leadership, if you don't have the influence, even those with formal power, they are going to fail and they are going to struggle to foster, let's say, genuine engagement. They may even fail in driving the team towards long term success. So that's the difference between leadership and authority. Okay, let's talk about some leadership styles. Various styles exist out there. You will have autocratic, you will have democratic, laissez faire, directive, participative, assertive, and there are many more such leadership styles, right? This is a broad spectrum of leadership styles, basically. Uh, all of these, and it's not like just because the name says autocratic and doesn't sound democratic enough, it is going to be bad. Actually, all of them have different strengths and they may have different weaknesses as well. But all of them are good approaches in managing and guiding the team given certain situations. In certain situations, the most democratic leader may have to take an autocratic decision as well. That is also possible. So, no single style is universally best. Effective leadership needs to be adapted to the situation, which is what I was talking about, right? So, the key here is the ability to assess the situation and choose one of the styles that suits best whatever the challenge is, whatever the situation is, right? In fact, in moments of chaos, a directive approach can actually create clarity and momentum, right? So obviously, if there is a chaotic situation, you are required to take a directive and autocratic approach, right? You might not come in and do a democratic or show democratic leadership there. Empowered delegation works best with highly competent and engaged teams. So this is a direct contrast to the previous point, right? So when you are working with a team, that is skilled and motivated, you as a leader can delegate responsibilities effectively, and this is going to foster an environment where team members can themselves take ownership, they can themselves drive results, and they can themselves act based on the best of their abilities in the moments of chaos. So you don't have to be autocratic here, right? You can empower people to be able to take the correct decisions, take the decisions that they feel is right. So these are the different leadership styles, and how you as a leader need to walk through and ensure you deploy the best style in a given situation. Let's talk about how you can develop leadership skills. So these are learnable, and this answers the questions that I was asking previously. Are people born leaders, or can leaders be made? So these are some of the skills. If you can develop these skills, you can actually become a leader. So what this slide says is that leadership, it is not an innate trait which people are born with, right? It is a set of skills that anyone can cultivate through practice, through feedback, through continuous improvement. So what are these skills? The core skills include focusing the team around agreed goals and articulating a motivating vision. These are the core skills of a leader. You have to have goals, you have to ensure that the team focus on those goals, and you have to be able to articulate the vision for the team. These are the core skills. This is at the heart of the leadership, right? Then there are some additional skills, like seeking resources, building consensus, overcoming obstacles, resolving conflicts, right? So effective leaders, they proactively seek the resources that they need to support the team, right? This could be physical resources, this could be team resources. They do facilitate consensus during decision making, and they will address any challenges or conflicts in constructive manner. That is additional skills of a leader. Then there are some further competencies of a leader. This includes adapting, this includes communication, coaching, mentoring, active listening, which is, I believe, is a part of communication itself, if you ask me. So you have to adapt to the communication style of the audience. You have to be listening actively. You have to be able to provide coaching and mentoring. All of these are essential for nurturing a productive and engaged team. And what is all this going to result in? This is going to help if you recognize individual contributions and you create opportunities for skill development. All of this is going to boost the morale of the team, and this is also going to reinforce a culture of shared leadership that we talked about, right? So leaders create leaders, which is something that we discussed in the previous slide as well, wherein by recognizing your team members, by providing them the opportunities for growth, and making sure that they also collaborate in decision making, you are creating more leaders. In the moments of chaos, you are empowering your team members to be able to take the decision to the best of their abilities. Finally, what is the impact of leadership on project outcomes? When leaders, they actively foster collaboration, they create an environment where every team member feels responsible for the success of the project, and this results in higher overall engagement, right? So effective leadership, it needs to promote shared responsibility and a vibrant project environment. This is something that you as a leader need to do. Leadership behaviors, they drive engagement, they perform ethical conduct, right? Their conduct is always ethical, and they obviously believe in continuous improvement. Blending leadership styles and ongoing skill growth enhances the performance of the project. So when uh, teams, they embrace a mix of leadership styles, all those leadership styles that we talked about, and when they continually develop their skills, they become more adaptable and they become more capable also of overcoming challenges. And this obviously improves the project performance. When leadership is practiced across roles, projects achieve higher success rates. So instead of having just one leader, when you have leadership across roles, projects are going to be more successful, right? They have higher success rates basically and improved outcomes. So leadership needs to be demonstrated at all levels. It is going to benefit from a unified direction and vision, of course, but it is going to obviously give you better results. So that was all about leadership. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you like our work, consider contributing by heading over to pmclounge.com/contribute, and let me know what you think about leadership in the comments below. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already, and keep learning. Check out our other videos. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye bye. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this video, you will learn the seventh principle of project management, which is all about tailoring. By the way, have you checked out the other principles of project management yet? There are total of 12 project management principles. Check out the second link in the description to see and learn all of them. By the way, if you get value out of our videos and our work, please smash that like button. It helps us stay motivated and create more free content for you. Talking about free content, if you want to read an article on this topic that we are discussing today, that is tailoring, then you can check out the first link in the description, which will take you to a relevant article on this topic over at our official website, pmclounge.com. All right, that being clear, that being said, let's talk about the seventh principle, which is all about tailoring based on context. What does it say? It says that design the project development approach based on the context of the project, its objectives, stakeholders, governance, and the environment, using just enough process to achieve the desired outcome while maximizing value, managing cost, and enhancing speed. So as you can tell that this project management principle is quite a mouthful, but there are certain keywords here. Number one being the context, and number two being just enough process. So don't make your project's process heavy. That is what this principle talks about. And let's take an example to understand this, as we always do. And I'll take my usual team outing project example. You might think that I really, really love team outings. But, anyways, they are good for examples at least. So, let's say you are the person responsible for organizing the team outing, right? So now instead of following a complicated one size fits all plan, you decide to create a simple plan that fits exactly what you and your team needs. So the first thing you do is you discuss what's most important, choosing a venue, deciding on food, and planning a few fun activities, right? These are the three that are most important: venue, food, and fun activities. Now, you also consider the weather, how many team members are coming, and you also consider what everyone likes. And you also have your plan B in place, right? So, if it suddenly starts to rain, you can quickly change the plan by deciding to hold activities indoors. Now, this approach, using just the necessary steps and adapting if the situation changes, this is called tailoring. You did two things. The number one thing you did was you used just enough process, and number two was you adapted if it rains, right? So you will adapt and change the fun activities from outdoors to indoors. This is precisely what tailoring is all about. Tailoring means adjusting your plan to suit your unique situation, just like how you made a simple, flexible outing plan that works perfectly for your team. And this example shows how tailoring can make any project more effective by focusing only on what's essential and being ready to adapt as needed. Let's get deeper into tailoring here. So, tailoring is the deliberate adaptation of approach, governance, and processes to suit the unique context of the project. Now, obviously, every project is different, and tailoring means deliberately adjusting your methods and processes so that they fit the specific needs and circumstances of the project. This is going to ensure that you are not overburdened with unnecessary processes while still maintaining effective control. So, you see how we are talking about just enough process here, how we want to be more agile in a way that we don't want to make a process for every single thing. We want just enough process as far as our projects are concerned. Now, tailoring is also based on the project's objectives, stakeholders, governance, and the environment, something we talked about. The tailoring process takes into account a wide range of factors, and these are all the factors, right? The project goals, the stakeholders, how the project is governed, and the overall environment that the project is operating in, so that the chosen approach is aligned with what the project truly requires. The goal is to use just enough process to achieve the desired outcome while maximizing value, managing cost, and enhancing the speed. So, when you apply only the necessary processes, methods, and artifacts, tailoring helps project teams focus on what really matters. It is obviously going to reduce waste as well, and it is going to ensure that efforts are cost effective and timely while they still deliver value. With that, I'd like to remind you about our 7 week or 50-day PMP study plan. It's totally free. Check out the link in the description. Grab your own copy of this plan. Thousands of our community members have used this plan to pass their PMP exams. All right, let's talk about the need for tailoring. The first point here is how each project is unique. No two projects are exactly alike. Even if the deliverables might seem similar, the project as a whole is going to be unique. And success depends on adapting methods to the specific context. Tailoring acknowledges these differences between projects by adapting the project's approach to its unique circumstances, which is obviously critical for achieving success. Tailoring is an iterative and continuous process, so it is both iterative as well as continuous throughout the life cycle of the project. And the process of tailoring is not just a one time decision, so you don't just tailor once and be done with it. As the project progresses, as you get new information, as the circumstances change, you might require to make further adjustments, which makes tailoring a continuous effort that evolves with the project. Finally, tailoring also ensures that the chosen framework enables flexibility and responsiveness. When we customize methods and processes, we are essentially providing the necessary flexibility to adapt to changes. And we are responding to unexpected challenges, and we are continually optimizing the project for better outcomes. This is why tailoring is needed. All right, let's talk about the factors influencing tailoring decisions. And there are various factors at play here, right? Such as you have the dynamic business environment, the size and capability of the team, the inherent uncertainty and complexity of the project. All of them play a critical role in determining which processes and methods are most appropriate for each project. Now, a comprehensive view that takes into account all interconnected elements of the project is going to ensure that the tailoring approach is well rounded and effective in addressing all aspects of the project's context. So, obviously, tailoring considers interrelated complexities from a holistic perspective. Now, the process of tailoring isn't done in isolation, right? So, decision making regarding tailoring is often a collaborative process with the project management office and the key stakeholders. So, you are going to do discussions with the PMO and key stakeholders to determine the delivery approach and the resource requirements. This is going to ensure that the methods selected to deliver a project, they truly fit the needs of the project. Let's talk about some of the benefits of tailoring. We are doing so much. We are employing just enough process. We are trying to reduce waste and everything. What are the benefits of tailoring, right? Now, when we customize the project approach to suit the specific needs of the project, this is going to foster an environment where innovation can thrive because your processes are streamlined and the overall productivity improves. So, obviously, tailoring increases innovation, it increases efficiency, and it improves productivity. Tailoring also leads to lessons learned and continuous improvement of organizational methodologies. So it is benefiting not just the current project, but it can also contribute to future success by capturing the lessons learned. And this continuous feedback loop allows organizations to refine their methodologies and adapt to new practices over time. Other benefits include reduced waste, deeper team commitment, and customer focused delivery. So think of it this way, right? When project processes are tailored, teams are more engaged because they have a say in defining the approach. Remember, you are not doing this entire tailoring effort yourself or alone in isolation. You are involving the team members, and that is why they feel more engaged and they feel more responsible towards the project. This collaboration, it also reduces wasted effort, it ensures efficient use of resources, and it aligns project delivery closely with what the customer needs. So those are some of the benefits of tailoring. How should you communicate the decisions of tailoring? Because you are essentially introducing changes to process, changes to way projects are delivered, right? So project teams must clearly communicate tailoring decisions to all the required stakeholders. If you want your tailoring to be effective, it is critical, it is important that all relevant stakeholders are informed about the decisions made regarding the approach of the project. And this communication ensures that everyone is on the same page. Secondly, each team member should understand the chosen methods and their roles within the team. So you start at home. It shouldn't be like you've introduced tailoring, you've changed the processes, but your own team members don't understand it, right? That is why when every member of the project team is aware of the tailored process or the new process, right? They understand how their individual responsibilities fit into the larger picture. This is going to minimize confusion and this is going to foster collaborative environment. Finally, transparency in tailoring builds confidence and ensures alignment with project goals. So, how do you bring in transparency? You bring in by doing open discussions, and open discussions should be about the reasons behind any tailoring decisions, right? Project teams, they not only build trust with stakeholders, but they also reinforce the rationale for the approach. And this is going to ensure that everyone remains aligned with the project's objectives. So, obviously, any kind of tailoring decision, you need to involve your project team. You need to be transparent in terms of communication. Finally, let's talk about continuous improvement. As we discussed earlier, tailoring is an iterative process. It also evolves as the project progresses. And by recognizing that no project remains static, tailoring is continuously revisited and refined as well. So this iterative process, it ensures that the project remains relevant and effective as new challenges and new opportunities arise. Secondly, feedback is also important. So feedback from stakeholders is used to evaluate and adjust methods continuously. So you should be regularly collecting feedback from your stakeholders, from all the important people that you can think of. And this is going to allow the project teams to assess the effectiveness of the tailored approach and, if required, make necessary adjustments as well. This is going to ensure that the project continues to meet its objectives. A tailored approach maximizes value, it manages constraints, and improves performance over time. So ultimately, when you are customizing the processes and customizing the methods to suit the specific need of the project or specific context of the project, it is going to enhance the immediate project performance. Also, it is going to contribute to long term success as well. So, not just immediate project performance, but long term success as well. And this is going to maximize value and this is going to manage the constraints of the project effectively. So, I hope you were able to understand this whole concept of tailoring. To check out the other project management principles. If you like our work, consider contributing by heading over to pmclounge.com/contribute. Like, share, subscribe, keep learning, check out our other videos, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this video, you will learn the eighth principle of project management, which is all about quality. It says build quality into processes and deliverables. By the way, if you want to go over an article on this topic rather than watching this video, I'd urge you to check out the first link in the description below, which will take you to an article on this topic over at our official website pmclounge.com. Loads of articles and videos and PMP preparation material is available for free on that website, so definitely check it out. Also, if you want to go over all the 12 project management principles, check out the second link in the description below, which will take you to a playlist of all the 12 principles. Finally, these 12 principles come from the Standard for Project Management, which is a sub book part of the PMBOK guide itself. So if you're preparing for PMP, you need to know about the Standard for Project Management as well. It is part of the PMBOK guide itself. Check out the third link in the description, which will take you to an entire playlist of all the videos that we have done on the Standard for Project Management. With that being clear, that being said, here's what Principle 8 says, and it might sound confusing, so stay with me. Maintain a focus on quality that produces deliverables that meet project objectives. So these deliverables should meet project objectives, and these deliverables should also align to the needs, users, and acceptance requirements set forth by relevant stakeholders. I hope you're able to understand what this principle says. It says that quality should be the main focus for deliverables, and these deliverables should meet the project objectives and align to the needs, users, and acceptance requirements of stakeholders. So that is what this principle is all about. We can think of an example, as we always do, to understand each of these principles, right? The project management principles, that is. So think of you buying an IKEA furniture. Let's say you bought a big box from IKEA which contains all the parts of a bed, right? So this is what you are going to put together. Now, with this, you have also received an instruction manual. All IKEA furniture come with some sort of manual as well, instructions basically. So if you carefully follow each step in this manual and you double check each critical joint of this furniture or the bed, and if you test its strength before using it, you will likely end up with a well put together piece of furniture. On the other hand, if you just rush through all these instructions and you don't do any double checking and you don't do any testing, your bed might not be up to the mark. Worse, it may even break when put to use. That is poor quality. Now, this example illustrates the concept of quality in projects. By paying attention to details, using the right process, and verifying that your work meets the set requirements, you are going to ensure that the final deliverable is of high quality. And just as with this IKEA furniture, when a project is managed with quality in mind, the end result is going to meet the expectation of stakeholders, which is what this principle says, right? You should maintain a focus on quality. So smash that like button if you like this IKEA furniture example. It helps us stay motivated and create more free content for you. Let's dive deeper into quality. Now, in project management, quality is defined by how well the deliverables meet the needs and expectations of stakeholders. It is not just about finishing tasks, but ensuring that every output aligns with both the specified requirements and the broader goals of the project. So, obviously, quality means satisfying stakeholders' expectations and fulfilling the project and product requirements. It focuses on meeting acceptance criteria for deliverables, something that we saw in the principle as well. Now, think of it this way: every project deliverable is evaluated against defined acceptance criteria, and this acceptance criteria needs to be put together by relevant stakeholders. It could be sponsors, it could be end customers, anyone, right? But they need to put together an acceptance criteria. And this acceptance criteria is nothing but a standard set by stakeholders, or it could be outlined in the project documents as well. Now, achieving quality means that these deliverables not only function as intended, but they also satisfy the conditions for approval and use. By the way, this reminds me of something that a lot of people talk about, which is meet and exceed customer requirements or customer expectations or just expectations in general. As a project manager, what do you think about this meet and exceed requirements or meet and exceed expectations? Do you think this is a good practice? Do you think we should exceed expectations? Let me know in the comments. Definitely looking forward to your answers. Now, finally, quality also involves ensuring that project processes are appropriate and effective. So, beyond the final product, the final deliverable, quality needs to be built into the way the work is done. Effective processes minimize errors, prevent defects, and promote continuous improvement, ensuring that the work leading to the deliverables is as sound as the outputs themselves. With that, I'd like to remind you about our 50-day PMP study plan. It is totally free, available on our website. Check out the link in the description and grab your copy now. All right, let's talk about the 8 dimensions of quality. The number one is performance. Now, quality begins with performance, ensuring that every deliverable functions as the project team and stakeholders intended it to. This means the product or service must do what it is designed to do under normal operating conditions. That is what performance is all about. Let's talk about reliability. So, reliability is all about consistency. A quality deliverable consistently meets its performance metrics every time it is used, thereby building trust among stakeholders that it will function correctly whenever needed. Let's talk about satisfaction. So, the user's perspective is obviously very crucial. A deliverable must not only meet technical specifications but also satisfy end users through its usability, user experience, and the overall value. Now, let's also talk about efficiency, which is another dimension of quality. Efficiency in quality means producing the desired output with the least amount of input. This means maximizing productivity while minimizing waste. This not only saves resources but also improves project timelines. Now, a lot of people tend to think that when we talk about quality, we are just talking about, extra pair of eyes. We're just talking about extra resources to be spent just to ensure everything is being done correctly, right? But here, this point talks about how efficiency is a dimension of quality. You have to maximize productivity and minimize the waste. Now, the next dimension of quality is conformity. Conformity is all about checking whether a deliverable is fit for use and adheres strictly to the predefined specifications. This aspect of quality ensures that the final output meets the set standards and the industry norms. Next is resilience. Resilience evaluates how well a deliverable can handle unforeseen failures. So, some sort of risk management is coming into play here. A resilient product can quickly recover from unexpected issues, ensuring minimal disruption to overall project performance. That is what resilience is all about. Let's talk about uniformity. Uniformity ensures consistency across deliverables produced in the same manner. When multiple outputs are created, they should be coherent and consistent in quality, reinforcing the overall integrity of the project, right? Now, finally, it's all about sustainability. This is the last dimension of quality. Sustainability essentially ensures or examines whether the deliverable contributes positively over the long term or not. And this includes economic, social, and the environmental impacts of the final product or service of the project. A sustainable approach to quality ensures that the project delivers lasting value. Okay, let's move on and talk about managing quality. Now, to manage quality effectively, projects rely on clear metrics and acceptance criteria. These standards, whether derived from stakeholder expectations or contractual agreements, they provide a benchmark against which every deliverable is measured. So, obviously, quality is measured using metrics and the acceptance criteria based on whatever the explicit or implicit requirements are. Note that it is very, very important that you have this matrix documented in your project documents. You need to know what you are trying to achieve, what is that benchmark before you even start the work, right? Next is requirements may stem from stakeholders, contracts, organizational policies, standards, or even regulatory bodies. So these all of these are basically the sources of quality requirements. And as you can see, these are pretty diverse sources, right? And they can come directly from customer needs. They can be outlined in formal contracts as well. They can be dictated by industry standards and regulations, which are also documented somewhere for sure. And this diverse input ensures that quality is comprehensive and meets all necessary conditions. Now, one thing to note here is that both deliverables and project processes are evaluated. So it's not like you find some hack to come up with project deliverables and complete the project deliverables and ship them. We are also going to evaluate project processes as well. And this could be done using inspections, testing, reviews, audits, right? They can detect and prevent errors in the deliverables and in the process as well. This prevents rework and this reduces waste also. All right, let's talk about benefits of building quality into projects, right? Why should quality be your focus? Number one, quality deliverables are fit for purpose and they meet stakeholder expectations. As simple as that. When you build quality into every phase of a project, deliverables are not only created according to specifications, but they are also validated against the stakeholder needs. And this alignment ensures that the end product is truly useful and relevant and meets the stakeholder expectations. Emphasizing quality leads to fewer defects, minimal rework, and enhanced cost control. Something that we just talked about in the previous slide, right? When quality is a priority, projects experience fewer errors and fewer defects. And this is actually a proactive approach. With this proactive approach, you will be able to minimize the need for costly rework, and it is also going to ensure that resources are used efficiently. And this is ultimately going to contribute to better budget management of your project. Streamlined processes that emphasize quality lead to faster delivery and a more satisfied customer base. Additionally, when team members see that their work is being done well and valued, their morale and productivity also increase. This is what the third point talks about. Quality processes improve productivity, customer satisfaction, and even the overall project morale. Now, consistent quality practices contribute to robust service delivery and better decision making. This point talks about how a focus on quality not only improves the immediate outputs of a project, but it also enhances the long term outcomes. Reliable quality practices foster better service delivery, inform strategic decisions, and lead to continuous improvement across the projects. And that's all that we had in this video. I hope you were able to understand the eighth principle of project management. I hope you were able to understand how important quality really is. If you like our work, consider contributing by heading over to pmclounge.com/contribute. Like, share, subscribe, keep learning, check out our other videos, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye bye. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this video, you will learn the ninth principle of project management, which is all about complexity. How do you navigate complexity? By the way, there are a total of 12 principles of project management. And if you want to go over all the videos that we have done, check out the second link in the description, which will take you to a playlist of all the videos. Also, if you would rather read about this topic than watching a video, then check out the first link, which will take you to a relevant article on this topic over at our official website, pmclounge.com. It contains tons of articles and videos. Everything's totally free, so definitely check that out. All right, let's talk about navigate complexity. What does this principle say? It says continually evaluate and navigate project complexity so that approaches and plans enable the project team to successfully navigate the project life cycle. I would have definitely worded this differently. They've used the word navigate twice. But, anyways, what they're trying to say is that we should be continuously evaluating and navigating whatever complexity that the project has so that whatever approaches and plans that you have are basically navigated appropriately throughout the life cycle of the project. So let's take an example like we always do and try to understand how does complexity get introduced in a project. So imagine you are developing a website. That is your project, right? And you are doing that for a customer. Let's say the customer is an educational institution or a school. So you are creating a website for a school. Now, at first, you have clear idea of your customer requirements. You need a homepage. This is what the homepage looks like. It should have bright images. It should have interactive buttons. It should have a gallery of school events. It should even have a section for testimonials of the students, right? So as you start building this, you notice several things that make the process more complicated. For example, the interactive buttons that you have, they work perfectly on one device, let's say a computer, but they do not work perfectly on another device, let's say a mobile phone. Now, another thing you noticed is that the gallery, it loads very slowly because there are too many high resolution images. And then when you open the website on different browsers, the website looks totally different. Now, additionally, as you add more features to this homepage, you realize that the various parts of the website start to interact in unexpected ways. Like when a new plugin conflicts with your custom code that you have already written. So this example shows that even a project which looked very straightforward, just the creation of a website for a school, that can also have a lot of complexities. And these kind of complexities is not new if you are a project manager or if you have managed a project in real life, because complexities get introduced all the times, and this is why this principle is so important. The key is to continuously evaluate and adjust your plans. Let's say you need to simplify the features. Let's say you need to optimize the images and not use high resolution images. You will have to test on multiple browsers. You will have to test on multiple devices. When you do all that, you will ensure that all components of the website work together smoothly. This is how you manage complexity. Now, in this video, in addition to the principle that we just talked about, and we'll go in more details about this principle, we will also cover the nature of complexity. We will also cover the sources of complexity. We will cover some strategies for navigating complexity and how to manage complexity. So I just wanted to make that clear so that you're aware of what's coming in the video. All right, let's talk more about complexity. Now, in project management, complexity is not merely about a high number of tasks. It's about the intricate interplay, as we saw in that example. And this interplay could be of human attitudes, dynamic system relationships, and the inherent uncertainties of any project environment. This mix creates challenges that are not easily controlled but must be acknowledged and managed. So basically, complexity is going to arise from human behavior, system interactions, uncertainty, and ambiguity, which is something that you will have to acknowledge and manage. Secondly, it can emerge at any point during a project and it can impact value, scope, communication, stakeholders, risk, and even technological innovation. And when we say it, we are talking about the complexity, of course. Bottom line is that complexity is not static. It can surface unexpectedly due to various events or conditions. Whether it's a sudden change in technology or evolving stakeholder expectations, these factors can disrupt even the best laid plans, affecting every aspect of the project from value creation to risk management. Project teams must remain vigilant to identify and manage elements of complexity because complexity can creep in at any stage, right? That's what we talked about. It is crucial for teams to continuously monitor the project environment, recognize early signs of complexity. It is going to allow teams to adapt their plans and processes, thereby minimizing negative impacts and maintaining control over project outcomes. Here's a reminder, 50 days is all it takes. Grab our free 7-week PMP study plan. Check out the link in the description. It's totally free. All right, let's talk about the nature of complexity. Now, every project consists of multiple interconnected components: people, process, technology, and perhaps more. The more interactions there are among these elements, the higher the potential for complexity. As each connection, let's say a connection between process and technology, a connection between process and people, each of these connections can introduce additional variables that influence the outcome, which is why a project obviously is a system of interacting elements, and the degree of complexity depends on the nature and the number of interactions. Complexity emerges from interactions within the project and with external systems and environments. And when we say external factors, it can include market conditions, regulatory environments, stakeholder dynamics. All of these contribute to the overall complexity. Understanding this interconnectedness is essential for managing the broad range of influences that can affect a project. Now, complexity, although cannot be completely controlled, project teams can adjust their activities to mitigate its impacts. What does this mean? So, obviously, it is impossible to eliminate all complexity, right? But teams can still modify their methods, they can refine their processes, and they can leverage the experience of everyone working on the project to reduce the adverse effects of complexity. This proactive adjustment is key to navigating challenges and maintaining the overall momentum of the project. All right, so now that we know the nature of complexity, let's move over to the sources of complexity. And there are four sources that we are going to be talking about. The first one is technological innovation. While innovation drives progress, new technologies can also introduce disruptions. The uncertainty about how new tools or processes will function in practice contributes to the overall complexity, particularly when these innovations are not fully understood or they are not fully defined. Second is human behavior. Complexity often originates from the way people interact, and projects are full of people, right? Differences in attitudes, personal agendas, and even cultural norms can lead to conflicting expectations and communication challenges, which obviously add layers of complexity to project management. Number three is uncertainty and ambiguity. Now, if there is one thing that I can say about every single project out there, and it is going to be true, it is ambiguity and uncertainty. Projects are full of ambiguity and uncertainty. And this is why you will see unknown factors and ambiguous situations which add up to the overall complexity of the project. This uncertainty can make it hard to define probabilities or impacts. It can complicate decision making. It can obviously make risk management much more difficult. And finally, let's talk about system behavior. The dynamic interdependencies within a project can produce complex outcomes. We took an example of the development of a website and we saw how system behavior had created complexity. Like the website was not working on one device, but it was working on another device. This is system behavior, right? As an example, integrating various technology systems can reveal unforeseen risks, which is what it did in the website example. Perhaps there was some interdependency between the device and the website. When we integrated various technology systems like different devices, we saw issues. And this is basically interconnected issues that are difficult to predict. And it makes system behavior a significant source of complexity. Let's also talk about strategies for navigating complexity. First up, you need to apply systems thinking. Project teams can gain a holistic view of how various elements interact if they apply system thinking. It can also help them to identify sources of complexity early on in the project. Drawing on past experiences and lessons learned further equips teams to anticipate potential challenges. So, when we say continuously evaluate project elements and interactions using systems thinking and past experience, this is what we are talking about. Next, modify approaches and plans to address emerging complexity. Recognizing that complexity is an evolving factor, teams should remain flexible, adapting processes, relocating resources, or even revising project scope as new complexities emerge is essential for maintaining control and ensuring project success. Finally, we should be using methods such as experimentation, continuous learning, and stakeholder feedback to adapt processes. Proactive strategies, including pilot tests, iterative improvements, and open communication channels with stakeholders, allow teams to refine their approaches continually. This feedback loop is crucial for managing complexity effectively and ensuring that the project remains on track despite uncertainties. Now, let's talk about managing complexity. Early identification of complexity reduces its impact on the project. When project teams remain alert to emerging complexities, they can take corrective actions before these issues escalate. Early detection allows for timely adjustments, minimizing disruptions and safeguarding the project's objectives. Now, in our example, imagine if someone had already worked on the creation of a website for school or for any other website for that matter. They might have been aware that issues might arise when you look up the website on different devices, computer and mobile, right? So this is something which would help in early identification. Continual monitoring and adaptation are essential throughout the project lifecycle. As we talked about this earlier, complexity is not static, it is going to evolve over time. So, ongoing assessment of both internal and external factors ensure that the project remains responsive to change, thereby preserving the integrity of the project plan. Finally, a vigilant approach helps maintain effective project delivery amidst unforeseen challenges. And this point is all about staying proactive and adaptable. By doing so, project teams can navigate the inevitable challenges that complexity brings. This vigilance is key to sustaining momentum and achieving successful project outcomes despite the unpredictable nature of complex environments. So I hope you were able to understand how to navigate complexity, where complexities come from, and what you should be doing as a project manager. If you like our work, consider contributing by heading over to pmclounge.com/contribute. Like, share, subscribe, and definitely keep learning by checking our other videos out. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye bye. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this video, you will learn the 10th principle of project management, which is all about risk. Optimize risk responses. Now, I would like to take a minute and set some context as well. So, skip this video by a minute if you want to get right into what risk is all about as the 10th principle of project management. The context that I wanted to give was that there are a total of 12 project management principles as defined in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Now, I've said this earlier, I'll say it again here. PMBOK Guide 7th edition is not just one book, it is actually a set of two books. Because if you see, it says here the PMBOK Guide, a guide to project management body of knowledge, 7th edition, and the standard for project management. So the 12 principles of project management are basically part of the standard for project management. And we have covered all 12 project management principles. Check out the second link in the description below, which will take you to an entire playlist of all the 12 principles. By the way, we have covered a lot of other videos that are part of the standard for project management. So you can check that third link in the description below to check that playlist out. You should know all of this if you are preparing for the PMP exam. But then there's one other thing that I keep mentioning, and that is the fact that if you are preparing for PMP, obviously you need to know all this. But even if you're not preparing for PMP, you are just a project manager, you should know these 12 project management principles. In fact, I would go so far to say that if you are not even a project manager, just a general manager, you should know these principles because these are more than project management principles. I would say good practices in management that every manager should be aware of and should know. So, with that being clear, that being said, let's talk about optimize risk responses. Now, what does this principle say? Continually evaluate exposure to risk, both opportunities and threats, to maximize positive impacts and minimize negative impacts to the project and its outcomes. So let's dissect this a bit. Continually evaluate exposure to risk, but both opportunities as well as threats. So if you recall in our discussion on risk management, if you are interested in that, I'll share a playlist of all the videos that we have covered under the risk management knowledge area in the description below. So check out that fourth link. But you should already know that opportunities are also known as positive risks and threats are also known as negative risks. So as a project manager, you should be continuously evaluating the exposure to both of these. And this will help you to maximize impacts and minimize negative impacts. So maximize the positive impacts and minimize negative impacts to the project as well as its outcomes. So pretty simple, pretty straightforward principle here. And that is the reason why I say I find them to be all these 12 to be more of general management principles that everyone should be aware of. Now, let's take an example as we always do. So, let's assume that you are a project manager in your office. And since you are the project manager, people expect you to manage all sorts of things. So, let's say there's a sports event in the office and you are responsible to manage that. Now, as always, there is always a chance of rain, right? And that is going to disrupt the outdoor games and activities. So that is a negative risk here. Now, how do you mitigate this? Well, one thing to do is to make sure that the indoor play area, if your office has an indoor play area, that is also booked for this specific day so that if it rains, you can call everyone inside the indoor play area and continue whatever activities that you had planned for outside. Now, this is obviously a straightforward solution, but this also saves costs because you already have this piece of infrastructure available to you for free. So this is a good way to mitigate risks, right? So when you have this alternative plan in place, you are minimizing the negative impact here. Obviously, the negative impact is of the bad weather, and you are going to ensure that the event goes as planned if you just shift all the activities from outdoor play area to indoor play area. So this example demonstrates how evaluating risks early and preparing a suitable response can help you in maintaining the success of the project despite unforeseen challenges. So that was an example of risk. We will dive more into what risk is. So let's talk about what risk really is. So it is an uncertain event or condition that can have a positive or a negative effect on project objectives. So both things are possible here. A risk or an opportunity can have a positive effect on your project, right? So a risk represents any uncertainty that might influence the achievement of the objectives of your project. And these uncertainties can impact the project in various ways. It can affect, let's say, the time, it can affect the cost, it can affect quality, it can affect, the overall outcomes of the project. Now, let's move on. Let's talk about how risks can be positive, which are known as opportunities, but they can be negative, which are known as threats. And this is important. It is important to recognize that risks are not always detrimental, right? So threats are detrimental. Threats may lead to issues such as, let's say, delays or cost overruns, but opportunities can provide benefits like, for example, reduced costs, for example, enhanced performances, right? Now, risks are addressed continually throughout the project. This is something that we talked about when we were discussing the principle itself. And this goes on to prove that risk management is not a one time task, it is an ongoing process that spans the entire project lifecycle. Project teams, they continuously identify, assess, and respond to risks as they emerge, as the risks emerge. And this ensures that uncertainties are managed effectively. All right, I would like to remind you about our 50 days study plan. 7 week is all it takes. Grab the free study plan from the link in the description below. Thousands of our community members have used this exact plan to pass their PMP exam. Okay, let's talk about characteristic of a risk. So individual and overall risks can impact projects significantly. So there are individual risks which are standalone, and then there is an overall risk on the project, right? So each risk, whether it is isolated or there are cumulated risks, right? One thing leads to the other. So they have the potential to affect the outcome of your project. Understanding both, even the micro level or the individual risks, as well as the macro level, which is the overall project risk, this perspective is essential for effective risk management. Threats may result in delays, cost overruns, technical failures, performance shortfalls, or loss of reputation. Negative risks or threats, they can obviously derail a project by causing significant setbacks, and you need to recognize these potential issues early. That is going to enable your team to take preventive measures to minimize the impact that they may have. Then there's opportunities. Opportunities can lead to benefits such as reduced time and cost, improved performance, increased market share, or enhanced reputation. Pretty straightforward, right? So we just talked about there are negative risks and then there are positive risks, threats, and opportunities. All right, let's move on and talk about how to manage risks. Now, overall project risk is the cumulative effect of all uncertainties or all risks on a project. So you list out all the threats that your project has, and you list out all the opportunities that your project has, right? And then you may use quantitative methods to come up with whatever the overall project risk is for your project. So beyond individual risks, the overall project risk, it encompasses the aggregate impact of all the risks. And this is a holistic view, right? So this holistic view is critical in understanding how various risks combine to influence the entire project. This represent stakeholders exposure to variations in project outcomes as well. So whatever your overall risk is, it defines the range of possible deviations from whatever is the expected result of your project or expected outcome of your project, right? And this is obviously going to directly affect the stakeholders. So that is why this is important that you manage the overall project risk and not just individual risks. Now, there are management strategies which include reducing drivers of threats, promoting drivers of opportunities, and aligning with stakeholders' risk appetite. If the stakeholders have high risk appetite, you can go ahead with the project even if you have multiple negative risks and only two opportunities. You can still go ahead because the risk appetite of the stakeholders is pretty high, and they may have certain thresholds as well which you need to be aware of. Now, effective risk management is going to involve a balanced approach. You have to mitigate risk, you have to capitalize on opportunities, and you need to ensure that the level of risk, the overall risk, it aligns with whatever the stakeholders are willing to accept. And that is how you manage risks. Now, risk responses should be appropriate and timely to the significance of the risk, right? So depending on the significance of the risk, if a risk has high probability of occurrence and a high impact, which means that you need to have an appropriate plan in place which should be timely executed, right? So whatever the chosen response you have, it must match the level of impact, the level of urgency which is associated with the risk. And addressing significant risk promptly helps prevent minor issues from escalating. These must be cost effective and realistic within the project context. And that is why when I talked about the example of sporting event that you are going to be organizing in your office, I mentioned how you can ask everyone to come inside the indoor play area of your office, because that solution was cost effective and that solution was realistic as well, as long as the activities that you had planned can be held indoors also. So that is why a good risk response, it is going to balance the effectiveness with the consideration of the available resources also. Risk responses should be agreed to by relevant stakeholders and owned by a responsible person. So this is not just, you made a plan, but nobody's responsible for executing the solutions when risk arises, right? So collaboration is definitely a key in risk management. When stakeholders agree on a risk response and assign clear ownership, the project team can act decisively and maintain accountability throughout the project. All right, let's talk about some advantages of being proactive. Risks exist at the enterprise level, they exist at the portfolio level, program level, project level, and product levels. So, risk is not confined to a single level, right? It permeates every aspect of an organization's work. Recognizing this multi level presence helps in developing comprehensive risk management strategies. Now, by managing risks effectively, project teams can minimize the negative impacts while simultaneously harnessing opportunities that drive improvements as well as add value. Proactive risk evaluation and planning are less costly than reacting to materialized risks. And this is the biggest advantage of being proactive. Whenever you evaluate risks proactively, you are going to find that risk turned out to be less costly than if you were just reacting to a risk that has already materialized. So, anticipating, planning, preparing for risks before they occur, this is not only going to preserve resources, save resources, but it is also going to prevent disruptions that might even derail your entire project. Let's talk about how to navigate risk for success. Continually evaluate and manage risks to keep the overall exposure within the acceptable limits, and this will be different for each project because this will be different for each stakeholder, right, or the key stakeholders of a project. So this is something that you need to basically determine for every single project that you have. Okay, so ongoing risk evaluation is vital to maintaining control over the project's environment. This continuous process ensures that emerging risks are promptly identified and addressed, keeping the overall risk profile within acceptable bounds. Engage with stakeholders to understand their risk appetite and risk thresholds. And that is why I mentioned that the acceptable limits will be different for each project, and it could even be different for each stakeholder. And that is why you need to consider just the key stakeholders here. Understanding what levels of risk stakeholders are willing to accept is basically key. It is very, very critical. This dialogue with the stakeholders to understand their risk appetite and thresholds, of course, this is going to ensure that the project team's approach toward risk aligns with whatever the stakeholders' priorities and expectations are. Finally, proactive risk management maximizes positive impact while minimizing negative ones, something that we have talked about multiple times over in this video. But that's the whole crux about this project management principle, right? So that's all that we had. I hope you were able to understand what risk is and how important it is for your projects. Keep learning, check out our other videos, like, share, subscribe, and if you like our work, consider contributing by heading over to pmclounge.com/contribute. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye bye. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this video, you will learn the 11th principle of project management, which is all about adaptability and resiliency. By the way, if you are into reading articles, check out the first link in the description below, which will take you to an article on this topic over at our official website, pmclounge.com. Some people like to read, some people like to watch videos. So if you like to read, check out that first link. But if you like to watch videos, stay tuned. And I would also like to remind you, since you like to watch videos, there are a total of 12 project management principles that you should be aware of if you are preparing for the PMP exam, right? And all 12 are available in the second link in the description below, which will be an entire playlist of all 12 principles. So definitely check that out. And with that being clear, that being said, let's talk about what this principle actually says. And there are a few things to note in this principle, right? So it first off starts with build. So you have to build something. These are the two things that you are building: adaptability and resiliency. So this is something that you as a project manager need to build, not just in the organization but also in the project teams approaches. And this is going to do three things, right? It is going to help the project accommodate change, recover from setbacks, and advance the work of the project. So what does this say? Build adaptability and resiliency into the organizations and project teams approaches to help the project accommodate change, recover from setbacks, and advance the work of the project. Now, of course, this principle also, just like other principles in project management, this is not rocket science. This is something that you should be aware of as a project manager, as someone who is in a leadership position in an organization. So, let's take an example to understand this principle in a simpler fashion. So, let's say you are creating a website, right? So, instead of going out on a team outing this time around, you are responsible for creating a website, right? So, you are working on this and you plan to have some bright colors, you plan to have interactive menus on the top, you plan to have some cool animations in the center, stuff like that, right? This is what you are trying to achieve, and you want to impress the client, right? You are building this website for a client, of course. So this is what you want. This is how you envision your homepage to be. Now, as you start building this website, as you start the work, you discover that the animations that you have here, they actually make the website run slow on some computers, not all, but on some browsers, some operating systems, some computers, your website is running slow. In fact, even the interactive menu that you have here on the top, right? This menu does not work properly on mobile devices. So obviously, this is frustrating, right? But instead of getting frustrated, if you remember the 11th principle, which is about adaptability, which is about resiliency, what you're going to do is you are going to overcome this technical issue by coming up with more user friendly and efficient website, right? You are going to simplify the animations, you are going to rewrite the code of the menu so that it's not as flashy and it loads properly on all devices. So this example, it illustrates adaptability. You changed your plan. Your initial plan was to make this homepage as flashy as possible, but you changed your plan. That's adaptability right there. And it also illustrates resiliency, which is essentially the ability to recover quickly from setbacks. So you faced setback here, right? But you were able to recover quickly, and you are now ultimately able to deliver a better product overall. So that is an example of principle 11. All right, smash that like button if you were able to understand this example. And now let's get into the weeds. Let's get into more details about this principle. Now, in any project, the conditions can shift unexpectedly, right? New requirements, emerging challenges, or even shifting stakeholder expectations, all of them can require rapid adjustments. Adaptability is the ability or the capacity to respond to such changing conditions. You have the capacity, and your project team, of course, have the capacity to modify plans and processes effectively to stay aligned with the evolving needs. So, this point helps define adaptability much more deeply. Now, let's talk about resiliency. Now, obviously, no project is immune to setbacks. Resiliency is going to ensure that when challenges occur, the project team can absorb the impact. The project team can learn from the experience, and the project team can bounce back quickly. And this is the quality that helps maintain progress despite disruptions, despite setbacks. So, resiliency is the ability to absorb impacts, but not just absorb impact, but also to recover quickly from any setbacks. Focusing on outcomes rather than outputs facilitates adaptability. This is a very important point. Focusing on outcomes rather than outputs. This is what facilitates adaptability. By keeping a clear focus on the desired outcomes, project teams are better equipped to adapt their methods and solutions. This outcome oriented mindset is going to allow for flexibility in the way deliverables are produced, and this is going to ensure that changes in circumstances do not derail the ultimate goals of your project. A quick reminder here, 7 weeks is all it takes to prepare for the PMP exam. Check out our 50-day PMP study plan link below. It is totally free. Thousands of our community members have made use of this resource and they have passed their PMP exam. You can do it too. Check out the link in the description. All right, let's talk about the need for adaptability and resiliency. Most projects encounter challenges or obstacles that require adjustments. This is more like a fact of life. If you have ever managed a project, if you have ever worked on a project, it is very, very likely that you would have encountered challenges, you would have encountered obstacles, and they required you to adjust your plans. Because end of the day, no project unfolds exactly as initially planned. Challenges are inevitable, and successful teams recognize that these obstacles are opportunities to adapt and improve their approach. Projects are influenced by internal and external factors, which could be new requirements, stakeholder influences, and unexpected events. So remember, these are both internal as well as external factors. And this happens because projects live in dynamic environments, right? So, which means both inside and outside the organization, there could be changes that may impact the progress of your project. As a project manager, being aware of these influences, which could be internal or external, this is essential so that you can adjust your strategies promptly. And as a project manager, obviously, this is something that you should ensure your project team is also aware of. Let's move on. Let's talk about how rigid adherence to initial plans may limit value generation and ultimately hinder project success. So, if you have created a plan and you hold on to those plans, which might have been created in the very early stage of the project, right? And if the circumstances change and if you still hold on to those plans, this is going to restrict the ability to generate value as part of your project. And if you think about it, this is the core difference between traditional way of project delivery and the adaptive way of project delivery. Here, in the traditional way of delivery, you just plan the work and then you work the plan, right? But in the adaptive environment, in the agile way of delivery, you make smaller plans, you deliver smaller increments, and then you change course as and when required. So this is important. All right, let's move on. Let's talk about the required capabilities when it comes to resiliency and adaptability. The first one is short feedback loops, which means short feedback loops to adapt quickly. This is where agile comes into the picture, right? Rapid feedbacks, they basically help teams identify what's working and what's not working. And this allows for swift adjustments before issues become critical. Let's talk about the second point here, which is continuous learning. Now, continuous learning and improvement is also a critical capability here. A culture of ongoing learning ensures that the team consistently refines its approaches. They apply lessons from previous experiences to overcome any future challenges. Let's talk about the third point, which is all about diverse teams. Diverse project teams with broad skill sets and subject matter expertise is what this point is all about. Diversity in skills and even perspectives can enrich problem solving. And this enables the team to approach challenges from multiple angles and develop innovative solutions. Next, let's talk about a regular inspection and adaptation of the project work. Periodic reviews and adjustments help keep the project on track, ensuring that processes remain effective and aligned with evolving objectives. Let's talk about open planning, which is more like open and transparent planning to keep your stakeholders engaged, right? So, involving stakeholders in planning fosters trust and it also ensures that the project's direction reflects the needs and expectations of those that the project serves, those that it serves. Small scale prototypes and experiments to test new ideas. Piloting new approaches on smaller scale, it minimizes risk and it also provides valuable insights into what may work on larger scale. So this is also important. Let's talk about the next capability, which is ability to anticipate multiple scenarios and defer decision making until the last responsible moment. By the way, there's a video on the channel that talks about what this concept of last responsible moment really is. I'll share a link to that video in the description below. You can definitely check that out. But what this point talks about is by preparing for various potential outcomes and delaying non critical decisions, teams can remain flexible and responsive to new information. So they can adapt based on the scenario, which is what this point is all about. Finally, let's talk about strong management support and even open organizational conversations. Leadership that encourages open dialogue and provides robust support is essential for fostering an environment where adaptability and resiliency can thrive. So, these are some of the required capabilities that you, as a project manager, need to inculcate to ensure there is adaptability and resiliency throughout the delivery of the project. Leveraging adaptability for enhanced outcomes. So you can envision outcomes rather than strictly adhering to predefined deliverables. This is again something which we talked about earlier, how you can shift the focus from rigid outputs to the desired outcomes. And this is going to allow teams to be more flexible in their approach. And this is also going to ensure that the final results align with evolving project goals. Adaptation may reveal alternative solutions that offer stronger results. This is again possible, right? If you are open to change, teams can discover new methods or technologies that provide better performance, and it is going to enhance the overall value of the project. Unexpected changes can present opportunities for innovation and competitive advantage. This happens all the time. In fact, if this is something that has happened to you on any of the projects, let me know in the comment below and describe what really happened, right? Something unexpected happened, an unexpected change happened, and it actually presented an opportunity for you as a project manager. So, whenever unforeseen events occur, a proactive and adaptable team can capitalize on these moments, and they can turn potential setbacks into chances or into opportunities to differentiate the project in the marketplace. Let me know in the comment if this is something that has ever happened to you. Building resiliency for continuous progress. Resiliency helps teams quickly recover from setbacks or failures, something that we have already talked about. It fosters a culture of continuous improvement and learning. And this is again something which we talked about in the previous slide about how resilient teams can view setbacks as opportunities for learning, opportunities for growth, and they can continuously refine their processes to better handle future challenges. Building resiliency keeps the focus on delivering value despite disruptions. If you maintain a strong and adaptable approach, even in the face of adversity, your team can ensure that the project continues to deliver the intended outcomes and sustain long term success. So that's all that we had in this video. I hope you enjoyed it and were able to understand the 11th principle of project management. If you like our work, consider contributing by heading over to pmclounge.com/contribute. The only call to action here would be subscribe to this channel. It helps us stay motivated and create more free content. Keep learning, check our other videos out, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye bye. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this video, you will learn the 12th principle of project management, which is all about change. It says enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. Now, as I mentioned, this is the 12th principle, which means we have already discussed the previous 11 principles. Check out the second link in the description, which will take you to a playlist of all the 12 principles. Also, if you're into reading articles, check out the first link, which will take you to an article on this topic over at our official website, pmclounge.com. All right, what does this principle say? Prepare those impacted for the adoption and sustainment of new and different behaviors as well as processes required for the transition from the current state to the intended future state created by the outcomes of the project or the project outcomes. Now, I know this is definitely a mouthful, and just like other project management principles, it contains a lot of words, a lot of repetitive words, and it's a sort of a long sentence. But I hope you get the idea, right? Because since we are talking about change and it starts off with the word prepare, it means we are essentially preparing, ensuring that people are made aware because they are the ones who are impacted, right, by this change. So they are prepared for the adoption as well as sustainment of such changes, which is what this principle is all about. Now, let's take an example as we always do. Suppose you just hired a personal trainer to help you get fit. Now, you are used to a sedentary lifestyle, but your goal is to build strength and endurance as well. So, if the trainer, let's suppose this person is the trainer, for example, since she's just there on the slide, I thought let's use her. So, if she's the trainer and she comes in and she immediately throws you into an advanced workout routine, you will likely struggle, you will feel overwhelmed, and maybe you even give up, right? So instead, a good trainer like her, what she's going to do is she's going to explain the benefits of new exercises, gradually introduce changes to your existing routine, and provide motivation and guidance. Over time, as you build strength and confidence, the new habits become part of your lifestyle. So, this is what 12th principle is all about. It is introducing change, just like this personal trainer did, right? She did introduce change, but she prepared us, right? She prepared her client for new processes and behaviors. So, whether it's training, communication, or even ongoing support, ensuring a smooth transition helps people adopt and sustain the changes effectively, which is what this principle is all about. Smash that like button if you were able to understand what this principle is. Let's get deeper into this principle. A structured approach to change helps individuals, groups, and organizations transition from the current state to a desired future state. So, what we need is a structured approach. And change management is about creating a deliberate, systematic process that guides stakeholders through the transformation. It ensures that the move from the current state to the envisioned future state is smooth and that the benefits of the change are realized. Let's talk about the next point now. Change management is a cyclic, comprehensive process distinct from project change control. Very important point here. We are not talking about project change control here. We are talking about change management, which is cyclic and it is comprehensive. So, unlike project change control, which basically deals with adjustments to, let's say, documents or some project deliverables, we are talking about change management, which focuses on preparing and supporting people. This comprehensive process involves planning, communication, and reinforcement to help stakeholders adopt and sustain new behaviors as well as processes. So, this is the difference between change management and project change control. We've talked a lot about project change control. In fact, I'll share a link to the entire playlist of change management that we have discussed. And we've talked a lot about the processes, what you as a project manager should be doing, right? And it's essentially changes to the deliverables, to the documents. But I hope you understand the difference, the subtle difference, because change management is also about ensuring that people are prepared to accept the future state. All right, let's talk about the 50 days PMP study plan. It's totally free. Head over to the link in the description below. Grab yourself a copy of the plan and get started. Thousands of our community members have been able to pass their PMP exam making use of this plan. All right, so let's talk about the sources of change. Change originates from both internal influences and external pressures as well. In an organization, change can be driven by a variety of factors. Internal drivers can include need to improve performance or introduce new capabilities, new features. And external drivers can range from, let's say, emerging technologies to shifts in market demands and even regulatory requirements. Now, change can arise from the need for new capabilities, performance gaps, technological advances, or demographic and socio-economic pressures. All of these lead to changes. In fact, I'd give you another example. Your competitor is also a source of change. If your competitor is doing better than you will analyze what they are doing and perhaps change in the way you are doing business, right? So that is also a source of change. Okay, let's talk about some of the challenges. Now, not all stakeholders embrace change. There's resistance and risk aversion, which is very, very common across the board. And it's obvious, right? Because change can be unsettling, and individuals often prefer the familiar, whatever that they are used to. This natural resistance means that successful change management must address emotional as well as cultural barriers while aligning stakeholders around the shared vision. Attempting to implement too many changes simultaneously can overwhelm an organization. This is going to result in fatigue and it is going to also result in reduced effectiveness. So, that is why a measured step by step approach helps maintain momentum without overburdening the stakeholders. So, too much change in a short time can lead to change and can lead to fatigue, it can lead to saturation. Finally, conservative cultures may further impede the smooth adoption of new behaviors. And when we say cultures, we are obviously talking about organizations. So, in environments where traditions and existing practices are deeply ingrained, pushing for change requires extra care. And you will have to tailor the change process to respect and gradually shift the existing culture, which is critical for long term success. All right, let's talk about some strategies for change management. Let's start off with motivational strategies. You can use motivational strategies and two-way communication to facilitate change. So rather than imposing change forcefully, effective change management relies on motivating stakeholders through clear and open dialogue. So, this is obviously going to be a two-way communication and it is going to help uncover concerns early and foster a collaborative environment for change. Let's talk about early engagement, which is the next point. And it basically says that we should engage stakeholders early by clearly communicating the vision, goals, and the benefits of the change. So, early and transparent communication is essential for securing buy in from the stakeholders. When stakeholders understand the benefits and are involved in, let's say, even the planning process, they are more likely to support and embrace the change. Finally, let's talk about how to manage resistance. As I mentioned earlier, everyone likes the familiar. Nobody really enjoys change. So you are obviously going to face resistance. How are you going to manage that resistance? You should work with stakeholders to address resistance and manage change absorption. Addressing resistance involves listening to concerns, providing support, and adjusting plans as needed. By collaborating with stakeholders, project teams can ensure that change is absorbed effectively. This is going to reduce friction and it is also going to increase the likelihood of a successful implementation. All right, let's move on. Let's talk about sustaining change because remember, the principle talked about how other people should be prepared for adopting change, but they should also be able to sustain the change, right? So, how do we sustain changes? First up, adapt the speed of change to match stakeholder change appetite and the environment's ability to absorb it. So it shouldn't be like day one you introduce 10 changes and people are not used to it, right? So not every stakeholder or team is ready for a rapid transformation. Such rapid transformation, introducing 10 changes in a day, is not something everyone is ready for. You have to tailor the pace of change to the organization's readiness, and it is going to help maintain engagement, it is going to help minimize resistance, and it is going to ensure that the change is manageable as well as effective. Avoid change saturation by balancing urgency for improvement with realistic timelines. Implementing too many changes at once can overwhelm stakeholders, and it can also dilute the impact of each change. A carefully paced approach allows for gradual assimilation, making it easier for everyone to adjust and for the benefits of each change to be fully realized. Finally, reinforce change post implementation to ensure long term adoption and prevent reversion to old behaviors. Important word here, reversion to old behaviors. Obviously, change is not complete once new processes are in place. You cannot just put in new processes in place and be done with it. You have to provide ongoing support, training, and communication, which are crucial to reinforce the new behaviors and ensure that the change becomes an integral part of the organization's operations. So, I hope you were able to understand everything about change and the 12th principle of project management. Keep learning by watching our other videos. Like, share, subscribe. If you like our work, consider contributing by heading over to pmclounge.com/contribute. And I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye bye. All right, guys. So let me quickly share what all you have covered today. You have gone over quality management. You have also gone over the project management principles. Now you have project performance domains, which are exclusively part of PMBOK 7 itself. And this topic is going to be an overview of all these domains that you have already covered in the last 4.5 days. So it is a good refresher. Definitely stick around and let's get started with the project performance domains.
Hello and welcome to pmslounge.com. In this video, you will get an overview of the 8 project performance domains. Now, where does this topic come from? This obviously comes from your PMBOK guide. But the thing is, I've mentioned this earlier and I'll say it again. This is not just one book. It contains 2 books. It contains the PMBOK guide and it also contains the standard for project management. We have an entire playlist of all the videos that you need to go over to cover the standard for project management. That will be linked in the description below. It will be the third link because the first link is going to take you to an article on this very topic, the overview of 8 performance domains, project performance domains, that is to our official website, pmclounge.com. And the second link is going to be a playlist where you will find this overview video as well as the 8 different videos covering each performance domain in a lot of details. So, 3 important links, definitely check them out. But as I was saying, this is basically 2 books, not just one. I've done a video earlier, it will be linked in the description. Again, fourth link, which talks about the relationship between standard for project management and the PMBOK guide. So that video will also be linked. But as I was saying, once you go over the standard for project management, it's about a few pages, and then you get another book getting started here, which is the PMBOK guide. And within PMBOK guide is where you will find these 8 project performance domains. So let me share my screen and talk about the topics that we are covering today. As I was saying earlier, we will be going over an overview of all the 8 project performance domains. So we'll talk about what are these performance domains, the 8 performance domains, how they work together, principles versus domains. Remember, we've already covered the 8 principles, right? So, how are principles different from domains, and how context is actually the king? So, that would be the last topic. So, these are the 5 topics that we are covering today. Let's get started and start off with our first topic, which is what are project performance domains. I mentioned that there are 8 in total, but what exactly are these, right? So, project performance domains are basically groups of related activities that drive project outcomes. What this means is that project performance domains, they represent a key focus area that you juggle from kickoff to close. So these are key focus areas that each of these performance domains basically represent. Now, everything from your stakeholder engagement to measuring results, everything comes under these performance domains. Now, these are not just your to do lists, but these are lenses through which you manage your project successfully. Now, the other thing is these domains are active throughout the project and influence one another continuously. This is very important. These are active throughout the project. So it's not like one of them will get over and then you move on to the next domain, right? It's not a sequential step when we talk about these performance domains. All of these are active throughout your project. That means that all 8 of these, they never switch off. So while you're executing work, you are also planning, you are also engaging stakeholders, you are also adapting to uncertainty, and so on and so forth. So, understanding that these 8 performance domains overlap and actively shape each other throughout the course of your project, this is going to help you navigate the real project complexity. So, I hope that's clear how these are not sequential, but they all are active at all times. So, let's take a quick look at all of these. The 8 domains are listed here on your screen right now. They start off with stakeholders. You have team, development approach and life cycle, planning, project work, delivery, measurement, and uncertainty. So, stakeholders is all about, it says, communication, engagement. It's all about the people who care about the project. Then you have team. Team is all about collaboration, skills, the people who will actually deliver the project. Then you have development approach and life cycle. It contains agile, waterfall. But the fact is, how you are going to work on your project. That's what development approach is all about. Then you have planning. This is where you figure it out. You do your scheduling, you do your resource allocation and stuff like that. Project work is actually execution. This is where you are doing the project work, you are managing your team, and you're doing the execution. Then you have delivery, and this is basically whatever last steps that you need to take prior to actually handing over the project deliverables, and it also includes the handing over of the project deliverables, right? Then you have a measurement, which is metrics, analysis. You are checking if everything worked correctly. And then there's uncertainty, which is all the surprises that you can think of. And for those who have managed projects, they would know projects are full of surprises. And that's why uncertainty is very important. And that's why risk management is part of it. That's why contingency planning is part of uncertainty. So, this is your project compass, right? These are your 8 project performance domains. These domains are going to apply to all projects, whether you're building software, whether you're building a bridge, whether you're hosting a conference, or you're planning a family reunion. All of this will be applicable, right? So that's something that you should be aware of. I'd like to request you, if you're getting value so far from this video, smash that like button. It helps us stay motivated and create more free content for you. And with that, I will also share a question for you as part of this video, and I'll share the 8 performance domains again. Which one of these 8 that you see on your screen right now, which one do you think project managers spend most of their time on. Note that these are not ranked in any manner, right? These eight are not ranked. There's no PMBOK guide does not rank these domains. They don't say that one is more important than others. And that is not what I am asking. What I'm asking is, which one of these do you think, or in your own experience, which one of this is most time consuming? This is where project managers spend most of their time. Let me know in the comments. Definitely looking forward to your answers. All right. So, how do these domains work together? You can think of domains as a band playing live. So you don't wait for the drummer to finish before the guitarist starts riffling, right? They all perform together. Sometimes they can be out of sync. Sometimes they could be improvising as well. But the fact is, performance domains, they run in parallel and they constantly influence each other. Something that we should be aware of. You have to recognize the interplay that lets you make smarter decisions and avoid surprises. For example, a sudden stakeholder request could belong to the stakeholder domain, right? But this request might force you to tweak your project schedule, which belongs to the planning domain. Now, while you are still delivering your current sprint, all of this is happening while you're still delivering your current sprint, which means you are also looking at the project work domain you are executing, right? So, just a simple stakeholder request that was basically a request to change in your plan. This affects three different domains. You have stakeholder domain, you have the planning domain, and then you have the project work domain, which is the actual execution. So you have to spot these interactions early, which is going to keep you ahead of any curveballs that the project is going to throw at you. All right, let's talk about principles versus domains. This is the fourth point that we are covering. After that, it's the last point that we are going to cover. Let's talk about principles versus domains. Principles guide behavior. Performance domains guide where you apply those behaviors. This is very important to understand the difference between the two. Principles guide behavior. Performance domains guide where you apply those behaviors. Actually, right now on your screen, you will also see a diagram that is present in the PMBOK guide. Principles are your North Star. You have focus on value, or you have demonstrate leadership behavior. All of these are principles. And by the way, as I mentioned earlier, we have covered all 12 principles. And the two that I just named, focus on value, demonstrate leadership behavior, are the actual project management principles out of the 12 project management principles. The link is in the description if you want to go over all 12 project management principles. But regardless, what I was mentioning is that these principles are your North Star. But when we talk about project performance domains, these are the arenas where you live out or where you apply these principles. So you demonstrate the focus on value principle in your delivery and in your measurement domains. You demonstrate leadership behavior principle in your team and stakeholders domain. So that is how principles can guide behavior, but performance domains guide where you apply those behaviors. Together, principles and domains are going to form the complete framework for effective project management. So it's not like principles versus domains. It's not either or here. It's principles and domain. Both of them go together. You have to combine both of these to ensure that you're not just doing things right, but doing the right things as well. Let's talk about context is king. Unlike older models that forced you into a strict sequence like waterfall model, here you decide the flow, which means there's no required sequence or ranking among the eight domains. It's not like how you would do a waterfall project, right? Where you would complete the plan first, and only after the planning is complete, you will start to work on the plan. I like to use this line a lot: plan the work and work the plan. That's not how it works here when we talk about domains, right? Because we have shifted into this agile world where all of these domains can actually work together. So, project context determines which domains you emphasize and when. If you are launching a time sensitive marketing campaign, delivery and team domains, right? The delivery domain and the team domain, they might dominate early on. But if you are pioneering research with unknowns, then uncertainty, your risk management, measurement, your quality, right? They take the front stage. So it's all about fitting your project's unique story. And that is why context is king. None of these eight performance domains is something that you would do in sequence. None of these have more importance than others.
Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this video, you will learn about stakeholder performance domain. This is one of the 8 project performance domains, and you can always check out the second link in the description where we will be covering all the performance domains. So it's basically a playlist. It's the second link because the first link is going to take you to an article on this topic over at our official website pmclounge.com. So if you're into reading articles, check out the first link. But if you are into watching videos, check out the second link. So we have a lot of ground to cover as part of this video. We will start off with an introduction of the stakeholder performance domain. We'll go over the definitions and we'll then work through all the way till the monitoring stakeholder engagement area. Then we will talk about how this performance domain interacts with the other project performance domains. And finally, we will check some results of how it all works together when you do all of this. What are the results and how do you check them? So let's start things off with the introduction to the stakeholder performance domain. Now, this domain is going to cover every step for working with those affected by the project. As an example, let's consider that we are developing an e-commerce website, right? So ours is an e-commerce website development project, and we need to find out who all are affected by this project. So this includes identifying everyone from the marketing team and IT operations to warehouse staff and the end customers as well. After that, we will have to plan how and when to involve them throughout this project, right? Now, this is going to build strong trust-based relationship through ongoing collaboration. As an example, let's hold weekly sync up meetings with the warehouse manager. You are the project manager of this project. You hold weekly sync up meetings with the warehouse manager, and this is going to ensure that inventory concerns are surfaced early, and it is going to create confidence in the whole order fulfillment process. Also, it aligns supporters on goals, and it also proactively addresses blockers. As an example, if you are working with the IT director upfront and you sign off on the go live criteria, right? You get a sign off from the IT director on your go live criteria. It can involve, let's say, a server capacity test, and you basically have some numbers on the server capacity test that need to be obtained by your website in the testing phase, and the IT director agrees to it. Obviously, you have just kept everyone focused on what the shared objectives are, and this is also going to prevent any last minute objections by anyone because all of this was documented and signed off. So this is why stakeholder performance domain is important. You are identifying people, you are getting their sign off, and you are making sure that everyone works towards the shared goals. Let's look at some key definitions. Stakeholder is an individual, a group, or even an organization that may affect be affected by, or even perceive itself to be affected by even a decision, an activity, or the outcome of your project, program, or portfolio. So, as you can see, this is a very wide definition, and it means half of the world can be a stakeholder potentially for your project. Think about COVID vaccines, right? Literally half of the world was the stakeholder in development of COVID vaccines project, right? So this is why it is important to have this definition and making sure that you in your project include everyone from the product owners, and we are back to our e-commerce project example, by the way. So we include our product owner, the developers, the payment gateway provider, customer support team, and the end customer or the shoppers who are actually going to use our e-commerce website. Now, how do we do stakeholder analysis? What is the definition of that? A method of systematically gathering and analyzing quantitative as well as qualitative information to determine whose interests should be taken into account throughout the project. Now, half of the world can be a stakeholder in your project, but it is not important or not necessary that their interest be taken into account throughout the project, right? So we can gather quantitative data like, let's say, each person's budget control, and we can also gather qualitative insights such as the finance leads comfort level with the discount features that we are going to build in our e-commerce website, right? And based on all of this, we will plan how we are going to engage with them. Then there's stakeholder engagement, which refers to ongoing actions to keep the stakeholders informed and also making sure that they are supportive. You can send weekly status emails, you can run interactive demos. Each of these communication activities, right, all of them are going to help keep people aligned and ready to basically help and work to make sure that the project succeeds. So these were some of the key definitions in this performance domain. Let's talk about working with stakeholder. So projects serve real people. That's the bottom line, right? Projects have to serve real people at the end of the day. In our case, that is the e-commerce website development project, it would mean everyone from buyers shopping online to the staff that is handling the orders. So our e-commerce website must deliver fast browsing, it must deliver clear product information, it must deliver smooth checkout for customers. Also, while meeting warehouse needs for simple inventory updates that everyone in the warehouse, working in the warehouse, can take a look at and understand. The stakeholder list grows as new partners and roles emerge. So, whenever you make a stakeholder list, let's say in the beginning of the project, it is not necessarily the final list. So, as the list grows, which is going to happen when you will find new partners and new roles emerging. So we may start with, let's say, the CEO, the marketing, and IT, and then we can also add the shipping API vendor, right? So you need to ship your orders. So the shipping API vendor also becomes a stakeholder. We can then add a legal counsel as compliance and technical requirements also come into the picture. So your stakeholder list is going to grow throughout the project. That's the long and short of this point. Finally, interpersonal skills are as vital as technical expertise. A lot of people say, and I totally agree with this, that project management is all about people management. You should know about the technical side of the things. That is for sure. As a project manager, you're expected to know how an e-commerce website is actually built if that is the project that you're working on. But at the same time, interpersonal skills are also equally important. So developers, they write, let's say, code, they write integration code, but it's active listening and empathy, like understanding a finance director's budget concerns, that keep the project on track, that keep the project approvals on track. So you don't have to write code. That's something that developers do, but you have to have empathy, you have to exercise active listening, and that's how you work with stakeholders. Let's take an overview of the stakeholder engagement area now. So, engagement begins even before the project kickoff, and it continues through the post launch support of your project as well. As an example, for our e commerce website, we start stakeholder conversations when drafting the project charter itself, and we keep all of those people involved through user testing, through training, and even through maintenance planning. How often we are going to be updating our website, right? So they are involved everywhere, and that is the reason why you need to understand that this activity of stakeholder engagement, it begins way before kickoff and it continues even after your project is actually done and you are in the maintenance phase. A shared vision document unites all parties on goals and deliverables. Now, you need not have a document that is titled shared vision and goals document, right? It can be your project charter, it can be your business case, or you may actually have, let's say, a one pager or a half pager document that has, let's say, a heading of launch a secure mobile first store supporting flash sales, as simple as that, and then you give the details of the website that you're looking for. That is also possible, but again, your project charter, your business case should also serve this purpose of shared vision. And it's best to have everyone sign off, at least the key leaders sign off on this document, to ensure that a clear and shared expectations is something that everyone understands. Negotiating early with skeptics turns them into project advocates. This is very important. Let's say when the operations manager fears system overload because of your website, you can agree upfront to perform peak load testing, and you can even agree to do phased rollouts. And this is going to transform the concern that they have into active support, because you are looking at the problem that they have and you are making sure that you solve that problem through the solutions that you can come up with. Now, obviously, this is not something that you as a project manager need to come up with. Maybe you speak to your different stakeholders, to your technical team, and come up with solutions. But if you identify people early on who are basically skeptics and who have some issues, you should see how you can turn them into advocates, how you can solve their issues. This is very, very important, specifically if those who are skeptics have a lot of power, right? And they have a lot of interest in your project as well. So keeping them happy is in your best of the interests. All right, let's talk about identifying stakeholders. You have to perform a high level scan, as simple as that. You can obviously start off by listing the obvious roles like sponsors, developers, end users, or customers. But even at your project kickoff, you can note that there's an e-commerce director, there's a UI UX designer, there's a QA lead, there's a payment partner, there's representative shoppers are also available who are just acting as or representing the end customers or representing the shoppers for initial feedback. So those are the high level stakeholders that you can basically start your identifying stakeholder activity with. You have to continuously add new stakeholders as the project evolves. So when the logistics partner, or let's say the privacy officer, becomes involved, we have to immediately include them in our engagement plan. Now, they are also stakeholders of your project, so you have to make sure that whatever activities you are doing, to make sure that other stakeholders are feeling involved and feeling connected with the project, you have to perform those activities with these new stakeholders as well. The one thing that a lot of project managers do is having a stakeholder register. You have to maintain a stakeholder register. It should have details like names, roles, even the contact details. And this log, the stakeholder register or the stakeholder log, whatever you want to call it, it ensures when critical decisions come up, you know exactly who you should call, you know how to reach them because you even have their contact details, and because of their roles you know why these people matter. So first of all, identify stakeholders. Continually keep identifying stakeholders throughout the course of your project, and make sure you have the details of the stakeholders that is documented somewhere, and it is also something that needs to be updated. A quick reminder here about our PM 101 training program. This is a 1.5 hours training video which is an absolute legend. It is the highest viewed project management basics training video on YouTube. Definitely check out the link in the description, and do so after going over the current video that you're watching. So we have covered 5 chapters already. Let's go to chapter number 6, which is all about understanding and analyzing stakeholders. So you have noted all the stakeholders down, right? You have your stakeholder register, which is full of all these people and their contact and their details and roles and whatnot. Now you have to do the next step, which is all about understanding your stakeholders and analyzing them. You can interview or survey stakeholders to learn what their goals are, what their concerns are, and what their values are. We might ask marketing in our e-commerce project, right? We might ask them, what matters more to you? Conversion rate matters more, or the average order value matters more, right? You can ask support team, which help desk features do you need the most, right? So when you are doing all these interviews, you are basically understanding what their requirements are, and you are analyzing how you can deliver them, right? So you're analyzing stakeholders and their requirements. You have to rate each of your stakeholder on the power, interest, and even the potential impact scale. So there's a power interest grid. We have done a video on that in the past. In fact, there are several concepts that we have already discussed in the past, which you will find in the stakeholder knowledge area playlist. I will share a link to that playlist in the description below if you want to go over any of these concepts. So you can assign numbers. What you're doing in this exercise is basically assigning numbers, like let's say 5 for the CTO's budget control, or 3 for the support leads involvement. And this is going to help you decide who should you engage with on a deeper level, right? Because they are the ones who have higher power. They are the ones who may or may not have higher interest, but they could be the ones who have a very high potential of impact on your project. You can also map alliances and conflicts among stakeholders. If you are able to recognize that, for example, the finance and operations, they often share cost concerns, it is going to allow you to address their combined worries through maybe joint meetings. All right, now let's talk about prioritizing stakeholders. And I added this power interest grid here because it is very appropriate to what we are talking about. Anyone who has high interest and high power, you have to manage them closely. Anyone who has high power but low interest, you have to make sure that you keep them satisfied. Anyone who has low power and low interest, you can simply monitor them. Anyone who has low power and high interest, you can keep them informed. So this is the power interest grid that many project managers make use of. All right, let's continue our discussion. You can place high power, high interest stakeholders, for example, CTO and product owner, in manage closely area, as we saw in that power interest grid, right? Because these individuals, they should receive personalized demos. These individuals are involved in every major decision because their buy-in is very, very critical for your project. You can keep medium priority stakeholders. For example, the support lead, you can keep them informed. They get regular updates and they are also invited to relevant demos, but they aren't involved in every technical decisions. Then you can also re-evaluate and reprioritize when new voices or changes occur. So, as an example, if the CFO suddenly requests additional security features, we bump them into the manage closely area, right? And we adjust our engagement plan or our power interest grid to include budget and technical briefings as well, to keep this person, the CFO, informed and to make sure that we are managing the CFO closely, because this person is also a high power and high interest individual all of a sudden. Okay, let's talk about engaging stakeholders. So you can run co-creation workshops to define requirements, and you can also clarify trade-offs in this workshop. As an example, marketing and UX teams, they can sketch the checkout flow on a whiteboard together to agree on every step. Remember, we said marketing and UX. So these two teams need not necessarily be speaking to each other on a daily basis. Marketing and UX is what we are talking about, right? But if you want to make sure that the checkout flow is something that marketing agrees with, and maybe they have some sort of research on your competition and they need to ensure that our checkout experience is as good, if not better than our competition, then you have to make sure that they work with the UX team to figure this out. You should use appropriate types of communication. So we have verbal and formal, which is your presentations, project reviews, briefings, product demos, brainstorming. All of these are verbal, but these are formal. Then you have verbal but informal types of communication like conversations, ad hoc discussions. Then you have written and formal type of communication like you have progress reports, project documents, business case. All of these are written and formal. Then there's written and informal type of communication, which includes brief notes, emails, instant messages, texts, even social media. So make sure that you are using the appropriate type of communication as required to engage with your stakeholders. You can use push, pull, and interactive channels as well. So push channel includes emails and reports, because this is something where you are pushing the information to the stakeholders. You can use pull channel, for example dashboard. So all you do is you let your stakeholders know that this is the dashboard where they will find all the information that they need about the project, and they are pulled to this dashboard. That is, that they come on this dashboard by their own. Then there's interactive channel, which is meetings, and which is what we discussed here. A workshop is also an interactive channel that you can make use of. Then you have to apply active listening and clear documentation to build trust and resolve conflicts. As an example, if the finance team objects to the discount logic, we note what their concerns are, we update the charter with the agreed changes, and we outline a phased rollout to keep everyone aligned, right? So it makes sure that finance team feels comfortable that we have phased rollout, and in every phase they can give their feedback in terms of the logic that we are using to apply discounts on our e-commerce website. All right, let's talk about monitor stakeholder engagement. You have to update the stakeholder register whenever roles or contacts change. So every month or every 2 weeks, whatever the cadence you feel most comfortable with, you can confirm who's on our meeting invites. You can note any new preferences. For example, if the logistics manager now prefers Slack over email, that is something that you can update your stakeholder register with. You have to track engagement matrix. For example, how is the meeting attendance like? How is the response rates to your communications that you're sending out? What is the feedback quality that you're getting, right? So you can log attendance, you can take note of how quickly stakeholders reply. You can also make sure you are scoring the usefulness of their feedback. Adapt your approach if engagement drops or attitudes shift. So if you have a weekly team meeting, let's say 3 months, 4 months down the line, you observe that a key stakeholder has stopped attending that meeting. They are also not necessarily responding to your emails as frequently or as quickly as they used to. it is time to schedule a one-on-one with them to understand what their concerns are. Maybe you just have to adjust your meeting times, or you may just have to adjust the format of the meeting or the format of the email to win them back. And this is where you are basically monitoring the engagement of the stakeholders. Now, a quick reminder about our playlist section. All the videos that you need to prepare for your PMP exam is available in our playlist section. All the conceptual videos are there, your exam tips, your practice questions, everything is available. The best part is that everything is free. Head over to the playlist section right now. All right, let's talk about the interactions with other performance domains. And remember, I told you in the beginning when we were discussing the agenda that this performance domain interacts with other performance domains as well. So these performance domains do not exist in vacuum. So stakeholders set scope, they define quality, and they approve the acceptance criteria. Marketing can pick which promotions should go live first. Your quality team can set performance benchmarks, and your user, the end user, right, or whoever is acting as a user, can sign off on usability during beta tests. So you are basically interacting with different performance domains here, right? Their feedback shapes planning, risk management, and even your testing strategies. Planning is a performance domain in itself. Risk management is the uncertainty performance domain, right? Early input reduces uncertainty, late objections can introduce delays later, right? So if you are catching UX concerns such as confusion over the cart icon, if you do that early, it is going to prevent costly redesign later, whereas last minute compliance objections can also extend the schedule, right? So as you can see from the slide, these are the different types of performance domains that you're touching. You're touching the team performance domain, even your development approach and life cycle performance domain. You're touching the planning performance domain. You're also touching the uncertainty performance domain. So all these performance domains are being touched while you are working in your stakeholder performance domain. Let's talk about checking the results. You have to observe shifts along the engagement continuum. Are unaware stakeholders turning supportive? We have to track participation in meetings, in demos. You have to note when stakeholders move from passive listeners to actual active contributors. That's how you check results. Validate satisfaction via surveys, interviews, and even your issue or risk logs. So let's say after you launch your website, can you survey support how clear is the order dashboard? Can you interview your sponsors what their feedback is and how they feel about the whole project and the product of the project, which is the website? You can review your issue log for recurring themes of issues that you might have encountered throughout the project or are even encountering today. You can refine engagement tactics based on the feedback that you collect. So if there are repeated questions about order tracking, you have to update the training materials and adjust your communication plan before the next feature release on your website. Now, a quick reminder about our YouTube membership program, which is known as VIP Pass. There are loads of perks that you can see on your screen if you join us. So definitely consider joining. And that is all that we had in this video. Definitely keep learning by checking our other videos out. Subscribe to us, which is the only call to action. It helps us stay motivated and create more free content for you. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this video, you will learn everything that you need to know about team performance domain. So whether you're preparing for your PMP exam or just want to brush up your team management skills as a project manager, definitely continue to watch this video till the very end. By the way, if you're into reading articles, check out the first link in the description, which will take you to our official website pmclounge.com and a relevant article on that website on this topic itself. So definitely check that first link out. And if you want to go over all other performance domains, then definitely check out the second link in the description, which will be a playlist of all the videos that we have done on these different performance domains. So if you're into reading articles, first link. If you're into watching videos, continue watching this and check out the second link as well. So without further ado, let's talk about the agenda. We have a lot of ground to cover today. We'll start off with an introduction of this topic, which is team performance domain. We look at key outcomes. These three are the key outcomes. Then we have emotional intelligence and why this is so important, because we are talking about a lot of people here. People have emotions. We look into best practices, interactions with other performance domain, key takeaways. So let's start things off with an introduction to team performance domain. Now, the first thing I want you to understand is that this domain is about making sure that the people working on the project, they work well together. This is your, I would say, one of the highest, if not the highest, in the ranks of responsibilities of a project manager. And this performance domain is all about that. It is about making sure that the people working on the project, they work well together. So it covers things like building trust, clear communication, team collaboration, and strong leadership. The team performance domain focuses on the people side of the project. How the project team is organized, supported, and how they are led by you as a project manager. Now, throughout this video, we will be talking about an example of an e-commerce website development project, right? So in an e-commerce website development project, what this means is everyone from your front-end developers to your QA engineers, they understand what the project vision is, such as providing an easy online shopping experience, right? All of them, they understand this vision and they also feel responsible for making this happen. The project manager and the project team should ideally set up a supportive atmosphere. They should encourage ideas, they should listen to concerns, and ensure that everyone is invested in the success of the project. This domain focuses on the people side of the projects, how the team is set up, supported, and managed. It's about making sure everyone has the right environment to succeed. Now, this domain also establishes the culture and environment that enables a diverse group to become a high performance project team. So obviously we are emphasizing on creating a positive culture. It should transform a diverse group of individuals into a strong united team. That's the goal of this performance domain, if you ask me. This means encouraging open communication, this means encouraging mutual respect, and this also means encouraging teamwork, of course. When executed well, it leads to outcomes like shared ownership of goals, a motivated team, and leadership behaviors from every single team member. And this is very, very powerful. So obviously, a motivated team, a leadership emerging from everyone, not just the project manager. This means that everyone is contributing to the success of the project. All right, let's talk about some of the key outcomes. The team performance domain has three main goals or three outcomes that show that it is working well. First of all is shared ownership. This means that everyone on the team feels responsible for the project's success. So in our e-commerce website example, this means developers, designers, testers, or quality people, right? All of them understand the online store's goals and feel invested in reaching those goals. So instead of thinking that's not my task, each person cares about the website's overall success. And this happens when everyone knows the objectives of the project. For example, number of items to sell or the user experience targets that have been set up, right? So when this happens, all of them feel valued in meeting those goals. High performance team, this is the second outcome of this team performance domain. This kind of team works smoothly. They trust each other, they share information freely, and they handle challenges as a group. For our e-commerce project, this might look like the team quickly reorganizing to add, let's say, a new payment feature, or they quickly reorganize to fix a critical bug whenever needed. So since the team trusts each other's skills, they can communicate openly, and they can say, we need to change our plan, because they all trust each other. It's not finger pointing. They know that there's no blame game if the plans need to be changed. And that's how they stay flexible even under pressure. High performance shows when the team adapts to customer feedback, like, for example, adding a discount code feature if the customer asks for it, and if possible, still delivering on time. The third outcome is leadership and strong interpersonal skills by everyone on the team. This means every team member behaves like a leader in some way. They communicate clearly, they solve problems proactively, and they support each other. In our team, a tester might suggest improvements to the shopping cart feature or help explain a user issue to the developers. A developer might lead a quick demo at the end of the sprint. The idea is that leadership is not only the project manager's job. Each person steps up when needed. When everyone uses good communication and decision making, the team becomes more self sufficient and effective. So, we will be covering more about all these three: shared ownership, high performance team, and leadership by all in the coming slides. So far, if you're getting value out of this video, I would appreciate if you quickly smash that like button. It helps us stay motivated and create more free content for you. With that being said, I would also like to remind you about our PM 101 training program. This is our flagship 1.5 hours training video. This is an absolute legend. It is by far the highest viewed project management basics training video on YouTube out there. You can check that. This is going to be linked in the description below. So when you're done watching this video, go ahead and check PM 101 out as well. All right, let's talk about shared ownership now in more detail. Shared ownership is when team collectively owns the project success, right? They all feel responsible for the project's vision and results. So it's not, my task versus your task that you keep seeing in so many projects out there. It is about our task, it is about our project. In practice, this means everyone on our e-commerce project team, they understand the website's main objective, like, for example, creating an easy to navigate online store and handling the transactions smoothly. So they understand the main objectives and they feel personally invested in meeting these objectives. As an example, if the goal is a checkout that customers love, everyone from UX designers to backend developers to testers, all of them discuss what that means for their part of work before getting onto the implementation piece. Every team member knows the e-commerce website's goals and works together to achieve them, something that we just talked about. When the team shares ownership, they are going to stay more motivated. People pitch in willingly because they know the project's outcome matters to the whole group. If a developer hits a blocker, others step in to help, since we succeed or fail together. That's the motive behind shared ownership. In our e-commerce website example, if a designer finds out that users are confused about the checkout flow, the whole team can gather to fix this issue. Rather than the designer struggling alone trying to find resources on who's going to work on this, trying to explain the issue and whatnot, right? This shared commitment ensures the project keeps moving forward and that no one feels left out of the process. Okay, let's talk about high performance team. And this is a team where members work together seamlessly because they trust each other and they can collaborate efficiently on the project. When you have trust in each other's skills and intentions, then magic happens. In the context of our e-commerce project, this could mean that when the marketing team requests a new feature, for example, a flash sale banner to be added on the homepage of the website, right? The developers and designers, they discuss how to implement it without finger pointing, right? They know each person will do their part well. And this team adapts quickly to new challenges and changes in the requirements of the website. So they are willing to adapt to changes. If the client suddenly needs a gift wrapping option during the holiday rush, the team is going to reorganize the task quickly. They brainstorm how to add this feature, perhaps reassign tasks so a developer focuses on this requirement immediately and still be able to meet deadlines. So, this team collaborates effectively by holding regular open discussions. In short, our e commerce team's high performance shows in how they handle stress, how they learn from mistakes, and how they still keep moving forward. If testers find a bug, developers don't blame them. Instead, they fix it quickly together. This high trust and cooperation lead to better results and a faster, more reliable delivery of the website. Okay, let's talk about leadership by all. And this is a very interesting topic. Every team member demonstrates leadership behaviors like problem solving and clear communication. You see, leadership in the team performance domain means everyone shows leadership. Every single project team member shows leadership, not just the project manager. Each person uses good communication. Each person solves problems creatively and guides other when needed. Now you might be wondering, how are you going to find resources that communicate clearly, right? That can think out of the box. Well, you as a project manager do not have the responsibility to ensure that the kind of people you pick on your project team or the kind of people that are assigned to your project, they are great at communication. You might not have that responsibility, but you as a project manager have the responsibility to ensure that if someone does not communicate clearly, does not have that ability, you need to ensure that you arrange for their training. You arrange for them to improve their communication skills. And that's what makes you a great project manager. And that's how you build leadership by all. As an example, suppose the team is discussing how to improve the product search on our e-commerce website, right? So if this is something that the team is discussing, a developer might lead by suggesting a solution like implementing autocomplete, for example. And others are going to rally to help build and test it. A tester might lead by explaining the user's perspective on search difficulties and encourage developers to focus on user experience. The project manager can also step back and allow these members to drive the solution. It is not necessary for you as a project manager to always step up. It is sometimes helpful for you to step back and let your project team members show the leadership skills. Now, by involving whole team in leadership, we get diverse ideas and faster problem solving. If everyone only did their own tiny piece working in their own silo, the website might not work well together. But when each member speaks up and leads discussions or mini projects on their own, the team becomes much more versatile. It also boosts confidence. Team members see that their opinions actually matter. In our e-commerce example, even a junior developer or a new quality engineer can point out a potential security issue in the shopping cart. That initiative helps the whole project. Leadership by all means each person owns their part. Owns is the keyword here. Owns their part of the project and guides it with responsibility as well as creativity. All right, a quick agenda check. We have covered 5 topics so far, and we will be covering the rest of the 5 now. But before we go there, I would like to remind you about our playlist section. If you are preparing for your PMP certification, this is where the absolute gold is. All the conceptual videos are neatly arranged in the playlist for you to prepare for your exam. Definitely check this out. Okay, let's talk about the importance of emotional intelligence. What does this mean? So, emotional intelligence is the ability to understand your own emotions and those of others. I would like to repeat here. It is the ability for you to understand your own emotions and emotions of others as well. So it is not just important to understand your own emotion, that you're feeling happy or you're feeling angry or you're, not too happy about something. You should also be able to understand what others might be feeling. And this is the key difference between being emotionally aware and the quality of emotional intelligence. You can be aware of your own emotions, but you will display emotional intelligence only when you understand the emotions that others might be going through. So, in a project setting or a project environment, especially like building an e commerce website, this is going to play a crucial role. For example, if a developer is feeling overwhelmed with last minute changes, a team member with emotional intelligence can recognize the stress, they can offer support, and they can help ease the situation. This leads to stronger collaboration because people feel seen and they feel understood. So it is very important that not just you as a project manager display emotional intelligence and possess it, your team members also possess emotional intelligence. It supports collaboration, trust building, and conflict resolution in projects like our e-commerce website development project, right? So obviously this is going to help with resolving conflicts. For example, let's say two team members disagree on how to implement the search filter on the website. So someone with emotional intelligence can help mediate calmly, encouraging open dialogue instead of arguments. Trust builds naturally when people communicate openly and empathize with each other. So, emotional intelligence also supports adapting to change. If user feedback demands major redesign, emotionally intelligent team members accept the change without taking it personally. In short, teams with strong emotional intelligence work better, solve problems faster, and maintain a positive working environment. And I have a question for you here. Has there ever been a situation in your own projects where you felt that being emotionally intelligent helped you a lot in that situation? Let me know in the comments below. Definitely looking forward to your answers. All right, let's talk about best practices for team performance. Now, to enhance team performance, you should start by building a foundation of open communication. This is extremely important. You have to foster open communication. What this means is that everyone feels safe sharing updates or sharing concerns with absolutely no fear of blame or judgment. For example, in our e commerce project, a designer should feel comfortable saying, I think the product page layout is confusing. They should feel comfortable and they should have no fear of blame or judgment while saying so. So, respect is key here. Valuing each person's skills, opinions, and experience also matters. So, the way you say that the product page is confusing also matters a lot. That's something to sort of understand. You should also encourage continuous feedback, right? You have to build a culture of feedback and reflection. As an example, you can use your sprint retrospectives or even your regular check-ins to ask, what went well, what can we improve on. If there is, let's say, a QA tester who finds that bugs are missed due to rushed testing, the team should agree to add a buffer for testing in future sprints. This reflection builds trust and continuous improvement. Finally, don't forget to celebrate success, right? We all get caught up in the work so much that we do not necessarily celebrate success the way it should. If you have finished a major release or if you have completed the payment gateway integration, you should recognize the team's effort. And here I must say that even small wins matter, because something that is small for you as a project manager, for you who has the view of the entire project, something could be very small, but someone one developer working on making sure that a feature works, it could be a big thing for them. So celebrate small wins also. Celebrations create motivation and a sense of progress. When the team sees that their work is being noticed and appreciated, it fuels continued high performance. Okay, let's talk about interactions with other performance domains. All the 8 project performance domains do not work in vacuum. They don't work in silos. They actually interact with each other. Let's see how this performance domain interacts with others. So, team performance isn't an isolated area, right? It supports everything else in project management. The way people work together affects every single part of the project. For example, when defining scope or managing schedules, a cohesive team communicates clearly and sets realistic expectations. Even during risk management, they can share concerns early and work together on solutions because there is trust in the environment of your project. Collaboration, leadership, and trust are essential while planning, managing risk, handling changes, and delivering value. For example, in our e commerce project, where you have a trusted and a high performing team, they can handle mid project scope changes much more smoothly than a team that struggles with communication. So, if there is a change request from the customer, they want to add a wish list feature, your team will be able to do so. Leadership and teamwork help in every domain, whether it's stakeholder engagement, quality control, or adapting delivery approaches. If you put this simply, team performance is the foundation that holds all the performance domains together. And I've said this earlier, I'll repeat it again. Project management is all about people management. And in team performance domain, you are dealing with a lot of people. All right, how do you check results? How do you check if whatever that you're doing as part of this performance domain is actually working? You should check if the team feels ownership, if they practice leadership, and how they perform at a high level. To know whether your team is truly high performing, you have to look for evidence. Are team members stepping up to lead initiatives? Are they helping each other and solving problems together? Is there clear communication and shared responsibility? As an example, in the e commerce website project, you can ask, are team members proactively suggesting improvements to the user experience? Are developers and testers collaborating during your user acceptance testing or UAT? Are deadlines being met without constant reminders? All of these signs point to a healthy team dynamic. You should also listen to feedback, by the way. You can look for all these signs like trust, collaboration, motivation, adaptability, and results that meet stakeholder expectation. But at the same time, listen to feedback. Do team members feel supported and respected? Are they motivated to deliver value? If yes, then your team performance domain is working well. But if not, it may be time to revisit the team's norms, communication practices, or the leadership approach. The goal is not just to deliver a project, but to build a team that can deliver again and again across multiple projects. Finally, what are the key takeaways, right? To wrap up, the team performance domain is all about people. It ensures that the team is well supported, aligned with the project vision, and empowered to succeed, whether it's an e commerce website or any other project for that matter, because the same principles apply. Build a positive team culture, clarify roles, and create space for every single team member to lead. A strong team performance domain ensures team members are aligned, motivated, and empowered. High performing teams practice open communication, shared leadership, and emotional intelligence. So, high performance teams don't happen by accident. They communicate clearly, they respect each other, they adapt to change, and they solve problems together. Emotional intelligence, trust, and motivation are actually at the heart of their success. So if you apply these principles in your e-commerce or any other project, it leads to better results and stronger teams. Now, whether you are the project manager or you are just a team member, focus on enabling a collaborative environment. When people feel respected and included, they bring their best selves to work. And that's what truly creates successful projects. A quick reminder about our membership program, which is known as VIP Pass. You get a lot of perks when you join this membership program. So definitely check this out. If you're watching this on YouTube, you should have the join or the subscribe plus button. YouTube keeps changing things around, but it is definitely very valuable. So do check this out, our membership program. You get access to me, you get access to our premium courses as well. So that's all that we had in this video. I hope you got value out of it. My only call to action is to subscribe to this channel so that we can stay motivated and create more free content for you. Keep learning, share this video with others who might benefit as well. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this video, we will cover the third project performance domain, which is all about development approach and life cycle. There are a total of 8 project performance domains, and you as a project manager, you as someone preparing for the PMP exam must know all of them. Now, in this video, we will cover just the third one, which is the development approach and life cycle, of course, but we have covered all 8 of these. So check out the second link in the description below, which is going to take you to a playlist of all the videos corresponding to project performance domains. It's the second link because the first link is going to take you to an article on this topic over at our official website, pmclounge.com. So if you're into reading articles, check out the first link. If you're into watching videos, keep watching and definitely like, share, and subscribe so that others can benefit from this knowledge. So what all are we going to cover today? We'll start things off with an introduction to this performance domain. We will take a look at some of the key definitions, relationship between some of the key definitions that we are going to be talking about, like deliverables, cadence, life cycle, what are the types of delivery cadence, then development approaches, factors selecting a development approach, what are the factors that are basically at play, project lifecycle and phases, aligning cadence approach and lifecycle, interactions with other performance domains, checking results, and finally the key takeaways. All right, so let's start things off with the introduction to this performance domain. This performance domain addresses activities and functions associated with the development approach, cadence, and life cycle phases of the project. Now, I know this is going to be a mouthful, and we just talked about a lot of concepts here. You will see some of these concepts explained in the second slide, which will talk about the key definitions as well. So definitely stick around. But in simpler terms, this performance domain is about how we will develop the product. How are you going to develop the product of the project, right? How often you are going to deliver the product. And thirdly, what stages the project will go through. These are the 3 things that we are talking about. How we will develop the product. So if you are developing, as our favorite example, the e-commerce website that we have been using to understand performance domain, right? So if we are working on that website project, how we will develop it, right? So what is our development approach here? Now, how often we are going to deliver it? So is it a one-time thing where we just publish the website once and be done with it, or are we going to be introducing new features, right? So that is the cadence part of it. And thirdly, what are the stages the project is going to go through for us to be able to deliver the website, right? So is it going to be, the different phases could be just the initiation where we do brainstorming and create a charter and create a high level vision and goal for this website. Then we talk about maybe a design of this website, maybe just a mock-up of how the website is going to look. Then we go into the coding phase where we do the actual coding. Then we go into the testing phase where we do the testing, right? So these are all different phases. So that is what this performance domain is all about. Remember, I said three things: how we are going to develop the product. It could be a product, it could be a service, it could be an outcome, right? How exactly are we going to develop it? How often we are going to deliver, and what stages the project is going to go through, right? So these are the three questions that we are answering. Now, effective execution ensures the approach matches deliverables and connects value delivery from the beginning to the end. Now, this means that if our project deliverable, which is the e-commerce website, now whatever our chosen approach is, be it predictive, adaptive, or hybrid, it must fit the nature of the deliverable, right? So for us, since it's a website which will require constant upkeep, we might have to deliver new features in this website. Then maybe a predictive approach might not suit as much as an adaptive approach will suit, right? So that is what this is about. Now, even our life cycle should guide us from the initial planning all the way till the product reaches the customer, right? Reaches to the phase of customer usage. Okay, let's talk about the key definitions. And this is an important slide. I would definitely urge you to look into this slide and maybe come back, rewind, and watch this again if you have any doubts or questions. And definitely leave a comment below if you have any doubts here. Okay, deliverable is a unique, verifiable product, result, or capability. That is what a deliverable is all about: a unique, verifiable product, result, or capability. In our e-commerce example, this could just be the checkout feature that passes testing. So you have a checkout feature on your website. It is actually a deliverable. Development approach is the method used to create and evolve the deliverable. So whatever development approach that you used to create the checkout, that is the development approach, right? So this could be predictive, it could be adaptive, it could be hybrid, and whatever that you select here, be it predictive, adaptive, or hybrid, it is going to change how we plan and how we deliver the deliverable. Cadence is the rhythm of activities in the project. So for example, we might decide to push updates every 2 weeks or every month, right? That is your rhythm or the cadence. Project phase is a set of related activities ending in deliverables. So each phase ends at some deliverable, right? Now, if we are into, let's say, build phase, this phase is going to end when the website's main functions are coded and they are tested, and that's when we complete the build phase. Finally, there's project life cycle, which is basically the series of phases from start to completion. And this is the big picture journey from initiation to closure. So I hope these key definitions are clear. Okay, let's move on and talk about relationship between deliverables, cadence, and life cycle. So the type of deliverable determines how it can be developed. This is very important. A lot of people tend to think that agile can be used everywhere. That is not necessarily the case, right? The type of deliverable is something that matters a lot, and that determines how it can be developed. For example, a single integrated e-commerce website might require a predictive approach. But if you have separate modules like wishlist, payment gateway, they can be delivered adaptively or in an agile way, right? The type of deliverable and development approach influences the number and frequency of deliveries. This is again very important and should be obvious for those who are already aware of predictive and adaptive approaches. If you're going with the predictive approach, you do one big bang delivery. If you're going with the adaptive approach, you do frequent deliveries. All right, let's move on to point number 3, which is the deliverable approach and delivery cadence determines the life cycle and its phases as well. So the deliverable approach and the delivery cadence that you have, it is going to determine the life cycle and its phases. As an example, if we go adaptive, our life cycle might look something like this: plan, build feature, test, release, right? So this is how it is going to look like if you go adaptive. And this is going to repeat multiple times. But if you go with the predictive approach, it might be a single sequence from planning to final deployment. So plan and plan a lot, plan the work, and then you work the plan. Then you build features, all the features at once. Then you test everything that you have built, and then you do one big bang release. So the deliverable approach and the delivery cadence, this is going to determine the life cycle and its phases. So I hope you understand the relationship between deliverables, cadence, and life cycle. All right, let's talk about our PM 101 training program for a bit. This is your gateway to the world of project management. It is a free 1.5 hours training video available on YouTube for free. Over 500,000 views on this so far. It is an absolute legend, so definitely check it out. Link will be in the description. All right, let's talk about delivery cadence types. So you could do a single delivery. That is, you deliver everything at the end. In an e-commerce project, the e-commerce website project, that is, this could mean launching the entire website only after all the features that are required are complete. Then you can do multiple deliveries. That is, you deliver different components at different times. For example, you launch the product catalog first. Then you add a checkout, and maybe you don't have to launch the product catalog first without a checkout. So you do a basic checkout. It could be, let's say, just accepting credit cards and not accepting net banking, or not accepting UPI, or not accepting cash on delivery, right? So you launched the first iteration of the website with the product catalog and a very basic checkout. But you also added, let's say, a wish list feature later. So this was the second delivery that you did, where you added a wish list feature. Periodic deliveries. So this is delivering on a fixed schedule. For example, you push updates every month. So new features or new improvements are done on each releases in each periodic interval, that is. And then there's continuous delivery, which is you deliver features immediately when ready. So as an example, if the wishlist feature is ready today, it goes live today without waiting for the next periodic delivery cycle, right? You deploy as and when you are ready. That's what continuous delivery is all about. And single delivery, as we just discussed and you should already be aware of, this is one big bang delivery, everything delivered in one go. Okay, let's talk about development approaches. So predictive approach, plan everything upfront and follow the plan. As simple as that. In our e-commerce project, this could mean designing all pages, coding everything, and launching the complete site in one go. That's predictive approach for you. Then there's hybrid approach, where you combine both predictive as well as adaptive methods. For example, you use predictive for the payment gateway because that's where stability matters, that's where compliance matters. But you adapt the adaptive approach for marketing features, and they may evolve based on customer feedback. So all features that are required by marketing, you follow the adaptive approach. So that's how hybrid approach will work. Then there's adaptive approach. You build in iterations, adapting to whatever feedback that you get. For example, release the homepage and product listing first. You gather feedback, then improve and add more features in future sprints as needed. So this is how it looks like. In predictive, you have least iterative and incremental. This is how predictive works. In hybrid, there's a balance. In adaptive, you have most iterations, and this is again most incremental, right? So iterative and incremental, the least is predictive. Iterative and incremental, the most is adaptive, while hybrid is a balance of the two. Okay, let's talk about factors in selecting a development approach. Product, service, result. What does this mean? What is this product, service, or result here, right? This refers to the inherent nature of what's being built. If the e-commerce website has a well-known scope and minimal innovation, a predictive approach may be fine. If it's introducing innovative AI based recommendations, then maybe an adaptive approach is going to work better. So, factors like how stable the scope is, how easy it is to make changes, and whether regulations apply will influence the decision. So, whenever you select a development approach, your product, service, or result matters, right? That is the reason why I took that example. So, degree of innovation affects the approach choice, something that we just talked about. High innovation may call for adaptive methods. Familiar products or familiar scope can use predictive method. Requirements certainty influence approach suitability. So if requirements are unclear, then adaptive works better. But if requirements are clear, then predictive works better. Scope stability determines adaptability needs. If you have a stable scope, then obviously predictive works better. But if you need frequent changes, then go for adaptive. Ease of change impacts method selection. So products that can easily change can benefit from adaptive approaches here. Delivery options guide incremental or adaptive use. If parts can be delivered separately, incremental approaches are definitely possible. But if everything needs to be delivered at once, then you will have to go with the predictive approach. Risk level also affects planning and flexibility. If you have high risk, this demands either robust upfront planning or learning cycles through adaptive approaches. Safety requirements may demand predictive methods. For example, regulated health tech projects can often require predictive planning because we are talking about health here, right? So, tech in health, it definitely requires planning and it definitely requires predictive approach. You cannot be waiting for feedback on health projects for sure. Regulatory constraints can dictate approach as well. So whenever we talk about highly regulated industries, airlines, health, they often require detailed predictive processes. You cannot go adaptive here. Okay, let's talk about factors in selecting development approach based on project and organization. Let's talk about projects first. Stakeholder involvement, schedule constraints, and funding availability, all of them matter when it comes to selecting a development approach. If stakeholders can give regular feedback, then adaptive is easy. If funding is uncertain, delivering a minimum viable site or a website first, it will make more sense. Then let's talk about organization now. The structure of the organization, the culture, capability, team size, and location, right? All of them matter. All of these influence the feasibility of selecting a development approach. If you have a flat collaborative culture, it is going to support adaptive methods. If you have rigid hierarchical structure, it is going to favor predictive approach. So distributed teams may also lean toward predictive unless collaboration tools are so strong that everyone's okay in adapting, right? So I hope you understand what we are trying to discuss here, right? In the previous slide, we talked about the factors in selecting a development approach based on the product, service, or result. Now, in this slide, we are going to be talking about factors in development approach based on the project that you're working on or the organization that you are working with. So, stakeholder engagement affects approach choice. Adaptive methods, they need frequent stakeholder input. So, predictive, you don't need all of that. So, if your stakeholder is, let's say, the CEO of another company, right? And CEO is the only person who is going to be giving you feedback. How often do you think you can approach the CEO of that organization for a feedback? So obviously you might want to go for a predictive approach here. So moving on, schedule constraints may push toward adaptive or predictive. What are your schedule constraints? If you require urgent delivery and if partial deliveries are okay, go with adaptive. But if you have some time with you and you would rather watch the entire thing, right? You would rather have the entire deliverable with you, then go for a fixed long-term delivery which suits predictive approach. Funding availability also impacts delivery style. If you have uncertain budgets, then go for just the MVP to begin with. Go with the adaptive approach. Organizational structure influences method. If there are flat structures, you go with adaptive. If you have hierarchical structures, go with predictive. Culture alignment matters for approach success as well. If the culture of the organization is directive, then predictive approach will work better. But if the culture of the organization is collaborative, then adaptive approach is going to work better. Organizational capability affects agile adoption as well. So when we talk about true agile, it requires changes to mindset and it requires changes to operations. So the organizational capability to be open to such changes to mindset and operations also matter in basically going with the adaptive approach like agile. Project team size and location influence adaptability as well. If you have smaller co-located teams, then you go with adaptive methods. It works best. But if you have large teams and they are not at all co-located, you have some people in one continent and other people in different continent, you require more plans, and predictive approach will work much better here. All right, let's talk about our playlist section a bit. This is where the gold is. All the conceptual videos are neatly arranged in playlist for you to prepare for your exam. The best part is that everything is absolutely free. So head over to youtube.com/pmclounge/playlists and check this out. Okay, let's talk about where we are right now. We have already covered 6 chapters. Let's start off with project life cycle and phases. Okay, so common phases. Let's talk about the common phases now. Feasibility, design, build, test, deploy, close. These are all common phases across different projects. In our e-commerce website example, feasibility checks if the online store idea is even viable or not. Design creates the wireframes of the website. Build does the coding of the site, right? Then testing, it ensures quality. Deploy is where you go live. And close is when you wrap up all the documentation and whatever that's needed, right? Now, phases may have gate reviews before moving forward. Gate reviews are basically checkpoints to ensure all criteria is met before starting the next phase. Like you will have to review the design before your coding can begin, and people must sign off on the design before coding can begin. That is just one example. Life cycles vary based on development approach and cadence. So adaptive life cycle repeats smaller cycles, while predictive moves through each phase once in a sequence. So whether you go for adaptive or predictive, it is important to understand the difference between the two and to be able to sort of see how life cycles vary based on this. And we have two diagrams here that can explain even better. So this is a sample predictive life cycle. Each phase goes to another phase, right? And they never coincide as such. Then you have life cycle using adaptive development approach. So you define project and product vision. You do one iteration, you get some feedback, you do backlog prioritization, and then you do another iteration. And same thing continues over and over again. All right, so let's move ahead to the next slide, which is all about aligning cadence, approach, and life cycle. Cadence, approach, and life cycle. I hope you understand what these three mean, because we've been talking a lot about these three throughout the course of this video. So definitely pause here, stop this video, go into the comments and write what you think a cadence is, what you think the approach is, what do you think the life cycle is, and just define it in your words. It is going to help you gain a better understanding of these concepts. All right, let's see how we can do the alignment of these three. Now, these three must work together for optimal outcomes. No questions around it, right? If cadence is fast but approach is predictive, it is going to cause rework, it is going to lead to chaos. So they should always complement each other. Different deliverables in same project may use different approaches and cadences. This is an important nuance to understand. As an example, in our e-commerce project, the payment system might follow predictive approach because we need to deploy the payment system in one go. But when it comes to UI features, they can be adaptive because we don't want the final design to be ready. We don't have to wait till then to deploy and start our business, right? Overlapping phases may occur for parallel work. As an example, while developers build the cart, designers might already be working on the checkout flow. So while developers are coding the cart, the designers are working on the checkout flow. So this is again possible. Overlapping phases may occur for parallel work. So this is how you align cadence, approach, and life cycle. Okay, let's talk about interactions with other performance domains, because these performance domains, all 8 of them, they don't work in vacuum, right? Now, this is going to impact planning, uncertainty management, delivery, and team performance. Predictive approaches require more upfront planning, while adaptive requires flexibility and rolling wave planning as well. So obviously, if you select a predictive approach, it has an impact on other performance domains as well. Same goes with the adaptive approach. Delivery cadence influences value delivery and benefits realization. Now, frequent deliveries can bring early value, but they are going to require readiness from different teams and stakeholders. So these are all different domains, by the way, right? Your delivery, team performance, value delivery, benefits realization, all these are different domains that how our present domain of development approach and life cycle, how it is impacting them. That's what we are talking about. Team capability and leadership style must also align with the chosen approach. So your team performance domain, your leadership style, all of that need to be in alignment with the approach that you select in this present domain that we are talking about. Adaptive requires servant leadership and self-organizing teams as well, while predictive approach, it needs closer control and tracking. Okay, a quick reminder about our YouTube membership program. It is called VIP Pass. If you get yourselves our YouTube membership, you get access to premium project management courses. There is collaboration opportunities. You can also meet me for consultation, a virtual consultation, of course, as part of our lounge access program as well. So definitely consider joining. It's a lot of perks, a lot of bang for your buck, by the way. Okay, checking results. Compare outcomes to planned benefits and value delivery. Did the e-commerce website deliver increased sales and customer satisfaction as intended? That is how you check results for this specific domain. Review performance against baseline and expected cadence. So if we plan for bi-weekly releases, did we achieve them without any compromise on quality? That's again a question to ask to check results of whether this domain is working fine for us or not. Identify lessons learned for continuous improvement. As an example, if customers wanted a feature earlier, you will have to adjust the prioritization. Key takeaways: match deployment approach, cadence, and life cycle to the needs of the project. Very, very important. There is not a single one size fit all approach. Each project will require adaptive, predictive, hybrid, a unique blend. Each project is unique and it will require a unique blend. Consider both deliverable nature and organizational context when choosing the approach. what exactly is it that you are building? This is something that you must consider, and where you are building it, right? If the organization is hierarchical in nature, definitely go for a predictive approach. If you are building a bridge, you cannot deliver it in parts. You will have to go for a predictive approach, right? If you're deploying a website, an app, and you are required to make sure that constant upkeep is done and features are deployed in intervals based on the user feedback, go with adaptive approach. Align all elements to optimize value and stakeholder satisfaction. The ultimate goal is to ensure your project delivers maximum value effectively. Whichever development approach you select, whichever cadence you select, right, all boils down to delivering maximum value possible. So keep that in mind, and I hope you were able to understand the performance domain that we just discussed, which was delivery approach and project life cycle. Definitely keep learning and check our other videos out. My only call to action would be to subscribe to this channel. It helps us stay motivated and create more free content for you. Share this with others and help us spread the knowledge. If you like our work, definitely drop a like, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye bye. In this video, we go over everything that you need to know about the planning performance domain when it comes to your PMP preparation and otherwise as well. As you are already aware, there are a total of 8 project performance domains. Planning is just one of them. We have covered all of these 8 project performance domains. You can check out the second link in the description, which will take you to the playlist of every single performance domain that we have covered. Also, it's the second link because the first link is going to take you to an article on this topic over at our official website pmclounge.com. So if you are into reading articles, check out the first link. If you are into watching videos, check out the second link, but do that only after finishing this video. And let me share my screen to talk about the agenda that we have when it comes to the planning performance domain. We'll start off with an introduction to this performance domain. By the way, this is going to be a longer than usual video because planning is the absolute bread and butter of us project managers. So after this, the introduction, we will go over the desired outcomes of effective planning. And after that, we will also look into some key definitions, planning overview, variables, delivery. We will also talk about estimating schedules and budget. Moving forward, we will discuss project team composition and structure, as well as communication, physical resources, procurement, changes. Finally, we will close with how this performance domain interacts with other performance domains, how you can check results, whether your planning is working or not, and some key takeaways. So a packed agenda. Let's start things off with the introduction to this performance domain. Now, you're already aware that planning organizes, elaborates, and coordinates project work. And that is, I would say, the soul of what a project manager job looks like. This means planning is not just about the beginning of the project, but about keeping the project work aligned as the project unfolds, as the project progresses. So that's a subtle difference to understand. Planning is not something that you do just in the beginning of the project and then you just have your plan and you work the plan throughout the project. That's not how it works. Planning is also about ensuring that as the project unfolds, you keep your work aligned with the plan. Now, planning activities are ongoing and they evolve as project progresses. As an example, we have been talking about e-commerce website to understand all these performance domains. So we will continue to do so. In an e-commerce website project, you might start with a high level plan, but you can later refine details as new requirements emerge, like let's say adding loyalty points feature, which was something that people might have not thought about in the beginning. But looking at the market, looking at the competitors, they would think that, this is something that we should sort of add. So that is always something which is possible, and that is why planning activities are ongoing and they evolve as your project progresses. Now, effective planning balances detail with flexibility. Too much detail early on can waste effort because a lot of people tend to not know enough about the project early on, right? So that is why this is important that you don't front load the project with too much detail in the beginning itself. But at the same time, too little planning can also cause confusion. So that is why a balanced approach allows you to have enough structure without losing any adaptability throughout the course of the project. Now, what are the desired outcomes of effective planning? The project progresses in an organized, coordinated, and deliberate manner. This is a desired outcome of effective planning. As an example, in an e-commerce project, planning ensures that back-end development, front-end design, and payment gateway integration, they do not clash, but they move in sync. So this will be possible only with planning. There is a holistic approach to delivering the project outcomes. So this means the focus is not only on technical deliverables, but also on customer satisfaction, also on budget control, also on timely delivery. So all of these are being taken care of. Evolving information is elaborated to produce deliverables and outcomes. This is something that we just talked about. Requirements may not be fully known upfront. So planning ensures changes, like let's say adding a new shipping partner, this is something that is smoothly integrated. Time spent planning is appropriate for the situation. Don't take too much time just for planning. Spending 6 months planning a 3-month project is definitely inefficient, right? As an example, if your e-commerce website only needs a simple catalog and checkout, extensive planning is definitely an overkill. And this is also the reason why stuff like Agile became so popular in information technology, because people realize that they can always come up with newer features, newer requirements, and deploy them later. An IT project or a software project is not like a physical structure that you have constructed and it's now very difficult to make changes. It's not like that, right? That is the reason why Agile became so popular in IT. All right, let's talk about planning. Information is sufficient to manage stakeholder expectations. Stakeholders, they need clarity on what will be delivered and when it will be delivered. A clear plan keeps customers, sponsors, and the teams aligned. Now, there is also a process for adapting plans based on emerging needs. And this is critical because no project runs exactly as planned. So if there is a sudden change, you should have something, a process, a change management process maybe, to adapt your plans, to change your plans. As an example, if there is a new tax rule for online sales, it is going to change your plans, right? It is definitely going to trigger a review and it is going to lead to some kind of updates on your billing, on your pricing strategy. So that is something to keep in mind always. All right, let's talk about key definitions. Estimate is a quantitative assessment of cost, effort, or duration. For example, estimating that coding the checkout feature will take 200 hours. So that is an estimate, right? Accuracy is the correctness of the estimate. So if the checkout really takes 210 hours, then the original estimate was fairly accurate. Then we talk about precision, which is the exactness of an estimate. So if you say that the checkout will take 210 hours, this is obviously more precise than saying, checkout feature is going to take about a month. Crashing means shortening schedule duration by adding more resources. So in our example, we could assign 2 developers instead of 1 to speed up the checkout development. Then there's fast tracking, which means performing sequential activities in parallel. So instead of waiting for design to finish before coding begins, developers can start coding based on the draft wireframes itself. And finally, there's budget. Budget is the approved cost baseline for the project. As an example, for e-commerce website, this could include software licenses, hosting, developer costs. Everything will be, added up to make the budget of the project. So I hope the key definitions for this performance domain planning is clear. If you have any questions, let me know in the comments below. And I hope you understand the subtle difference between accuracy and precision. We have talked about it in the past as well. You can do a search for videos on this. We've also talked about crashing. We've also talked about fast tracking, and everything is actually available on this channel itself. Okay, let's talk about the planning overview. The purpose of planning is to proactively define how deliverables will be created. For example, deciding early how the product catalog will be structured avoids confusion later. High level planning may begin before the project authorization. So, an e commerce website project may draft a vision statement and a rough timeline even before formal approval comes in. This is possible. Planning should also consider social and environmental impacts. As an example, planning server hosting with energy efficient providers is part of sustainable planning. So, you know that you would need a lot of servers for hosting, and you come up with something which will be energy efficient. This is sustainable planning, right? So planning should also consider social as well as environmental impacts as much as possible. The level of planning should match the project's circumstances. As an example, for a small website that is selling just 10 products, a lightweight plan is going to work. But for a large marketplace like Amazon with thousands of sellers, then detailed planning is definitely needed. Planning artifacts confirm stakeholder expectations. A simple roadmap or a work breakdown structure can help sponsors understand when the site will go live and what features you can expect. Now, one of the things I would like to for you to take away from this slide is the level of planning should match the project's circumstances. We talked about how agile became so popular, and the reason for that is the project's circumstances for software and IT projects is such that maybe a lot of detailed planning is not required when you can, plan a small part and deliver something in just one sprint and then build on top of it, right? In the next slide, we will look at the variables of planning, right? And these variables are basically an extension of this point. The level of planning should match the project's circumstances. So let's look at some of the variables that impact how planning is actually done. Development approach affects when and how much planning is done. So if you are following the predictive approach, predictive projects plan heavily up front. But if you're working on an adaptive project, then you can refine plans in iterations, right? So if you're following Scrum, based on your sprints, you keep refining the plans. Project deliverables influence the type and detail of planning required. A high-tech e-commerce website with AI-driven recommendations needs adaptive planning, but a simple blog website can use predictive planning, right? So whatever your deliverables are, they influence the type and the detail of planning that will be required. Organizational requirements may enforce specific planning artifacts. So a company's PMO may demand a project charter, a risk log, and even a resource plan before your work begins, before your project gets approved, right? So depending on the organization that you work for and the organizational requirements, they are also going to enforce specific planning artifacts. So you cannot just get going and start your work even if you are working on a blog website with just 10 products, right? If the organizational requirements is for you to provide some documents, then you will have to do so. Market conditions can drive faster, lighter planning. So if competitors are rapidly launching e-commerce platforms, you may prioritize speed to market over detailed planning. So obviously, if you are being shot at by your competitors left, right, and center, and they are deploying features in a very rapid manner, then perhaps you will also let go of detailed planning and you will go with lighter planning, and you will also prioritize speed to market, speed to go to market, right? Legal and regulatory restrictions may require formal planning documents. As simple as that. If you're handling online payments, then it is possible that there are standards within your country that are required to be followed. So you may have to do some kind of documentation, you may have to get some kind of approval from the legal department of your organization itself. So all of that is possible. These are all factors that affect how much planning you need to do as part of your project. With that, I would like to remind you about our PM 101 free training video. It's 1.5 hours long. It is an absolute legend with over 500,000 views. This is perhaps the highest viewed project management basics video out there. So definitely check it out. It will be linked in the description below. All right, let's talk about the agenda. Again, we have covered the top 5 topics. Now we will cover the rest of the topics, starting things off with delivery. Okay, so planning begins with understanding the business case, stakeholder requirements, and scope. So this is how you begin your planning, right? So we are now talking and focusing on delivery. As an example, in an e-commerce project, planning starts by confirming that the website must allow product browsing, it must allow an add to cart feature, and it must allow a checkout feature, right? So this is something that your project must definitely have. Predictive approaches decompose deliverables into detailed activities. So a predictive plan might break down checkout into steps like design, coding, integration, testing, and all that as well. Adaptive approaches use themes, features, user stories that are refined over time. So as an example, the theme could be customer convenience, and feature could be saved addresses, and a user story could be, as a customer, I want to save my address for faster checkout. So that is how adaptive approaches work. Now, decisions may be delayed until the last responsible moment. We've done a video on last responsible moment. I'll share a link to that video in the description. It's fantastic to understand how agile works. And as an example, if you are unsure in your e-commerce website, if you are unsure whether you will integrate PayPal or maybe some other payment system like Stripe, then you can defer that decision until it is absolutely necessary to avoid wasted effort, right? So maybe this is not the first thing that you need sign off from your stakeholders now, whether we will be going ahead with PayPal or Stripe. Maybe the first thing is just the layout of the website. Maybe the first thing is just the overall theme and feel and look of the website, right? And the kind of programming language that you're going to use, what will be your topmost features. That is something which is of top priority as compared to the kind of payment gateway integration that you need, whether you need to go ahead with PayPal or Stripe, right? So this is all that comes in as part of delivery. Now let's talk about estimating when it comes to planning. Now estimates assess likely cost, effort, or duration. For example, estimating that building the product catalog will take 100 hours and cost $2,000. That's a simple estimate right there, right? Now, estimate range is broader early in the project and narrows as details emerge. So as you work on the project and as you get to know more about the project, your estimate range is also going to get narrow. So at the beginning, you might say the catalog could take 80 to 120 hours. But later, as you get to know more details, you can refine it to, it will require 95 to 105 hours. Now, obviously, the variance cannot have a 300% variance as compared to the original numbers that you suggested, but I hope you get the idea, right? Now, accuracy improves as more information becomes available. An initial estimate for integrating payments can be rough, but after vendor selection, the accuracy is going to increase. So this is again an example of how your accuracy improves as more information gets available. Precision reflects the exactness of estimate. Go back to the key definitions slide if you are still unsure what accuracy is and what precision is. But as I was saying, precision reflects the exactness of the estimates. So saying 95 hours is more precise than saying about 2 weeks, right? So what is more precise? 95 hours and not about 2 weeks. Confidence grows with experience and data. If your team has built similar e-commerce websites before, then confidence in estimates is going to be much higher. Now, estimating techniques include deterministic, probabilistic, absolute, relative, and flow based methods. So, there are different methods to come up with these estimates, right? As an example, flow based estimating might say the team can process 5 features per week. So if you have 20 features in your backlog, it is going to take 4 weeks to deliver. Now, let's talk about schedules. A schedule models project activities, durations, and dependencies. As an example, coding the checkout feature cannot start until wireframes are approved. So there's a dependency right there, right? So this is something that your schedule can actually model and talk about. Predictive scheduling decomposes, sequences, estimates, allocates, and adjusts activities. Read this again. This is what predictive scheduling is all about. So, in an e commerce website, this might mean breaking down catalog design, sequencing before coding, estimating the hours that will be required, assigning developers, and even adjusting to meet the deadlines. Then there's schedule compression methods that are crashing and fast tracking, which we looked at in the key definitions slide. So if you need the checkout earlier, crashing adds developers to this work. But then there's fast tracking also, which allows coding to start before the design for checkout is finalized. So these are the two concepts for schedule compression. Dependencies can be mandatory, discretionary, external, or internal. So these are the types of dependencies that exist. A mandatory dependency is waiting for payment providers API. An external dependency might be awaiting third party delivery API approval. So these are all types of dependencies that actually exist on your project. Adaptive scheduling uses releases, iterations, and time boxes. So this is pretty different from predictive scheduling, as you can see here, right? So predictive scheduling, it does all these decomposition, sequencing, estimating, allocating, and adjusting the activities, while adaptive scheduling uses concepts like releases, iterations, and time boxes. As an example, your first release or release one of your website could include, let's say, some browsing features. It can include cart, and your release 2 can then include checkout and payments, and your release 3 can include the loyalty points features. So these are your 3 releases for the same website itself. Effort driven and fixed duration activities are treated differently. Coding is definitely effort driven. You can add more developers if you want, but then there's fixed duration activities like, let's say, 24-hour testing. So 24-hour testing is going to take 24 hours no matter how many resources you add. So these are the two different type of activities that are treated differently: effort driven and fixed duration. All right, let's talk about budget. Now, budget is developed from cost estimates and it forms the cost baseline. So as an example, you can have all these estimates. You can estimate $50,000 for development, $10,000 for testing, and that gives you a cost baseline of 60,000 US dollars. So you have all these cost estimates that you can add up to create a baseline of how much money you will be requiring for delivering the project. Now, costs are aligned with the project schedule as well. As an example, hosting and licensing costs are scheduled for early months. But when it comes to marketing costs for your e-commerce website, that is something which will be aligned closer to launch of your website and not in the earlier duration of the project. Now, budgets should include contingency reserves for risks. So contingency reserves is again a concept which your budget should account for. As an example, you can add 10% reserve in case anything that goes wrong, in case integrating with the payment gateway provider takes longer than expected. Similarly, there is management reserve which covers unforeseen work, but it was in scope work. So if a new security requirement emerges during development, management reserves allows the project to address it without seeking new funding. So these are some concepts about budget that you as a project manager should know of when you are planning budget for your project. Let's talk about project team composition and structure. Planning identifies required skills, proficiency, and experience. For an e-commerce website, you may need front-end developers, you may need back-end developers, UX designers, testers. So you can, when you do planning, it is going to identify all these required skills, the kind of experience. You might need people who have experience in e-commerce website itself, right? So all that is something that your planning is going to help you find out. Internal and external resources have different costs and benefits. So internal staff may be cheaper and they might already know the company culture. But when it comes to external experts, external subject matter experts that you might need, they are going to bring in specialized skills, and they will be costlier as well. Team co-location enables faster communication, as simple as that. If all developers and testers sit in the same room, problems like checkout cannot connect or whatever, they can be solved very quickly. Virtual teams require more effort in coordination and tools, and it all comes down to you as a project manager, right? If the front end designer is in India and the back end developer is in the US, and you as a project manager are also in US, you might have a hard time coordinating with the person, the front end designer sitting in India, right? So you will have to use all your communication tools, Slack, Jira, Zoom, whatever. All of that becomes a lot more critical here. All right, I would also like to remind you at this point about our playlist section, because a lot of topics that we are talking about have been covered in the past as well. Head over to youtube.com/pmclounge/playlists and you will find all the concepts that you need to prepare for your PMP exam, neatly organized in playlists, and everything is absolutely free. All right, so we have covered 10 topics so far. We need to cover 9 more topics. Let's get ahead and talk about communication. Now, communication planning identifies who needs information and why they need that information. The sponsor of your project may need weekly progress reports, but your developers might need daily stand-ups. So this is something which you will plan or come up with during your planning of communication and document it maybe in your communication management plan. Different stakeholders require different levels of detail. Customers may only care about what your launch date really is. But when it comes to, let's say, testers, they need detailed defect logs, right? So it totally depends. Again, the level of detail is dependent on the kind of person you are dealing with. Choosing the right channels ensures effective communication. If your sponsors just prefer email summaries, then you should not be calling them on every single call that you have or every single meeting that you have. But if your let's say your developers, they are used to Jira boards and Slack updates, then you should be using these tools to communicate with them. Frequency and timing of communication must be planned as well. So you may have daily stand-ups, you may have bi-weekly demos, you may have monthly sponsor reviews. All of this is part of your communication plan. So communication is extremely important when it comes to your planning, and your job as a project manager itself as well. Let's talk about physical resources. It includes materials, equipment, software, and licenses. For your e-commerce website, this could mean, hosting servers. This could mean SSL certificates. This could mean testing tools, right? So all of these are physical resources that you need to plan for. Planning must also address lead times in obtaining. Like we talked about how physical servers is something that you might need, right? Hosting servers, something that you might need. Then what are the lead times to obtain these hosting servers? Have you accommodated that in your project schedule as well? Similarly, logistics, storage, all of these should be accounted for when it comes to your project plan. As an example, securing test environment may also take 2 weeks, right? So planning must definitely account for that. You might finish your coding on time, but you then realize that obtaining a test environment itself takes 2 weeks, and there goes your project with a delay of 2 weeks. Strategic decisions balance ordering cost versus storage costs. Now, you could buy all the physical resources like your hosting servers in bulk during the start of the project itself. That was your ordering cost. But then, if you have no use of all those servers for the next 6 months, that is your storage cost. You could have ordered the servers 5 months down the line and received it on time when they were supposed to be used, rather than ordering them earlier and then incurring the storage cost. So that is again something that you should be aware of when it comes to physical resources. All right, let's talk about procurement. Now, procurement planning defines what to build in-house and what to outsource. As an example, you might outsource mobile app development while you build the website internally, because you specialize in e-commerce website building, but you do not specialize in developing apps. So that again is something that you will take care of when it comes to procurement planning. Contracts require clarity on specifications, timing, and costs. A contract with, let's say, a payment gateway vendor must specify what are the service levels that you are expecting, what is the uptime that you are expecting, what are your integration timelines. All of that will be part of your procurement documentation. Procurement decisions affect schedule and team composition as well. Whenever you are outsourcing, it means planning extra time for vendor onboarding and coordination, right? A vendor cannot walk in and understand everything and start delivering from day one, right? So that's something that you should account for when it comes to your procurements. Let's talk about changes. Now, projects must plan for inevitable changes. Changes are inevitable. So you might as well plan a change management process around it, right? As you're already aware, requirements evolve, risks materialize, and even markets shift. So you might have to, let's say, as an example, add a buy now, pay later option on your project, but that was something which was not accounted for initially. So you should have a change management process in place that can account for and accommodate changes like these. Change management may use formal control processes or even backlog reprioritization, right? When it comes to predictive projects, they can use change control boards, but adaptive projects, they can simply reprioritize their backlog. They can simply add this buy now, pay later feature in their backlog and reprioritize it, and bring it to the top and say that this is the topmost feature that we want to deliver. Next comes contractual projects, which may require strict change procedures. So if you have outsourced something and a vendor is involved, whenever you change your requirement, it is going to trigger contract renegotiation. So keep that in mind. As long as your changes are in-house, you might be able to have them go through, but when it comes to external vendors, third party involvement, that's where contract renegotiations are going to take place every time you propose or you encounter a change. Okay, let's talk about matrix. Now, matrix link planning, delivery, and measurement. So this is the link. Matrix is the link between whatever that you have planned, whatever that you have delivered, and how you are going to measure the same. Without matrix, you will not be able to know whether your plans are even working or not. Only measure what matters to the project's success. So just because matrix is something that you are doing, it does not mean that you start measuring at what time people are logging in and at what time people are logging out, right? That is not a matrix that you need. You should only measure what matters to the success of your project. Product, schedule, and budget matrix help evaluate the performance of your project. As an example, schedule variance, your budget burn rate, your uptime of the website during testing, all of these are metrics that are extremely helpful. Baselines and thresholds allow variance tracking as well. So if the budget baseline is, let's say, 60,000 US dollars, but actual cost that you have incurred is 66,000 US dollars, that is a variance of 10%, and it may trigger some management action. So baselines and thresholds also allow for your variance tracking. So I hope matrix is clear. We've talked about how matrix can be helpful when it comes to your project while you're delivering the project, as well as while you have already delivered the project, what kind of metrics can be used to track how the product of the project or your website is actually working out in the market. With that, I would like to remind you about our YouTube membership program, which is known as VIP Pass. You get access to premium project management courses. You have collaboration opportunities with me. You can have a virtual consultation with me. Just hit this join button and become a part of our awesome PMC Lounge community. All right, so let's move over to the last 4 topics of planning. I know this has been a longer video than usual, but as I said, planning is something which is the bread and butter for project managers. Planning is all that we do. That's a bit wrong because we do a lot more, but planning is definitely on top of the list in terms of the things that are most important in project management. Now, alignment is where we will talk about how we bring all of this together, how to integrate all these different plans that we just looked at, from estimating to budget to communication. How does all of this come together? How does all of this integrate together? That is what we are looking at in alignment. So planning artifacts must remain integrated throughout the project. Misalignment between, let's say, scope and budget is definitely a recipe for trouble. Scope, quality, resources, and budget need alignment for sure. As an example, if your scope increases with new features, then obviously the budget, the resources required, all of them must increase too. Project timing should align with related projects or operations. So if the e-commerce website launch is tied to, let's say, a company-wide marketing campaign, then planning must ensure that schedules are in alignment. All right, large projects may need integrated management plans. So when you have small website, it might only need a basic roadmap, but a full e-commerce marketplace may require detailed plan across logistics, testing, and even ongoing operations when you hand over the project to operations. So this is all part of alignment. All the different plans that we discussed, how do they integrate together? Now, what is the interaction of planning performance domain with other performance domains? Remember, we talked about how there are a total of 8 project performance domains. Now, how does planning interact with other performance domains? Planning integrates with all performance domains throughout the project, as simple as that. Without planning, your stakeholder engagement domain, your delivery domain, nothing can be aligned. Now, development approach and life cycle affect the depth and timing of planning as well. Adaptive projects plan in cycles, but predictive projects plan excessively upfront. So your development approach domain is definitely something that affects the planning domain. Planning interacts with delivery, uncertainty, and stakeholder engagement as well. As an example, planning also includes risk management. It includes delivery timelines. it also includes communication with sponsors. So obviously planning has that interaction going on with these other performance domains as well. Now, how do you check results when it comes to planning? Is your planning working or not? Planning effectiveness is evaluated throughout the course of the project. As an example, are deliverables being produced as planned? That's a question that you as a project manager can go and ask in every 2 weeks maybe. Plans must adapt when performance or conditions change. So if you're doing testing and your testing reveals some unexpected bugs or defects, plans may shift timelines or they may even reallocate resources to make sure that these bugs or defects are taken care of. Stakeholders should confirm whether expectations are being met. So you should go to your stakeholders and you should do a check on them maybe once a month, once every 2 months, to make sure that their expectations are being met or not. You have sponsors, you have customers that can validate whether the plan still aligns with the outcomes that these people want. These are very critical stakeholders, right? Your sponsor or sponsors or your customers. Now, let's talk about the key takeaways. Planning ensures projects progress in deliberate and organized manner. Without structured planning, chaos is going to take over just like that. Effective planning balances detail with flexibility. Too much detail is going to waste time, but too little is going to invite confusion. Project managers understand this more than anyone else. Estimates, schedules, budgets, resources, they form the backbone of planning. These are tools that project managers rely on to deliver results. Planning adapts to changes, uncertainties, and even stakeholder needs. Successful projects, they are not rigid at all. They evolve with conditions, they evolve as more and more requirements are uncovered. Integrated planning ensures alignment across domains. So we talked about that alignment slide, right? That's what this is referring to. Only when your scope, cost, resources, and delivery align can a project achieve its intended outcomes. So let me know in the comments, how much involved are you in planning? How much do you enjoy planning as a project manager? Because I, for one, love planning, and I think as project managers, this is something that all of us must look forward to when it comes to projects. So definitely let me know in the comments what has been your experience with planning. That's all that we had in this video. I hope you were able to understand planning in detail. Definitely keep learning and check out our other videos. Subscribe to this channel and share this with others so that everyone can benefit. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to PMCLounge.com. Today we are talking about work performance domain. So by the end of this video, you will learn everything that you need to know about work performance domain. So there are a total of 8 performance domains defined in PMBOK 7. Work happens to be the 5th performance domain. If you want to go over all 8 of them, check out the second link in the description, which will take you to a playlist of all the performance domains that we have covered so far. The first link is going to take you to an article on this topic over at our official website, PMCLounge.com. So if you're into reading article, first link. If you are into watching videos, second link. All right, so let's look at the roadmap for today on our discussion on work performance domain. Of course, we'll start off with an introduction to this topic. We will also talk about some definitions. We'll then go into the core topics such as processes, constraints, and stuff like that, managing resources, procurements, monitoring the work, communications. Finally, we'll end with interactions with other performance domains, because these performance domains don't work in vacuum, right? Some key takeaways. So that is what we are going to cover today. Let's start things off with an introduction. So project work establishes processes and keeps activities running smoothly. Now, before we go there, I'd like to tell you what this domain is all about. This domain is going to address activities and functions that are associated with establishing project processes, managing physical resources, and fostering a learning environment across the board, right? So this domain is all about keeping the project work running smoothly, ensuring that systems and processes are effective, and helping the team deliver outcomes efficiently. So now that you know what this performance domain is all about, reread this line, right? Project work establishes processes and keeps activities running smoothly. This means setting up how the team will get things done, managing the flow of work, and ensuring that nothing falls through the cracks. Project work enables the delivery of expected deliverables and outcomes. So, in other words, without well managed project work, the actual execution, right? So, without a well managed project work process in place, the team will not be able to successfully create what the project was designed to deliver. As an example, we'll again take an example of an e-commerce website because that's what we have been doing for all these performance domains. So project work is going to ensure your coding, your design, your testing, your deployment, everything happens in a coordinated way. That is what project work is all about. This is the actual execution, right? So desired outcomes of project work. Efficient and effective project performance means that work is done productively with minimal waste and quality results. So we are looking for quality results and we are looking for minimal waste. That is what efficient and effective represents. Project processes appropriate for the project and environment. This ensures the methods that are being used to deliver the project fit the context. As an example, a small startup's project may not need very heavy documentation and auditing process and all that, right? But when you are talking about a regulated banking project, it might require detailed compliance processes to be followed. So, project processes should always be appropriate for the project and the environment that it is being delivered in. Appropriate communication with stakeholders. This means that information is shared at the right time, in the right way, also, right? Using the right medium. In an e commerce project, that could mean updating sponsors about testing progress or informing customers that there's a soft launch that is coming up. Now, next point is about efficient management of physical resources. Physical resources are all your materials, equipment, tools, right? Everything is available whenever it is needed. So there shouldn't be any delay here. Effective management of procurements means, your contracts, your vendor relationships, all of these should be handled smoothly. As an example, selecting the right cloud hosting provider for your e-commerce website is basically a procurement decision. So procurement is essentially part of the work performance domain. Improved team capability through learning and process improvement. This is going to ensure the project is not only delivering outcomes but also enhancing how the team works together. Let's look at some key definitions. So there are bid documents. As I mentioned, that procurement is basically part of the work performance domain itself. Bid documents are used to solicit responses from vendors. As an example, if you are outsourcing your payment gateway integration, you will prepare bid documents and then you will invite proposals from the sellers. Then there's bidder conference. This is a meeting which is held before the bids are submitted. This ensures that all vendors have the same understanding. For example, clarifying technical details of hosting infrastructure before vendors submit proposals. Now, I'd like to inform you, if you want to know more about procurement, definitely go ahead and check out our procurement management playlist. It will be the third link in the description. It is going to help you immensely when it comes to procurement. All right, let's talk about explicit knowledge. This is a knowledge that can be written down, like, process checklists for testing your e-commerce website, right? So this is knowledge that can be codified with words, with numbers, or even pictures. But then there's tacit knowledge, which is harder to capture because it lives in people's experiences and insights. So, as an example, a senior developer may know shortcuts for optimizing the performance of the website, but they might not be written anywhere. It's just the developer's knowledge. So, that is tacit knowledge. So, these are some key definitions under work performance domain. Let's talk about activities in project work. Managing flow of existing, new, and changed work is going to ensure that tasks are prioritized correctly and scope changes are integrated smoothly. Keeping the project team focused means reducing distractions and ensuring the team is aligned with the project goals. Establishing efficient project systems and processes. This is going to ensure that tools and workflows help, they should not hinder the progress, right? As an example, if you're using a Kanban board to track backlog items, this is going to help everyone visually see where the backlog items are, what is a work in progress, and what's completed and what is yet to be done. Communicating with stakeholders, this is going to ensure your sponsors, your customers, even your vendors, they are kept informed about the progress of the project and any kind of changes required. So all of these, by the way, are the activities that you do in project work. You are the project manager, so you are definitely responsible and accountable for all of these activities. You might not be doing this yourself, but these are some of the activities that are required to be done. So you are responsible for getting these done. Next is managing materials, equipment, supplies, and logistics. This is essential when physical resources are involved. For our example of e-commerce website, this could mean networking equipment, this could mean even servers, right? Managing procurements and contracts ensures external vendors are aligned with project's goals and the timelines. Monitoring changes affecting the project. This is going to ensure that shifts in requirements, risks, or resources, all of these are managed properly. Finally, enabling learning and knowledge transfer. This means capturing what worked, what did not work, and ensuring that future projects benefit from the current lessons that you are drawing out of your project. So these all are activities that are required to be done as part of project work. If somebody asks you, what does a project manager do? This is actually a good slide. You can take a screenshot and say that these are all the things, all the stuff that a project manager does for every single project, and a project manager might be working on multiple projects at the same time, by the way. Okay, let's talk about project processes. So processes are established and reviewed periodically to make sure that they stay relevant and they stay effective. Tailoring processes optimizes them for project needs. Now, large and critical projects need more processes, while small projects, they can benefit from lightweight methods. So that is why all the processes need to be tailored based on the type of project, based on the environment that you're working on, based on even the product of the project. Now, lean production removes waste and increases efficiency. This happens by focusing only on value added activities. For example, you should avoid unnecessary reports in a fast moving project, right? So you should try to keep your reporting to the minimum, as it is a fast moving project. If you send out a project in the morning, it is very likely that by the evening the project report gets obsolete because it is a fast moving project. Retrospectives and lessons learned are going to drive improvements. These are going to let the teams reflect on what worked and what did not work. Asking where the next best funding spent to prioritize. So you should always ask this. And this isn't something that you should ask every project team member, right? But this is something that you as a project manager should ask yourself. Where is the next best funding spent? This is going to help prioritize high value activities that are going to ensure that resources are invested in most impactful areas and not on non-value added work. As an example, tracking conformance should not outweigh delivering outcomes, right? Just because you're tracking some sort of conformance, it should not outweigh delivering the actual outcomes of the project. If you're focusing too much on check boxes, then this is going to take actual project delivery time away from the team. As an example, if a PMO requires developers to categorize every hour of work into, let's say, rigid categories, this may consume significant time without adding real value to the project. That effort is best spent coding or testing the e-commerce website instead. So this is why it is important to ask, where is the next best funding spent? Just because somebody is asking for some sort of compliance, is it the best use of your project team? So that's something to always ask. Now, I would also like to remind you about our PM 101 training session at this point in time. It is a free 1.5 hours training video, an absolute legend with over 500,000 views. If you're just starting off with project management, definitely take a look at this. All right, this is the agenda. We have already covered the first 5 topics. Let's talk about balancing competing constraints. Are you aware of the project constraints, by the way? So there is a triple constraint that we keep talking about. You can do a search about triple constraint on this channel itself if you are not already aware, and we'll touch upon it in this slide also. So constraints can include delivery dates, budget, quality, and even compliance. Each of these puts pressure on the project in different ways. Now, constraints shift throughout the project. A new customer request may increase the scope and it might require more time or more budget, right? That is why this is called the iron triangle of project management, where you have scope, cost, and time. And what happens is, if there's an increase in, let's say, scope, then it is possible that one other or even both of the other sides of the triangle increase, right? So that is why these are called constraints. Now, balancing requires trade-offs and negotiation with stakeholders. As an example, if the sponsor wants faster delivery of the e-commerce website, you may need to reduce the scope of work, or you might have to request for additional resources as well. Okay, so let's talk about maintaining project team focus. Assess short and long-term progress regularly to ensure the team is on track and aligned with project goals. Balance workload and satisfaction to keep the team motivated. If you overload the developers with overtime, they may produce results in the short term, but it is going to harm the morale and the quality of work in the long term. Focus on delivering value while maintaining the team health. As an example, an e-commerce team should balance delivering new features and avoid burnout by managing scope and deadlines realistically. So this is very important. You should always focus on delivering value while maintaining team health. Do not commit to unrealistic scope or unrealistic deadlines. This is the biggest takeaway for project managers when it comes on managing your focus of the project team. Okay, project communications and engagement. Communications can include formal as well as informal methods. You've got meetings, emails, instant messages, reports, all of them belong to either formal or informal methods. By the way, here's where I would also like to urge you to check out the communication management knowledge area playlist. It will also be linked in the description below so that you get a detailed view of communications management. Now, information is collected, stored, and distributed as per the communications plan. As an example, using shared project dashboard for e-commerce testing updates is something that is distribution of information, right? Which is collected from some place, stored at some place, and then being distributed as well. Ad hoc requests may indicate poor planning. If stakeholders constantly ask for updates. And if stakeholders ask for updates that you have already communicated, and these all are outside your planned reports or maybe even inside your planned reports, communication plan then needs adjustment for sure, because you may or may not be sending out the proper communication to begin with. And secondly, even if you're sending out proper communication, it is being sent in a way, maybe through email or maybe through meetings that nobody attends, that people are not getting that communication piece from you. So this is why it is important to keep a track of ad hoc requests for communication that you as a project manager receive, just so you can gauge how your communication engagement is going on, how engaged people are with the communications that you are sending out. All right, managing physical resources. Now, some projects require materials and supplies from third parties, such as servers, hosting equipment, and even virtual resources like licenses in our e commerce website project. Logistics planning ensures smooth delivery and usage of resources. For example, making sure the hosting environment is ready for developers to begin deployment. So, whenever they want to do the deployment, whenever your developers or your release team wants to do a deployment, your hosting environment should be ready for it. So, this is a sort of logistics planning here. Now, objectives include reducing waste, eliminating wait times, and ensuring safety as well. Now, we are although talking about e-commerce website project as an example, but there is also safety concerns when it comes to construction projects, for example, right? Because their physical resources might be very big and heavy, and you need to ensure the safety of your project team members, right? So proper planning avoids delays, like waiting weeks for these resources to arrive on your site, right? So that can also stall your project. So this is also something which is to be kept in mind when it comes to managing physical resources, because that is how you're going to eliminate wait times. You should also look into reducing waste. You should also ensure the safety of your project team members while dealing with physical resources. Now, working with procurements, many projects involve contracts and procurement, whether it's buying physical servers or any other physical resources, or even outsourcing. As an example, in the e-commerce website, if you're outsourcing your payment gateway integration, that also requires contracts and the process of procurement. Project managers are not required to perform the procurement process themselves, because there could be a contracting officers for vendor agreements, or there could be a procurement manager that you as a project manager might have to work with. So most project managers are not going to have direct contracting authority. Procurement policies define authority and procedures. These are going to ensure that contracts comply with the organizational requirements as well as legal requirements, at the same time meeting the project needs. So whenever it comes to procurement contracts, you will always have to make sure the legal side of things are covered. Okay, now continuing with working with procurements, we will also talk a bit about the bid process. And once again, I'd like to remind you, you can check out the procurement management knowledge area playlist in the description below. The link will be in the description below if you want to understand procurement process in much more detail. All right, so bid documents include RFI, known as request for information, proposal, or even the quote, depending upon the complexity of the purchase. For example, a proposal might be requested for a custom built payment system for your e-commerce website. Now, bidder conferences ensure vendors share a common understanding. This avoids confusion and it also ensures fair competition, because you do a conference, you invite all the vendors. For any kind of questions that any vendors have, you are answering, and the rest of the vendors are also listening to your answer. So it's not like somebody has access to some information that other vendors don't. Vendor selection considers criteria such as cost, quality, and even experience of the vendors. For our e-commerce project, the vendor with, let's say, a strong security experience may outweigh the lowest price quoting vendor, right? Your focus would be on strong security rather than lowest price in this case. Now let's talk about contracting. So contracts vary based on purchase size, scope stability, and risk. For a small purchase, a simple agreement can also work. But when you're doing larger efforts, right, when you're dealing with larger purchases, you will require detailed contracts. Now, master agreements can combine predictive and adaptive elements. Now, what this point means is that you have a master agreement in place which has elements of both predictive as well as adaptive processes. So, if you are looking at an overall infrastructure, right, that you require to run your project or to do your work, then it makes sense to go the predictive way. That is, you ask the vendor to deliver everything in one go. But when it comes to, let's say, software updates that you need from the vendor, right, and this could be for any software that you are using for your e-commerce website, right? So when you need software updates, that's where an adaptive nature in your master agreement can also help, because you don't need all the software updates in one go. You can get software updates in a recurring fashion as well, right? So your master agreements with vendors can combine the elements of predictive as well as adaptive. Now, the last point on this is vendors become stakeholders once contracts are in place. From that point, once the contract is in place and contract is signed by all the parties involved, from that point, your vendors must be managed like the other stakeholders of your project. This is going to ensure alignment, and this is also going to ensure accountability. So I hope you understand how procurement can be something which is a bit more complex than rest of the way projects are managed, and that is by design. And that is also the reason why I mentioned that you as a project manager might not be responsible for procurements end to end. You will have a procurement manager or someone else from your organization to work with you on contracts. At this point, I would also like to remind you about our playlist section. This is where the gold is. If you're preparing for your PMP certification, or if you want to stay abreast with what's happening in the world of project management, head over to youtube.com/PMC Lounge /playlists. Everything is absolutely free. Okay, so we have covered 10 topics. Let's start things off with our 11th topic, which is all about monitoring new work and changes. So what does this mean? Adaptive projects add new work to backlogs as needed. So as and when needed, new work will be added to the backlog. As an example, new wish list feature, right? So if you want to add a wish list on your e-commerce website, this feature may be added to the backlog for you to take care in future sprints, because right now you might be working on the cart, right now you might be working on something related to payment. Now, predictive projects manage changes through formal control processes such as change control board or reviewing the new requests. Now, I would also like to remind you that we actually have a playlist of change management. So if you want to know more about change management, change control board, and cab meetings and all that, definitely check out that playlist link in the description below. But for now, all that you need to know is that whenever new work comes in or whenever changes come in, adaptive projects are basically going to add them to the backlog, right? Whatever new work comes in, it gets added to the backlog. The backlog may be prioritized, and that's how it is dealt with. But when it comes to predictive projects, there are comprehensive processes at play here which need to be looked into. Scope changes require adjustments to resources, budgets, and even risks. So approving a new feature for, let's say, our e-commerce website may mean extending deadlines or adding more resources, adding more developers, right? So this is how you as a project manager need to monitor any kind of new work being added to your project or any kind of changes being proposed by the stakeholders. Learning throughout the project. Now, lessons learned and retrospectives improve future work by reflecting on successes as well as failures. Now, as an example, documenting which testing methods reduced bugs most effectively is a lessons learned. You might have been using different types of testing methods throughout your delivery, right? On each sprint, you might be using a different way of testing. And whatever that reduced the bug the most or most effectively, you should document that as lessons learned. Now, knowledge can be project specific or shared organization wide. So, whatever knowledge that is generated as part of your project, it could be project specific, it has nothing to do with the rest of the projects in your organization, or it could be some knowledge that can be shared with the rest of the organization because they might also find it useful. Now, projects are going to generate both explicit and tacit knowledge. We talked about both of these knowledges in the key definitions as well. Explicit knowledge can be documented and shared easily. Tacit knowledge requires person to person sharing. All right, finally, continuous improvement increases efficiency and quality. Over time, the team delivers better results faster with fewer issues. And that is the whole deal with continuous improvement. That's what continuous improvement is after. Now, interactions with other performance domains. How does the work performance domain interact with other performance domains? So, project work enables your planning performance domain, your delivery performance domain, and even your measurement performance domain by providing the structure and processes for everything else to function effectively. It also supports team collaboration and stakeholder engagement. Smooth processes means smoother interactions, better communication, and better alignment. Now, this performance domain also helps navigate uncertainty. Uncertainty is also a performance domain, right? While balancing the constraints. So, whether deadlines shift or risks emerge, strong project work practices allow for these effective adjustments. Checking results. How do you check if your work performance domain is effective? Outcomes should match expectations of efficiency and effectiveness both. Work should be streamlined, not bogged down. Processes should align with project needs and the compliance standards required. As an example, the testing in our e-commerce website should meet both the business requirements as well as any kind of security regulations. Resources and procurements should be managed without waste. That means minimizing delays, controlling the costs, and ensuring vendors deliver as promised. Finally, some key takeaways from this performance domain. Project work establishes processes and keeps activities running smoothly so that deliverables and outcomes are achieved. Effective project work balances constraints and maintains team focus, ensuring both progress as well as team health. Communication, resources, and procurements are critical parts of success. Without them, the project delivery is going to stall. Continuous learning and knowledge transfer improve outcomes, making future projects more successful. Finally, strong project work practices support all other performance domains. So, in short, this domain provides the foundation for everything else in project management. So, that is why this domain is so important. Now, I would also like to remind you about our VIP Pass. This is our YouTube membership program. There are a lot of perks. A lot of members have already joined this program to get access to these perks. There's a lot of bang for your buck. It is a very small fee for the return that you're going to generate. So definitely consider joining this channel. And that's all that we had in this video. I hope you were able to understand the work performance domain. Definitely check out the important links in the description below to continue your learning. Subscribe to this channel, share this video with anyone else who you think might benefit and help us grow the community. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to pmclounge.com. In this video, we are talking about the delivery performance domain. And as always, if you want to go over an article on this topic, check out the link in the description below. The first link and the second link is going to be the playlist of all the performance domains that we have discussed on this channel. So without further ado, let's take a look at the agenda for this video. We will talk about an introduction to this performance domain, some of the desired outcomes, key definitions, and then the major stuff related to this performance domain, what it talks about, how does this performance domain interact with other performance domains, how do you check results if you are working on this domain correctly or not, and how is it yielding results for you, and some key takeaways to end the video. So let's get started with the introduction to delivery performance domain. Now, delivery ensures that the project meets scope and quality expectations, both of these things, right? Scope as well as the expectations around quality. Now, delivery is all about producing what the project promised. It could be a new website, it could be a new service, it could be a new product, it could be some sort of improvement, right? For our e-commerce website example that we have been running through for all the performance domains, this means making sure the website has the agreed features like product catalog, shopping cart, secure checkout, while also meeting performance and usability standards. This could mean, lesser loading time, better or faster loading time, faster checkouts, good type of user experience. It should be easy for users to navigate and search for products, stuff like these. Now, project delivery supports business objectives as well as strategy. So it supports both of these things. Projects are not just about outputs. They are not just about the product of the project, the end result of the project, right? They are also about the outcomes. This website that we talk about in all our videos, an e-commerce website example, right? This is not valuable just because it exists, but because it supports some business objective and it increases online sales. That could be the business objective. It reaches more customers. That could be a business objective, right? So project delivery, it supports both your business objectives as well as the strategy that the organization has. So this is why delivery is so important. Now, what are the desired outcomes of the delivery performance domain? Projects contribute to business objectives. In our e-commerce website example, it is not just about the technical building of the website, development of the website, right? This website helps the company grow revenue, and it also helps company compete in a digital space with its competitors. Projects realize intended outcomes. So it's not enough to just launch a website and be done with it. The intended outcome could be to increase sales, let's say by 25% within 1 year. Delivery ensures the project actually moves the business towards that outcome. So delivery is the thing or the performance domain that actually moves the needle, right? Benefits are achieved on time. If the website launches 6 months late, the company might miss out on, let's say, some holiday shopping season. So timely delivery ensures that planned benefits are realized when they are most valuable. So if you launch an e-commerce website in January, you have just missed the December, November holiday season, which means you have missed some benefit that could have been realized if you were able to launch the website earlier. Requirements are clearly understood. As an example, the marketing team needs analytics to track campaigns. Delivery ensures that such requirements are captured and built into the final system so that the website itself generates analytics for the marketing team. Stakeholders accept deliverables. Now, ultimately, the website must be accepted by the customers, the stakeholders or the sponsors who have put in the money for this project, right? So, whoever the business owner is, whoever the internal teams are, they all need to accept the website once it is done. Acceptance shows that delivery was successful. If nobody accepts the website or they have more requirements, then you have more work to do, right? Delivery ends when acceptance happens. All right, let's talk about key definitions. What is a requirement? A condition that satisfies a business need. As simple as that. For our e-commerce website, a requirement could be customers must be able to pay using credit cards and digital wallets. That could be a requirement, as simple as that. Work breakdown structure, WBS. We have an entire playlist on WBS. I'll share that playlist link in the description below if you want to know more about it. But it is the hierarchical scope decomposition. The WBS helps break the website into modules like homepage, catalog, cart, payments, backend integration, right? So these are the different modules of the website. Definition of done. Criteria for deliverable acceptance. So whenever your deliverable is done, what is the criteria that needs to be fulfilled for the deliverable to be accepted by the stakeholders, right? As an example, the product search feature in our e-commerce website example, this feature will be done only when it returns accurate results and it loads, let's say, within 2 seconds and it passes user testing. Only then this feature can be marked as complete. So that is definition of done. Quality meeting agreed requirements. If the checkout fails during peak load, quality is not achieved even if the feature exists. So quality is that important. Cost of quality is basically cost of conformance and non-conformance. Investing in testing early prevents expensive fixes later, like refunding customers due to payment failures, right? In fact, we have a video on cost of conformance and non-conformance, which makes up the cost of quality. I'll share that video link in the description below as well. All right, so let's talk about delivery of value. Now, value can be delivered incrementally or at the end. I hope you are able to see the shades of agile and predictive or waterfall ways of delivery here. In our project, the e-commerce website, we could first launch just the product catalog and later add other features like wish list and the ability to share the products with friends and family and whatnot. Now, business case defines expected benefits. The business case might project that online sales will generate an extra $1 million per year. The delivery of value, right? This ensures that the project work stays aligned with this expectation, with the expectation to increase sales by $1 million per year, right? So what all you need to do to be able to do that, that's something that delivery needs to stay aligned with. Value often continues even after project closure. Once the website goes live, you can say that your project is actually over. But then there are improvements like, let's say, better search or personalized recommendations. All of these continue to add value over time. So then you will have iterations, then you will have, smaller projects or maybe agile way of delivery where you continue to deliver value even after your initial project of developing a website and making it live is over. Okay, let's talk about deliverables and requirements. Now, deliverables enable outcomes. What does this mean? The e-commerce website itself is just a deliverable, but that is not the outcome. Outcome is increased sales. Outcome is increased customer reach. So that is the outcome. Deliverables are going to enable these outcomes. Now, without the deliverable, the outcome can obviously not be achieved. Requirements can be elicited evolved, or even discovered. This is very important for you as a project manager to understand. Some requirements, like let's say support multiple currencies, they may come from upfront discussions. But then there could be other requirements like, enable guest checkouts. People do not need to be logged in on your website to make orders. You should have guest checkout feature. This is something which might be discovered later, or this could just come as a customer feedback during user acceptance testing. Requirements must be documented and managed, because poorly managed requirements often lead to scope creep. So, having a product backlog, or maybe a requirements register, or a requirements document, or a specifications document, it ensures that changes are tracked and approved, and your scope of the project does not go haywire everywhere, right? So that's something which is very important. I hope you found this slide very helpful, because it talks about two of the most important aspects of delivery: deliverables and requirements, and also make sure that deliverables enable outcomes. Deliverables are not outcomes. With that, I would like to remind you about our PM 101, a free 1.5 hours training video. This training video is an absolute legend. It is by far the highest viewed project management basics training video on YouTube. Check out the link in the description below when you are done watching our ongoing session. All right, so here's where we are. We have covered 5 topics within the delivery domain. So let's go ahead and talk about scope definition. Now, scope definition is where you define scope, right? How do you define scope? So scope is the sum of products, services, and results that your project aims to achieve or aims to deliver. For our e-commerce website, this includes, catalog payments, shipping, integration with inventory, and whatnot. Together, all of these define the scope of the project. Scope can be decomposed using the work breakdown structure or even agile techniques. In a predictive approach like the waterfall model, we might use a work breakdown structure to break scope into smaller work packages. But in agile, if you are using, let's say, Scrum, we may use epics, features, and user stories to structure the work that we are doing. Completion criteria define when deliverables are done. As an example, the checkout module is complete only when it passes testing across all browsers, integrates with the payment gateway, and is approved by the stakeholders. So that's the completion criteria. Okay, let's talk about moving targets of a completion. Now, deliverables may face changing requirements. This is the biggest headache I would say a project manager might have. As an example, if competitors suddenly add same day delivery, our website may need to adjust scope to stay competitive. You might have to involve vendors that enable same day delivery, and might have to make changes on the website that basically features same day delivery and ensures that the customers are aware of the fact that we offer same day delivery. Done drift occurs in uncertain environments. Now, if the project takes too long, features that were planned as innovative may actually feel outdated. So this moving target means that your done can keep shifting as well. So done drift occurs in uncertain environments. Scope creep must be controlled at all times. If marketing requests extra features without adjusting the budget of the project or the schedule of the project is risking a failure here. So a formal change control process should be in place, because it is going to prevent uncontrolled expansion. Now, a lot of people tend to think that in agile ways of working, there's no change control. The comprehensive change control exists only in the waterfall model. But that is not the case. In fact, I'll share a link to the entire playlist of change management in the description below if you want to know more about change management. But the fact of the matter is, even in agile, if you receive a new requirement or a change in the requirement, you put it in the product backlog, and then your backlog is basically strategized over, thought over, and your backlog is refined. So it means that this change wasn't just accepted by the team as is. Your backlog was refined, and it was, given the weight, it was given the priority, and based on that, the change gets executed. So there is change management required even in agile environment as well. Quality in delivery. So quality ensures deliverables meet expectations. For example, customers expect secure payment and fast response times. This is quality. Delivery must meet these expectations, not just the functional scope that you have added secure payment feature, you have added, response time to be fast, but you have to meet the expectations. Now, it is possible that you might want to define what fast means so that everybody agrees that, 0.10 seconds is what fast really means when it comes to page load times, something like this, right? So, everything should be defined. Quality is influenced by organizational policies and processes as well. If the organization has strict security policies, the website must include additional checks like encryption audits, maybe, just to ensure that we are in line with what our organizational policy really is. Quality must be balanced with cost also. So if you add multiple rounds of user testing, it may improve quality, but it is going to increase the cost of the project. So there needs to be a balance between the two, and that depends on the priorities of the project. Now let's talk about cost of quality and cost of change. So cost of quality, it includes prevention, appraisal, internal failure, and external failure. As an example, if you want to train developers so that issues don't occur, or your quality is up to the mark, that is prevention. You are training developers, you are being proactive. Now this is actually cheaper than handling customer complaints later on, which is an external failure. So that was the example of prevention and external failure. Cost of change is going to increase as the project progresses. If you are fixing a checkout bug during your design phase, it is very cheap to do so. But if you're fixing it after the launch of your website, then it means that you might have to issue refunds, you might have to go through penalties, there's always a loss of reputation and whatnot. So cost of change is going to increase as the project progresses. Building in quality early reduces risks and costs. So what this means is you should have quality checks during development, and that is going to ensure fewer issues later, at least after you are live already. For our project, if you can do frequent testing, it is going to save money compared to doing fixes later. Now, this is a diagram that I really wanted to share. It talks about the cost of change, and then it talks about the actual cost. And you can see it's much easier to fix or make changes when you are in the requirements phase. But if you are in production, the cost of change is 150x. So this is something that you should be aware of. This basically shows how fixing bugs or making changes earlier is much cheaper than as project progresses and during the later phases of the project. Okay, suboptimal outcomes. Now, some projects fail to achieve intended outcomes. Even if your website launches, if the customers do not use it, the outcome is actually not achieved. You made a great website, but it is not intuitive enough for the customers to use it. So they are not going to use it. That means the intended outcomes were not achieved. Market shifts can lead to missed opportunities also. So if your competitor launches a better platform and they do it before you, your project's impact is going to be reduced. Effective management minimizes negative outcomes. By monitoring trends and stakeholder needs, we reduce the chances of wasted effort. As an example, if you add mobile first design on your e-commerce website early, it can prevent failure later. And we saw this with so many websites out there which were designed for desktops. But with mobile phones becoming popular, everyone had to adopt to a mobile first design, right? So this is something which is part of the outcome of the project. Now, I would also like to remind you about our playlist section. Head over to youtube.com/pmclounge/playlist if you're preparing for your PMP exam. This is an absolute gold. Everything is absolutely free. Do check it out. Okay, so we've completed 10 topics. Let's talk about the interactions of this performance domain with other project performance domains. Delivery builds on planning. The scope and requirement defined in the planning domain guides the delivery work. So there's your relationship between delivery and the planning performance domain, right? So this is something that is pretty obvious, right? Whatever that you have planned is what you're going to be working on in delivery. Delivery cadence depends on the development approach as well. This is also one of the domains. So if we use agile, delivery happens in sprints regularly. But if we are using predictive development approach, then delivery happens at the end. Delivery is enabled by the actual project work. You've got the processes, the resources, the procurements, everything from the project work performance domain make your delivery possible, make this domain possible. Okay, checking results. How do you check results here? Outcomes are compared against the expected benefits. As an example, did the website actually improve sales that it projected, or it did not do so? Deliverables are validated for quality as well as acceptance. So this includes your testing, testing the website with users and ensuring that all criteria, the acceptance criteria, are being met. Value delivered is also measured. Metrics like conversion rates, uptime, and customer satisfaction confirm that value has been delivered. So, some key takeaways from this performance domain. Delivery ensures scope, quality, and outcomes are met. The ultimate measure of success of your project is whether the project achieved what it set out to do, right? And that is something that delivery ensures. Clear requirements and scope control are absolutely critical. Without managing scope and requirements, projects drift into confusion and ultimately failure. Quality should be built in, not tested in. I really like this, right? So quality should actually be a habit. It should be built in. It should not be added in the project just because of testing, right? It should be built in. The project environment should be such that people are encouraged, your project team is encouraged to build in quality into what they are working on. Okay, finally, timely delivery maximizes business value. If you have timely delivery, that is, you deliver on time, as we talked about in the example of the holiday season, if your website is ready and is delivered in October, you will be able to make use of the holiday season, right? And you will ensure that benefits are captured when needed. So timely delivery is always going to maximize business value. A quick reminder about VIP Pass, which is our YouTube membership program. You get access to premium project management courses, collaboration opportunities. You can meet me virtually for consultation as needed. Just hit the join button. A lot of bang for your buck. And that's actually all that we had in this video. I hope you got value out of it and were able to understand this performance domain. Keep learning. Check out our other videos. Definitely consider subscribing for more project management content. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to pmslounge.com. In this video, we will be going over the measurement performance domain. There are 8 performance domains. We have covered all of them. If you are into reading articles, check out the first link in the description, which will take you to an article on this topic over at our official website, pmslounge.com. But if you're into watching videos, continue watching to understand the measurement performance domain. And if you want to go over all the performance domains, then check out the second link in the description below, which will take you to an entire playlist of all the performance domains that we have discussed so far. So, measurement performance domain, here's the agenda that we are going to cover today. We'll talk about an introduction, some of the desired outcomes, some key definitions, then the main stuff related to this performance domain, and as always, we'll also end with how this performance domain interacts with the other performance domains, as well as how do you check results, what are some of the key takeaways. So let's get started and talk about the measurement performance domain. It focuses on assessing project performance. Now, we have been taking an example of an e-commerce website to understand all of these different domains, right? So we'll carry over with that example. And as this point says, measurement performance domain focuses on assessing the project performance. So in our e-commerce website development project, this means checking if we are building the website on schedule, within budget, and meeting the requirements that have been set out for us. Now, the goal is to take timely actions to maintain acceptable performance. If we see issues like delays in testing or a growing backlog of unresolved bugs, we act quickly so the project stays on track. Effective execution ensures reliable status, actionable data, and value delivery. As an example, by monitoring conversion rates on this e commerce website or server response times, the project team can make data driven decisions that directly impact customer satisfaction. So, the effective execution for this performance domain is reliable status, actionable data, and value delivery. So that is why measuring stuff is so important. Desired outcomes of measurement. A reliable understanding of the status of the project means everyone has the same view of the progress of the project. For example, in the e-commerce website project, the dashboard should clearly show if we are meeting milestones like homepage development or checkout integration or payment gateway integration and whatnot. Actionable data to facilitate decision making means we are not just collecting numbers but using them to make informed choices also. So if your defect counts are rising, we know it is time to slow down new feature development and focus on the quality, focus on fixing existing issues. Timely and appropriate actions to keep performance on track, which means acting quickly. For example, if we see that page load times are above the target, we should address server optimization or maybe make changes to the web pages before we move further. Achieving targets and generating business value ensures that the project is not only on track but also aligned with business goals like increasing online sales or reducing customer drop offs. Okay, key definitions. A metric is something that describes what is measured and how it is measured. For our website development project, a metric could be the average page load time, and it can be measured in seconds or milliseconds. A baseline is the approved version used for comparison. For example, if we plan the website launch in 5 months, that timeline becomes the baseline against which the actual progress will be measured. And finally, there's dashboards, right? So dashboards display key measures visually. In practice, this could be project dashboard showing progress on tasks, budget consumption, and test pass rates for the e-commerce website. If we consider the e-commerce website example, then what is the pass rate for your tests that you are running? So that is something that can be displayed on dashboards. Establishing effective measures. Effective measures track and evaluate performance. For example, if we track the bounce rate of our e-commerce homepage, we can evaluate whether the design changes are working or not. And when we say bounce rate, it's the time that your user spends on a specific web page, right? So if I log into the e-commerce website that you have developed, how much time do I spend on it before I move to another page or maybe another website or just exit the browser itself? that is bounce rate. So if we can track bounce rate for our homepage or any other page of our website, we can evaluate the design changes that we might have put in, and if they are working or not. Are people staying longer on the website, or they are just bouncing off ASAP? They reduce the likelihood of performance deterioration. Now we are talking about effective measures. So if you have effective measures in place, the likelihood of your performance deteriorating is going to come down. By monitoring metrics, for example, the density of defects, also known as defects density, we will be able to identify quality issues much early in the game before these issues get worse. Now, they also support timely decisions and effective actions. Now, when we say they here in both these points, we are talking about effective measures, right? That's what we are establishing. So, as an example, if sales conversions drop after the checkout redesign, you might have redesigned the checkout and the sales conversions have dropped, then timely measurement lets us roll back the changes quickly and make the checkout design as it was earlier, right? So that is something that can be done as long as you have effective measures in place. Key performance indicators or KPIs. Leading indicators predict future performance. In an e-commerce website project, the number of unresolved high priority bugs could predict potential delays at launch. So this is what it means. Your leading indicators are going to predict that, there's a lot of bugs that you have and all of them are high priority, which means it is possible that your launch will be delayed. So this is why KPI is so important. Lagging indicators measure past performance. As an example, the number of successfully completed features is a lagging indicator because it reflects what has already been achieved, what is already done. So that's the difference between leading indicators and lagging indicators. Something that's already done is a lagging indicator. Something that you think of can happen in the future based on what you are seeing right now is a leading indicator. KPIs are useful only when they drive action. As an example, if you just know that the cart abandonment rate is high after your design change, does not do anything for you, right? It does not help unless you decide to redesign the checkout flow to improve the cart abandonment rate. So KPIs are all great. You can define them, you can measure them, but unless you act on them, they will be of no use. At this point, I would like to pitch in our PM 101 free 1.5 hours training video. This is an absolute legend. It is by far the highest viewed project management basics training video on YouTube. Check out the link in the description, and I'm pretty sure this is going to help you if you are trying to get yourselves into project management or maybe trying to brush up your project management skills. So we have covered 5 topics. Let's start things off with effective matrix now. And we are talking about SMART criteria. For those of you who are working in the corporate might have already heard about the SMART criteria. So this means specific, meaningful, achievable, relevant, and timely. So let's talk about specific. Specific means measuring clear attributes. For example, instead of just tracking the website performance, you can measure average page load time in seconds or maybe in milliseconds. So this is getting specific, right? You're not just tracking something and painting it with a broad brush of website performance. You are getting down to the average page load time in seconds. So you're getting very specific here. Okay, let's talk about meaningful. Meaningful means tying measures to objectives. For example, tracking customer reviews. This is very meaningful because it ties directly to user satisfaction. Next is achievable, which means that whatever targets that you are setting, they must be realistic. Expecting the team to deliver 100 new features in a month is not achievable at all for our e-commerce website project, of course. Now, relevant means measures should provide value. Tracking the number of colors in the design of your website is totally irrelevant. But if you track the cart abandonment rate, how many people leave the cart as is without making a purchase, that impacts business results. So that provides value. So whatever matrix that you choose, make sure they are relevant as well. And finally, timely means information must be current. A sales conversion metric from 6 months ago is not useful in making today's decision. So whatever information that you use to make your decisions or set your criterias, they should be current as well. Okay, what to measure? Measure deliverables including defects and performance. As an example, we can track how many checkout bugs are open versus how many of them are fixed. You should track delivery speed and efficiency. Metrics like cycle time help us see how fast features like wishlist, for example, or maybe filters on the products are being built. So that is something that you should track. Compare actuals against baselines. So if the baseline said homepage design should finish by 4 weeks, but it finished in 6 weeks, we know that we have slipped by 2 weeks. So you should always compare the actuals against the baselines. And this is not just relevant for schedules, this is relevant for even the cost of your project as well. Now, assess resource usage and costs. We might compare the planned developer hours with actual logged hours. So we might have thought that it is going to take 80 hours or 2 weeks for a developer, but then we can also see what were the actual logged hours by the developer himself or herself on working on this project or this feature that we assign to them, right? Measure business value. As an example, are the new product recommendation features that you just rolled out, right? Are these even driving sales? So this is how you measure business value. Coming up with new features like product recommendation engine or something that you throw in on your website, all of that is fine. That's a new feature, but you have to measure the business value as well. Capture stakeholder satisfaction. A simple survey can show if customers find the website easy to navigate and easy to use or not. So something like this can be used to capture stakeholder satisfaction. By the way, what are we talking about? We are talking about what all you can actually measure, and some of the stuff here is something that you should always measure. Use forecasts to plan future performance. So you have metrics like velocity. This can predict how many features can realistically be completed in the next sprint. If you want to know more about sprint velocity, I'll share a link to that video in the description below. In fact, I'll share a link to a playlist of CSM certification because that talks a lot about all these different agile concepts that we are talking about here. Okay, presenting information. Information should be timely, accessible, and easy to understand. So this is about presenting information after you have done your measurements. As an example, team members should know instantly if the checkout testing that you are doing is that behind schedule or is it on schedule. So whatever information that you should present, it should be timely, it should be accessible, and it should be easy to understand. There's no point in coming up with different type of bar charts if people are not able to understand what you are reporting. Dashboards provide visual summaries of project data. Our e-commerce dashboard could show progress on the completion of the features. It could show the cost that have been spent on the project. It could also show the open bugs, right? The number of open bugs, maybe their severity and priority as well. So this is the kind of data that you can use to display on dashboards. Information radiators display updates openly. This could be as simple as a wall chart which shows the burn down charts and maybe the risk logs. They can keep everyone informed without needing long reports. So this is an important concept, information radiators, something that we discussed when we were talking about extreme programming. So an entire playlist of extreme programming will also be available in the description below. Visual controls help track work progress. A Kanban board with sticky notes can show tasks like, develop homepage or test the cart functionality or deploy the payment gateway or complete the payment gateway integration, right? So this is a Kanban board, and this is going to visually help track your work progress. Okay, let's talk about some pitfalls of measurement. Measurement influences behavior for sure. For example, if we only measure speed, then developers might rush and ignore quality. So it is important that you focus on quality as well, not just speed. It's not just about how much time we took to roll out a feature. It's also about how useful that feature was. It's also about how many bugs or defects that feature had when we launched it, right? Vanity metrics provide no real value. So if you just focus on, let's say, page views, then that alone cannot prove whether your page is a success or not. What matters here is how many of those views actually turned into purchases from the customers. So vanity metrics like number of views does not really matter. What matters is the amount of sales that you have done. Unachievable goals can hurt morale. Now, what are we talking about if you've forgotten? We are talking about some of the pitfalls of measurement. So, if you measure the wrong stuff, it is actually a pitfall. If you have unachievable goals that you are measuring against, it can hurt the team's morale. So, if the team is asked to finish 100 features in one sprint, repeated failure will reduce motivation. So if that's something that you do for 3 sprints, it is going to reduce the motivation, right? Matrix can be distorted or misused also. As an example, focusing only on short-term feature delivery may hide the long-term quality issues. So just focusing on faster delivery of features can actually hide long-term quality issues. Bias and false assumptions can mislead decisions. Correlation is not causation. For example, if sales drop after a UI update that you made on the website, the root cause may not be the design, but it could also be the seasonality or competition. This is something to be aware of. Correlation is not necessarily causation. Okay, let's talk about troubleshooting performance. Now, thresholds help detect when performance goes off track. For example, if website hosting costs exceed 20% of the planned budget, it signals the need for action. So you should always have thresholds in place. Exception plans define actions when thresholds are crossed. So if page load time, for example, exceeds, let's say, 5 seconds, the agreed action might be to add server capacity immediately, or maybe reduce the size of images on the page, something like that. Proactive action prevents major issues. So rather than waiting for complaints, the team can anticipate delays by reviewing early trends while the development is already in progress. So this is an example of proactive action that can prevent major issues from happening in the future. I would like to remind you about our playlist section here. If you're preparing for PMP certification, this is a gold mine. Head over to youtube.com/PMC Lounge/playlists. Everything is absolutely free. Okay, let's continue with our agenda. We have covered 10 topics so far. Let's move on to topic number 11, which is all about continuous improvement and learning. Continuous improvement ensures lessons are applied throughout the project, not just towards the end when you do a lessons learned or a retrospective meeting, right? If you focus on continuous improvement, you will be able to ensure that lessons are applied throughout the life cycle of the project. In our e-commerce development project, the e-commerce website development, that is, this might mean holding retrospectives after each release or after each sprint to capture what went well and what needs adjustment. So this is something that you're doing every 2 weeks or after every release, which could be, let's say, a monthly release, which involves 2 sprints. So if you do retrospectives like that, instead of, waiting for 6 months once the whole new feature or a new website goes live, that is something which is not expected here. Measurement helps teams adapt processes and avoid the repeated mistakes. For example, if testing consistently reveals that there are issues in your checkout flow, the team can improve requirements gathering or maybe design reviews to prevent similar problems, right? So the team can focus more on this checkout flow because the team knows that consistently there are issues being reported in this flow. The goal is to deliver increasing value over time. With each cycle or with each sprint or with each release, the website should get more stable. It should become more user friendly and it should be better aligned with the business objectives, which could be, higher sales, which could be customer satisfaction, customer retention as well. Interactions with other performance domains. Now, I've said this earlier, I'll say it again. All these performance domains, they don't operate in vacuum. All of them interact. So, as an example, measurement supports planning by comparing results to the plan. So, planning is another performance domain, and measurement supports this by comparing results. As an example, if the plan called for 10 completed features by the third month, but only 6 are ready, the planning team knows that adjustments are needed. We shouldn't be planning for 10 completed features the next time for the next 3 months. It works with project work to track ongoing progress. Now, this is another performance domain, project work. Metrics such as story points completed per sprint show how smoothly the work is moving. By the way, I just said metrics such as story points completed per sprint. Story points completed per sprint. What is this called? Let me know in the comments. Storylines completed per sprint. What is this the definition of? It validates delivery outcomes. So delivery is another performance domain and measurement validates the outcomes of delivery. Business metrics such as increased sales confirm that project deliverables are achieving their intended purpose. It informs team and stakeholder engagement. Dashboards and reports keep both developers as well as management and other stakeholders aligned. It also connects. When we say it, we are talking about the measurement performance domain, by the way. So measurement performance domain connects with uncertainty by identifying risks. As an example, if the resource burn rate is much higher than planned, it signals a risk of budget overrun. Okay, let's check results. How do you check results while using the measurement performance domain? Reliable status is confirmed through audits and reports. As an example, weekly audit checks could verify whether testing logs match the reported progress. Data should indicate if project is on track. So if the website traffic goals are falling short, you're not getting enough traffic on the website, it shows the project may not be delivering the expected business impacts. Indicators should lead to timely action. Rising defect counts are a signal to add more focus on quality. This is something that should be done immediately. So, whatever indicators you're using, if they don't lead for you to take action, then what's the point, right? Forecasts should guide decisions about value delivery. Now, here's the thing. A forecast showing delayed payment integration may trigger the decision to reprioritize features for an earlier launch altogether. Okay, let's talk about some key takeaways from this performance domain. Measurement provides reliable project status. For an e-commerce website development project, this means knowing at any point how close we are to the launch, whether budget is under control, and if quality is meeting expectations. So your measurement is going to provide reliable project status. Actionable data enables smarter decisions. Instead of guessing, the team relies on real numbers like defect counts, feature completion rates, or maybe even server uptime. Timely actions keep projects on track. When we identify a red flag, such as low test coverage, we can immediately fix it instead of waiting until the launch day. Metrics ensure alignment with business value. As an example, monitoring conversion rates and cart abandonment rate helps ensures the site delivers the ROI that is expected by the business. And finally, continuous improvement is powered by measurement. Each project cycle or each sprint provides insights, and applying those insights makes the next phase stronger as well as more effective. So that's all that we had about this performance domain. The VIP Pass is our YouTube membership program. You are going to get a lot of bang for your buck, including a chance to have a virtual one-on-one consultation session with me as well. If you're interested, definitely go ahead, hit the join button and join our elite members that are part of the PMC Lounge community. So that's all that we had in this one. I hope you got value out of it. Definitely consider subscribing if you like our work, and keep learning. Check out our other videos. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to PMCLounge.com. In this video, we will be covering the uncertainty performance domain. There are a total of 8 performance domains. We have covered all of them. Check out the second link in the description if you want to go over a playlist of all the performance domains. And it's the second link because the first link is going to take you to an article on this topic over at our official website, PMCLounge.com. So definitely, if you're into reading articles, check out the first link. If you're into watching videos, check out the second link. Okay, so let's take a look at the agenda. We are going to cover this topic in detail. We'll start off with some introduction. What are the outcomes of uncertainty? Some key definitions that you should know about when it comes to uncertainty. The meat and potatoes, the actual stuff that you need to know about uncertainty. Then how does it interact with other performance domain, checking results, and some key takeaways. All right, so let's start things off with the introduction to this performance domain. Now, every project operates in an environment of uncertainty. This is a very important point, and I keep saying that project management is a lot about change management because you are introducing a change, you are bringing about a change in your current environment, and you have to bring that systematically. How do you bring it in a controlled manner? That's what project management is all about. So when you're bringing about a change, things can go wrong, right? And this is why projects operate in an environment of uncertainty. If we take our e-commerce website example that we have been taking throughout the course of all the performance domains that we have covered so far. So if you're building an e-commerce website, or you could be constructing a skyscraper, there's always something that you don't fully know at the beginning of the project. So if you're talking about e-commerce website, you might not know the user preferences, you might not know the market behavior, you might not know the technology constraints that you might face when you are coming up or building your e-commerce website, right? So you may have some idea, but it is possible that you don't fully know these topics that we just talked about when it comes to e-commerce website project, for example. So that is why it is true that every project operates in an environment of uncertainty. Now, uncertainty includes risk, it includes ambiguity, complexity, and volatility. These are 4 different aspects of the unknown. Because projects operate in the environment of uncertainty, you have a lot of unknowns. So these are the 4 different aspects of unknowns, from unpredictable risks to unclear situations or fast changing environments. Understanding uncertainty helps teams prepare and adapt effectively. So, when a project team recognizes what they don't know, they can proactively plan responses and build flexibility into their processes instead of reacting later and panicking later. So project teams need to understand that there are uncertainties in the project, and based on that they should realize that there are things that they don't know, and accordingly they should plan for buffers, for flexibility as needed. Now, desired outcomes of uncertainty: awareness of the project's environment and influencing factors. This is going to ensure that the team understands the economic, political, and technical realities that might affect the project during the course of you building or working on the project. For our e-commerce website, this could mean being aware of new payment gateway regulations that the government just introduced, or let's say upcoming festival season surges where you are going to see higher than usual traffic. So how is your website going to handle that? So stuff like this. The ability to anticipate threats and opportunities helps the team stay one step ahead. For example, if a competitor launches a similar website earlier than you do, that is definitely a threat. But if your team identifies that there is a new marketing trend while you are working on the project itself, and your team sort of identifies this before others, that's definitely an opportunity. Effective use of reserves to stay aligned with the objective. This means using time and budget buffers wisely. All projects will have some sort of buffers and you should use them wisely. That's what this whole point is about. So if there is a sudden delay which might occur due to a vendor issue, the project manager can use schedule reserves to stay on track. And schedule reserve is basically buffer time. You had, let's say, 2-day buffer based on certain risk that you had foreseen, right? So that is something that can be used here. Delivery with minimal negative impact from unforeseen events. This shows true project resilience. So even when challenges arise, the project still achieves its goals without chaos or crisis. So this is delivery with minimal negative impact from unforeseen events. This is every project manager's dream, to be honest. So these are the desired outcomes of uncertainty. When you understand uncertainty and you act on it, these are the desired outcomes that are expected. Now, let's talk about some key definitions. Now, uncertainty, this is simply not knowing what might happen. For example, not knowing whether users will prefer card or will prefer some online wallet or will prefer pay on delivery. Nobody knows, right? So this is an example from your e-commerce website. This is uncertainty. Then there's ambiguity, which means unclear situations. Like when the marketing team says launch soon, what is soon? Nobody defined what soon really is. Complexity comes into play when multiple systems, vendors, or integrations interact in unpredictable ways. So this is complexity, right? It arises from interconnected factors that can affect outcomes. So as an example, if there's some change in the payment gateway API, it might affect the entire checkout process. So that's complexity right there. Change in one system leading to changes or disruption across the board. Volatility refers to rapid, unpredictable change. So this is when things change too quickly, like frequent updates in compliance requirements or sudden traffic spikes during a sale or during festive season. Risk is an uncertain event that can positively or negatively impact objectives. Remember, risk is not just negative, it can positively or negatively impact the objectives of your project. We have an entire playlist on risk management. I will share a link to that in the description below. Definitely go over it if you want to learn more about risk management, or if you're preparing for your PMP exam. That is something that you should know in and out of. So, risk is when uncertainty could impact project objectives. And as I said, it could be positive or negative. Now, let's talk about understanding project uncertainty. Projects exist in dynamic environments with unknown factors. So, even if you have a very well planned e commerce project, it is going to face uncertainty. It is going to face uncertainty from changing user needs to sudden server issues and whatnot. Uncertainty can arise from various sources like new technologies, shifts in market demand, legal changes, or even differing team interpretations. So, that is the reason why uncertainty can arise from all of these. Now, as an example, a new data privacy law that the government just introduced, it might suddenly change how you store your customer data. Teams must identify and analyze uncertainty early. This is very important. That is the reason why you, as a project manager, need to know so much about uncertainty, need to know so much about risk management. Recognizing potential unknowns helps the team plan contingencies and make flexible decisions as well. As a project manager, one of the things that you must do is speak to your team about risks. Speak to your team about what could actually go wrong. Speak to your team about any potential opportunities that they think might be useful if implemented on the project. So, speak to your team about risks, speak to your team about ambiguity, about uncertainty, because a lot of project managers out there, they don't even deal with risks, they don't even speak about it, right? So, you have to bring this up in your team meetings, on your one-on-ones with the project team, and that is how you are going to uncover all the risks, all the uncertainty, ambiguity, and whatnot. Okay, so let's talk about managing general uncertainty. How do you manage general uncertainty on your project? Gather information to reduce the unknown. Conduct research, consult experts, or analyze user data to fill any knowledge gaps. For example, test user flows before committing to a design. So if somebody comes up to you and says that, this is a better way of checkout, you should go over the entire flow that the user will have to go over. And this is going to reduce general uncertainty. Prepare for multiple outcomes. This is possible only if you have contingency plans. So if one supplier fails to deliver, let's say, hosting services, another option should be ready with you. Use set based design to explore options. For example, try both an in-house and a third-party search engine to search and see which performs better on your website before you finalize which search engine we are going to use on the website. Build resilience in teams and processes so that they can adapt quickly. You should always encourage flexibility in planning and decision making, ensuring the team can pivot when something unexpected happens. This is very important, specifically in IT projects where teams are going much more agile. So you have to be resilient, but at the same time, you have to encourage flexibility. Okay, with that, I would like to remind you about our PM 101 1.5 hours training session. This is absolutely free. Check out the link in the description. Thousands of our community members have made use of this video to initiate and start their project management careers. So definitely check this out. It is an absolute legend. All right, moving on. Let's cover the remaining topics. We have already talked about the top 5 topics that you see here, and we'll start things off with handling ambiguity. So how do you actually handle ambiguity? First thing first, clarify unclear terms and assumptions. This happens a lot when you are new on a project or new in certain organization, right? And you see team members using certain terms, certain things that you might assume because you are new, and you might have some preconceived notions and something from the industry which may or may not be applicable to this new project or this new organization, right? So the first thing to handle ambiguity is to clarify anything which is unclear, be it terms, be it assumptions. In fact, in our e-commerce website project, you should ensure everyone agrees on what go live ready means. Does it include that SEO testing should also be done? Does it include mobile optimization should also be done? Or does go live ready simply means that the website is ready to be run on desktop and PCs only? Now, use progressive elaboration to refine plans. We have done a full video on what progressive elaboration is. This is part of Agile, and I'll share a playlist of Agile in the description below. I'll also try to share the link to this specific concept, progressive elaboration, in the description. So definitely check it out. What it basically means is you start with a high level scope and then you continuously add detail as more and more information becomes available. So start at the top and then keep adding more and more details. That's what progressive elaboration is all about. Experiment and test ideas early. So there could be A/B testing, which is, checkout layouts or maybe homepage designs, where you basically create two different options. So you create two different homepages and you do a survey. You ask your team members, you may ask external folks to just go over both the home pages, and this is A/B testing, right? So they go over both the home pages or they go over just one of the page, and based on how much time they spend on that page, based on how interactive that page feels, right, based on the user nature, right, you will be able to make out whether to go with option A or option B. So that's A/B testing for you. Okay, build prototypes to visualize outcomes. All of this is part of handling ambiguity, right? So we are handling ambiguity here. So if you create a clickable wireframe of the website, it can quickly reveal what's unclear or what's misunderstood before you invest in the full website development. So clickable wireframes is basically a prototype of the website itself. Okay, managing complexity. Now decouple complex systems to reduce dependencies. In an e-commerce setup, separating inventory management from the payment system ensures that payment issue does not block your stock updates. So if you have multiple systems, like we just talked about two systems, payment system and your inventory management. If you have multiple systems, make sure that they are decoupled. One should not block the other. Simulate scenarios to understand system behavior. Before you launch your website, you should run load tests as an example to see how the website performs during the festive season or during a big sale, right? So this is something that you can do to simulate this scenario. Use diverse perspectives to reframe problems. So getting input from developers, marketers, and customers can uncover better solutions and prevent a tunnel vision. A lot of project managers suffer from this disease called tunnel vision because they think this is how the project should go and they just want to follow this path, right? It is always better to get input from different team members, your developers, your marketers, even the actual customers, so that you can see that there is a possibility of uncovering better solutions and avoiding this disease of tunnel vision. Build iteratively and engage stakeholders frequently. So if you do small feature releases over and over again, instead of launching at the end of year, taking 12 months to launch a website and launching it towards the end, it's a full-fledged release. Instead of doing that, you should consider doing recurring or iterative releases, right? This is going to ensure that you get more feedback. So if you release small features like, let's say, wish list or guest checkout in stages, it helps gather feedback and it also helps you adjust before scaling your website. So that is how you manage complexity. So the last point is all about agile, to be honest. So if you want to know more about Agile, definitely check that playlist out. But if you see this again, build iteratively and engage stakeholders frequently. This is all about Agile, right? So you should see how your project can be delivered in an Agile way. Okay, let's talk about addressing volatility. Now, expect rapid and unpredictable change. If you expect this, you are accepting volatility, like a sudden surge in traffic on the website due to some influencer marketing, or maybe the team posted some reel on Instagram and it just went viral, and that is why a lot of traffic started coming in on the website, right? So you should always expect rapid and unpredictable changes. Your team must remain adaptable. That is what the first point of addressing volatility is all about. Use alternatives analysis to evaluate options. So, if hosting costs rise unexpectedly, explore cloud providers or hybrid solutions to balance performance and cost. We are talking about website hosting here in case you were not able to pick that up. Apply cost and schedule reserves wisely. Once again, you should maintain buffers to handle volatile conditions such as, third party API downtime or, last minute scope changes and whatnot. So always make sure that these cost and schedule reserves are used wisely. Okay, managing risks. Risks can be threats or opportunities. A delay in vendor delivery is definitely a threat, but if you discover that there is a new plugin that enhances site performance, that is an opportunity. Now, let's talk about identifying, assessing, and prioritizing risks regularly. This is something that you as a project manager must do at all times, perhaps bi-weekly. Keep a live risk register to track all potential events and what their possible impacts could be. This is something, as I mentioned, an exercise that you as a project manager must always do. Apply suitable response strategies. So you have risks, and then there are risk response strategies. So you have avoiding, mitigating, transferring, even accepting threats, enhancing or exploiting opportunities, right? All of these are different response strategies. And if you go over the risk management knowledge area playlist that is linked in the description, you will find details about all these response strategies. Review and update risk responses throughout the project. Regular reviews ensure the project remains aligned with the changing realities of the world. Interactions with other performance domains. All the performance domains that we have discussed so far, right? They all interact with each other. They don't work in silos. So you have the planning performance domain, which identifies and prepares for uncertainty. The better your plan, the lesser the uncertainty, right? So planning identifies and prepares for uncertainty through forecasting, through setting reserves, and scenario planning maybe. Delivery and measurement domains, so these are the two other domains, reveal evolving risks. As actual performance data becomes available, you will be able to sort of see how delivery and measurement stack up when it comes to uncertainty. Team and stakeholder input supports proactive responses. If you have engaged discussions with your team, they are going to help. These discussions are going to help detect early warning signs, and you can also capitalize on opportunities. So definitely discuss with your teams about risks, about uncertainty, about volatility, right? Make it a part of your team meeting agenda. Okay, with that, I would like to remind you about our playlist section. Head over to youtube.com/pmc lounge/playlist. If you are preparing for the PMP exam, this is an absolute goldmine. Everything is absolutely free. Everything that you need to know to pass your PMP exam is already available here. So definitely check it out. Okay, so we are now down to the last two agenda items: checking results and some key takeaways of this performance domain. So teams monitor external and internal factors like the market trends, the legal updates or regulatory updates, or even internal performance matrix of your website, right? So this is something that teams monitor at all times to stay ahead. This is a result of doing the stuff that uncertainty domain asks you to do. Risk and uncertainty management remains a continuous exercise. This is not a one and done kind of deal, right? It is not a one time exercise. It evolves as your project progresses. And that is the reason why I said keep an agenda item in your team meeting about risk, about uncertainty, about the stuff that we just talked about. Reserves are used effectively to maintain alignment with objectives. Minimal disruption is ensured even when uncertainties arise. So always use your reserves wisely, something that we have talked about. But these are the results of uncertainty. These are the results if uncertainty is executed successfully on your project. You've followed everything about uncertainty, then these are the expected results. Or this is also a way to check results. So if reserves are not used effectively, that means the team was not able to manage uncertainty successfully. Okay, let's talk about some of the key takeaways. Uncertainty is unavoidable but definitely manageable. The goal is not to eliminate it, but to understand and prepare for it. Awareness and preparation reduces the impact of uncertainty by helping teams foresee and address potential challenges early on. Resilience and adaptability are key project strengths that help teams bounce back from unexpected issues, and that too quickly. So resilience and adaptability, they are the key project strengths. Finally, effective uncertainty management leads to confident decision making, keeping the project aligned with business objectives even in changing conditions. So, those are the key takeaways from the uncertainty performance domain. I hope you were able to understand the uncertainty performance domain. I would like to pitch in our VIP Pass YouTube membership program. You get access to premium project management courses, there are collaboration opportunities, and there's, of course, virtual consultation that is available. So definitely a lot of bang for your buck. So hit the join button and join us to get access to the premium content from PMC Lounge. So that's all that we had in this one. Consider subscribing if you like and enjoy our work and want to know more about project management. Definitely keep learning, check our other videos out, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey guys, pat your backs. You have completed every single concept that you need to know to pass your PMP exam. You are fully equipped to take up the PMP exam. Now, by the way, I would urge you to go over the 60 real PMP questions as well. And as always, if you want more premium experience, head over to pmclounge.com/courses. The link will be in the description below as well. And I have just one ask for you after these 5 days of rigorous learning. The one ask is share this 5-day PMP program with anyone who you think might benefit and get themselves PMP certified as well. So that's all from me. Definitely consider subscribing if not already, and I'll catch you around. Bye bye.